close to it. I put some double terminated quartz crystals at the bottom, and I'm just letting the water soak in there, sit there for a couple days, and then I'm gonna take that water and then just regular water from like an Arrowhead bottle and put them both in a bowl, and then put them out and see which one my dog and the other dogs like tend to want to go towards to drink out of. I'm gonna see if it makes any difference.
If you know anyone that's got a farm, test it on horses. They are really picky about what water they drink.
That's a good idea. I don't know anybody who has a farm, but
because even to the point where sometimes when you set up drinking troughs, if you've got some of them, I've heard people say that if you've got polypipe leading up to that trough to fill it, some horses won't drink out of it. Some horses won't drink certain water types, bore water. Some of them do, but yeah, they're really picky about stuff. I've heard some people say if you get a chunk of copper and put it in the water, and I know you can get copper drinking vessels and storage containers. Copper removes sulfates and sulfides, and if you leave water in a container with the lid off it, it'll also leach chlorine to the top. So if you've got heavily chlorinated water, it'll settle. When it chills, it actually pushes chlorine to the top for some reason. Why? I don't know, but that's just.
What'd you say, does copper? Copper pushes it to the top?
No, just being in the fridge with the lid off it. So if you have a storage vessel and you've got it in the fridge with the lid off, grab yourself a container like a plastic bottle, put some water in the fridge, leave the lid off it, and then come back 2 days later and smell it, and you will smell the chlorine in the top of it. It's disgusting.
Oh shit! Have you ever heard about boiling tap water? How it actually makes it worse?
Supposed to. I've heard that, but I haven't seen anything to back that up. I've just heard stories.
Yeah.
But if someone does some kind of test and shows here's the chlorine level of non-boiled water, here's the chlorine level of boiled water, and it's higher, I'll go, oh, fair enough. But I think it's something that backs it.
I think it's the fluoride levels. I think it turns it to fluorine or something like that. They say.
Oh, right. So it changes its chemical composition then.
Yeah, the structure of the fluoride.
By boiling the tap water, it just kills the bacteria. It doesn't kill the chemicals in the water. If it's.
I heard it makes it worse. The fluoride, it turns into fluorine, which is like a spiky molecule.
Probably, yeah. The chemicals are not dying, only the bacteria in it.
Yeah.
Yeah, if you really want your clean water, you'd probably have to get yourself like a small still and distill your own. But if you're going to do that, you'd probably have to put trace elements back into it.
Bro, I'm telling you, the radium glass,
bro. To make sure you get your salt levels and things to make sure they're right. So what is it? Radium?
Radium glass, or AKA Vaseline glass, is spelled like Vaseline. When you hit it with a black light, it glows like a neon green color. Yeah, it's got radium.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I've heard
I collect it.
Oh wow.
I got some good specimens. You can get them at estate sales. Sometimes thrift stores have them, or antique shops. Sometimes people don't even know what they have.
Very interesting. Lots of candlestick holders. Yeah, I was just looking on the site now, and there's candlestick holders everywhere. Oh yeah, here we go, a couple of bowls. What the hell is that? also called uranium glass. Radium glass, uranium glass, baseline glass. Very cool. Looks like something out of Ghostbusters, eh? Just that right shade of green.
Right? It's dope, huh? So it supposedly has like trace elements of radium in it. They stopped making this stuff back in the 40s, and the reason they stopped making it is because they needed all the radium they could find for the Manhattan Project, which is it's almost as stupid as saying like they got rid of all the old giant bells because they were afraid that the enemy was going to steal them and melt them down and make weapons out of them.
Yeah, there's a lot of speculation with our past, but as
With
you
what?
know, history is to the victor, or the story of
Yeah.
it is to the victor. So you don't really know if the good guys or the bad guys actually put the story forward.
Yeah.
Makes you ask more questions than you'll get answers. I can tell you that now.
For sure.
But I do find it very interesting that a lot of beautiful old buildings have been removed for whatever reasons. But fair enough, they're removed. But what I do find it more so interesting is these old buildings were in place before a lot of these cities were built. That's
Yeah.
the interesting bit because of
Right.
what they made time period. Yeah, we've got even some in Australia. We've got a few buildings that couldn't have been built by the alleged people. So, anyways, we've got quite a few. Australia, mate. We got quite a few people that have just decided to drop in. Anyone have any questions relating to the shape of the Earth? Please.
Yeah, why should we give a shit? I don't care what it is. Why should we care so much?
Excellent. If you don't care what it is, why did you jump in this room?
Because I'm kind of curious why you guys care. I don't care if it's a diamond or a triangle or an optical
So
or
you don't care.
I'm wondering why you guys do. That's my point. That's
Should have phrased it like that at first. Now they're going to crash out at you forever.
Yeah.
So you're wondering why I care? Well, it's more so the questions that are asked after you realise the truth.
I don't understand.
Well, let's have a look at this. Allegedly, if you live on a ball tard, it's the Big Bang Theory. Now, if you're happy to believe that, you're more than welcome to do so. So how about we realise that it's measured as flat. There's no curvature. So if there's no curvature, there's no ball. So let's have a look at it. What do we live on? How did it get here?
What changes, though?
How did it get here? Was it a Big Bang Theory? Was it created? These are really interesting questions that are getting put forward now. So, we know it wasn't a Big Bang Theory because that's just horseshit. Something appears out of nothing. Yeah, great.
That's what I did.
So then so if it's not the Big Bang Theory, what is it?
Well, that's the questions you're going to start asking. Like
No,
I said,
I'm
when you
asking
realise
you.
the truth, there's questions that are going to come forward.
I'm asking you.
Congratulations, you just found out what the questions are. I'd like to know how it got here too.
Oh, so you don't know?
And you do.
Yeah, it's a Big
No.
Bang Theory.
Well, yeah, I'm
Yeah,
pretty
Big
sure
Bang
everything
Theory.
came from nothing. I'm pretty sure.
Yeah.
Nothing's pretty fundamental. It seems so.
Yeah. There was nothing, then there was an explosion, and then there's just shit everywhere. That is the dumbest
It's
story
not
ever.
that
like,
there was
seriously.
nothing, it's that there was a singularity. That everything was compressed down to a singular point. Yeah, that doesn't mean
So
nothing.
there was nothing, and then there was something squashed down
no,
into
that's not
something.
what nothing means. But
Nothing is
Yeah.
everything squashed down, is what he's trying to say.
No, that kid's just a wrench in the gears. That's what he likes to be.
It's
See,
like
I am nothing.
if your wife or girlfriend got pregnant and it wasn't your kid, and the baby came out and he was a different color than you, we'd be like, what difference does it make? What does it matter? It doesn't make any difference. How does that change my life right now? It's as ridiculous as saying that.
I am nothing. And that is a version of everything. There's metaphors in nature that confirm what he's talking about.
Hey, what's up? How we doing? Did that happen to you? Yeah, I did. I did some Fent the other day. The Fent breath, dragon breath. Oh, yeah, you should have smelled it. Yeah, who wants to do some cocaine, caned pussy? I love that shit, bro. You got.
Windows to my soul are round and black.
Wrong channel, bro.
Yeah,
Find somewhere else.
Fenson, please go elsewhere with that. This is not what we are selling in here. And we're not buying it either, so be gone with you, please.
Something, I tell you. Unmute me, pussy. That's funny.
Yeah, these young people, all they have is inane garbage when they speak. Nothing intelligent is coming out of their mouths. No type of search for intelligence or nothing. Just inane garbage. Sad for that generation.
Now, just so you know, Booger Smoker, threats of violence can get you banned off of this server and out of this channel. So I would suggest you delete your own stupid message.
Fight me.
Suit yourself.
I'm saving it so that I can give it to the TOS mods here in the server, so we can remove him completely.
Just tell me when you've got it.
Yeah, I got it. It's in my photos bank. I'm gonna send it to the back chat.
Yep, awesome. Thank you.
I'm not gonna lie, bro. It's just on the internet, bro. It ain't that serious, bro.
No, it is. It's threats of violence, and we don't know what he has, so he could have already doxed him, and threats of violence are taken seriously.
You mean? Okay, I thought you were talking about the other stuff you were saying, like the buying fentanyl.
No, threats of violence are taken seriously. Zero tolerance on this server.
Oh damn! Oh, that's good. I can agree with that.
Yeah, but we're not going to tolerate any sort of like explicit talk about, illegal, dangerous substances either. So just keep that to yourself, please.
Well, what if it's illegal in my state?
Yeah, it's off topic here anyway, so it's against our channel rules as well. So
Imagine someone coming in here and actually like trying to sell drugs to people. That's wild, actually. Cheeto dust fingers on their Cheeto dust on their fingers, acting like they ain't fingering people with the same finger. What the fuck? Who threatened violence? It was.
Anybody have an argument for the Earth being a globe? You guys can do that, right?
I mean, I was in an airplane maybe like six months ago, 40,000 feet in the air, and I saw a curve out the window.
Okay. Are you just seeing things, or did you test that the Earth is an actual globe?
No, I'm saying like I went like in an airplane. I flew to Michigan to go see my mom because she had a business meeting and she needed my help. And while I was looking out the window, we were like 40,000 feet up in the air, and I saw a curve in the earth when I looked out the window.
Yeah, how do you know it's not that you just had a bad chili dog, or maybe it's the curved windows of the airplane? How do you know it's actual curvature?
Well, because I know what a window is, and I looked outside the window and I know what I see. I saw a curve in the air.
Okay, well, how about this? Some people that are in an airplane at that altitude, they say they see a flat Earth. So now, who's going to be right and who's going to be wrong?
Me.
So why you? Because it's you?
Can't you tell that I'm trolling? Come on out. I'm just pulling your leg.
So I'm actually getting down to the fact that people actually say this. So.
I'm pulling your leg. Can you not take a joke? Can you obviously tell I'm just messing with you?
Well, I can't tell you. I don't know you from Adam, so I don't know if you're joking or not. How about that?
Well, I'm just fucking around with you, brother. Like, again, I don't care if it's flat or a diamond or a triangle or I'm just fucking around.
That's usually a cop out. People that say that usually do care. They're just masking it behind their indifference.
No, that's someone that that's something that someone that copes would have to say. Someone that comes up with like a coping mechanism.
Yeah.
That's what they would experience.
Yeah, you're doing that. So you're coping.
No. You are making up these weird accusations that
No. You're a bit like flustered because I just pointed out the fact that you're doing the thing that you say that other people are doing.
Well, no, this is. I'm telling you, you're coping. You just can't handle a little bit of trolling because flat earthers take literally everything too fucking serious. Like,
well, this is a serious topic.
They literally overreact to like the smallest thing. Like, I could say, I know the Earth is a globe because I know it's a globe.
So why are you guys retarded? Like, why do you guys just not realize reality? You don't realize science, anything. You just want to like bury your head deep in the.
The worst part about your opening gambit is you're drunk as hell, dude, and you're coming in here to talk to people about
if
your
you can't tell that I was trolling, that's a you thing, you know. Like who flies the mission?
No, it's not a you thing. This is an internet. This is an internet conversation that people don't know you from Adam.
So like, obviously I'm trolling.
You got an option. You're either gonna come with some questions or probably not ask any.
Obviously it's a troll. If you can't tell that.
All right, since you admittedly said you're trolling, how about I put you on mute? Takes care of that, doesn't it? They don't aspire to be more than just a troll, man. That's really sad. I don't know, dudes.
Yeah. It's interesting, though, that they have to troll our channel. So that tells me that we're getting free rent.
Man, when I was 16, I would have been all over this shit, man. Like I would have been so happy to have people to talk to about this sort of thing. And I would have talked about it seriously, just the way I do today. Like, I mean, I was pondering all the great questions, and if this question had ever been risen during conversations when I was 16, 17, 18, like 30, 35, 40 years ago, whatever, I would have been like, yeah, let's talk about this, yeah, for sure. Like, wow, it's mind-blowing.
Have you been checking this out for that long?
No, just things like of this
I was going to say, holy
in general,
snap and duck shit.
Like the big questions, right? I've been talking about the big questions for a long time.
Well, how's this? You've probably heard of them. The magazines, Nexus and New Dawn. I've been reading those on and off since I was 17. So I would be what we define as a conspiratard, and have been for a long time. So just to put that in perspective for a few people, I turned 47 this year. So yeah, I've been on and off looking into this kind of stuff, and always have been interested in this out there type thing. So yeah, for me, it just all fell into place. Like, I know some people were pulling their hair out. running around the block, jumping in here, abusing people, going off their head. But yeah, for me, it just all clicked and fell into place. It took about 3 weeks. But I'll tell you this now, I was doing laps, tracking across my lounge room floor, fair income. I don't know how I didn't wear a path into the boards because I was hitting it that hard. But yeah, I sort of took it all internally. I didn't jump in here and ripping people up. But I do now, so it's good. But hey, Jedi, how's it going, mate?
Good. You just reminded me how Australian you are. I haven't heard you say fair dinkum for ages. That made me spit my cold teeth out.
Sorry, you better get another one.
You're fine, man. You're good. How is everybody today? Good to see you. Like you're doing well.
Yeah, bloody oath from down the bottom.
How's it going, man?
Yeah, good, man. Good. What's going down? Anything exciting?
No,
we just had Alpha was having a bit of a gap there.
Yeah, and he was just saying how it's sad that like a lot of people just don't aspire to be anything better than just a troll. And you know, and I was just expressing how when I was a young man, you know, I was really interested in the bigger questions, and if this had ever been raised back then, I would have been all over it. I would have been, hell yeah, let's talk about this seriously.
I reckon the same thing. If I'd have come across Flat Earth when I was in my late teens, I'd have started gobbling it up straight away. I was quite into random subjects back then. I'd just become like a Christian and just started going off into like little random subjects and stuff. So my eyes were being open to like the wider world. And yeah, I'd reckon if I'd have come into Flat Earth when I was about 17, 18, 19, I'd have started lapping it up, like I said.
Yeah, I'd be with yous for sure. I'd own this shit. I just wish when I first heard of it back in like 2007, 2008, that I'd just started looking into it then. You know, like I'd be like Granddaddy Poobah of Flat Earth. That'd be great.
So has anything interesting been happening today in the last few hours? I saw Dogs or Gods were in here earlier, so I didn't bother coming in. That would have been a waste of time. But apart from that, anything exciting been happening?
Good morning.
Not really. We've had Booger Smoker was in here with his usual wrench in the gears type clowning around, but he said something silly and we had to throw him out. Fancy that.
It's the same shit, different day.
Yeah.
Of course it is.
I haven't heard Brian up the top speak yet, and I don't think I've heard King of Silver speak yet. I'm hoping King of Silver, you're a silver stacker. If you are, legend. Who else have we got? Nilor, I haven't heard that one speak. POS Aussie, I've heard you talk before. And the rest of the troublemakers, I know. Welcome everyone. Looks like the English shift is about to take over and the Aussies are about to put their feet up, or some of them. So I will hand it over to Jedi and he can round up the crowds and do his thing. Jedi, the floor's yours, mate.
Earth's flat, bitches. What are you going to do about it?
I love it. Straight into him swinging.
I mean, there's some interesting people around, names I don't recognise, like you said, Brian and whatnot. You got any questions, guys, or you got any points you want to raise, or positions you want to defend? We will oblige you, no problem at all. But introduce yourself, and bring up whatever topic that you want to do. the day is but young for me anyway. The Australians are going to bed. But I've got all the time in the world today. I've been busy. I've done my shit. The afternoon is yours. But don't make me waste my time. I get really pissed off when people waste my time. So yeah, anyone got any questions, comments, concerns, anything like that? Unmute yourself, introduce yourself, and let's disco. But I'm not going to sit here yabbering all day. I've got a cold pizza to finish.
Well, I'm done. Stick a fork in me. It's been grand. Sayonara, over and out. Ladies and gentlemen, I shall catch you all in the future. Please enjoy your day, whatever part of the realm you live on, or the pond. And I shall see you all in the future, or speak to you then. Peace, guys.
Welcome to 24/7 Flat Earth Discord. Gravity is not a force.
Hello, everyone. Anyone have anything to say? Do we have any globe believers in here? Take that silence as a no. So if you're listening to me talk right now and you want to get rid of this whole stupid flat earth thing, just provide a real world example of a convex body of water. We'll wait. Thank you. Okay, played the crickets. I heard them.
Good morning, y'all.
What's up, AG?
Same stuff, different day. Can't complain.
I'm just
Wouldn't
gonna
change anything if I did.
I'm gonna go ahead and assume that you personally don't have an example of a convex body of water in reality, correct?
I most certainly do not.
Okay, just checking.
Hey, I've been looking too, but it is what it is.
Water just doesn't do that. It's not our fault, is it? No.
I know, and you just can't make it do it either. It doesn't work.
Everybody's trying to argue with us. They should be arguing with water and nature and reality. It's just doing what it's doing anyway. We do have wide open phone lines here at the 24/7 Flat Earth Discord. If you would like to come in here and converse politely, civilly about the nature of reality, we have information to share. Back to you, AG, or silence, your choice.
Now would be a good time for some music or a few pre-recorded conversations where something funny happened or something that was really cool or memorable. That would be good. I'm not gonna monologue do any of that stuff. I'm actually gonna mute up for a minute. I'm still doing things here.
Well, if there's anybody that has the ability and wants to play some music, it's up to them. I mean, I'm not going to monologue either. I mean, I'm just here. You know.
Yeah.
Beautiful day in Midwest USA, sun's in the sky, whatever it is, and chance of thunderstorms in a few hours. But that just depends on which way the globe spins. Just kidding. So if there's anyone out there listening to me talk right now on whatever Rumble or let's just say that whole ether land or whatever's out there, the internet, you want to have a civil discussion about the nature of reality and the surface of the earth, come in here and discuss. Thank you.
Yo.
We said yo. Hello.
Hello.
Hello. Are you there?
Uh-huh.
What do I call you? Axel? How you doing?
I'm fine. What about you?
Doing pretty good. So, you joined the flat earth room, right? What's your opinion on the matter?
I mean, I was just here to, hear people's opinions, but personally,
Okay.
I don't know. I guess the Earth is round. Like, that's like, yeah.
Okay. Fair enough. You think it's round. Why do you think it's round?
I'll start with like those recordings from the International Space Station.
Okay. Can you verify any of those, or is that just something you saw on the screen?
Isn't from like NASA's like YouTube channel.
Okay.
Okay.
Oh wait, 2 sec.
So that's enough. That's enough evidence for you to prove that you live on a ball that's in motion. Have you ever thought about those two things?
Just
That's
slap a wide. All you got to do is slap a wide-angle lens onto a camera and send it up to a high altitude, and that's all this guy needs. He's good. That's all the proof in the world required.
Do you understand what we're getting at? The level of evidence you require to get to verify something. Do you understand what I'm saying?
I'm back.
Okay.
You didn't hear anything you said. Go ahead. Repeat, AG.
So your standard for evidence or proof or whatever is I could basically just take a fisheye lens, put it onto a camera, send it to a high altitude, record a video and send it to you, and you'll say, that's the curvature of the Earth.
Well, I don't know, man. It's just like,
Let me take you down a different line of questioning real quick, if you will indulge me, okay? Have you ever been to the beach? You ever been to a beach?
yeah.
Okay. You remember looking out over the ocean, and what does the horizon look like when you look out over the ocean and the beach?
Well, that depends on the weather.
I mean, does it look like it's curving, or does it look like it's kind of level and flat?
Well, I mean, the Earth is so large that like the
No, I'm
curvature like
asking. I'm
only
asking
goes.
you specifically when you actually physically are standing on a beach and you're looking out. What does it look like?
It
I'm not trying to prove anything. I'm just asking you a question. Go ahead.
looks like water going. Just looks like water. like going straight.
Okay, but can you at least agree that it generally looks kind of level and horizontal?
Yes.
Okay, that's all I was trying to get you to say. So when you wanted a little information, I'm going to give you a little information. I'll give you back to AG or whoever. But they tell us that this Earth is a certain size so we can measure to see if there's actual curvature. Do you understand what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So they give us a certain size, so the water has to be curving at a certain rate. And bodies of water, as far as we know, in reality, they just don't do that. A body of water at rest will lay flat and still. Like you start with a cup of water, then you go to a bathtub. You understand? You follow?
Not really.
Have you ever seen like a bathtub full of water? What's the surface look like?
It looks flat.
Okay. What about a swimming pool?
It looks flat.
Okay. Now let's go up to a lake. Have you ever been to a lake? Is the water going to lay flat or is it going to start curving?
It's gonna be flat.
Okay. So they tell us that we're on a ball that's actually in motion, but it's another different story. We're on a ball that's at least 70% covered with the substance we all know is water that's laying flat. So we have a 70% water ball. Does that make sense? A ball with 70% flat water.
Yeah.
Go ahead, AG or whoever else.
Yeah. Hello?
I'm still here. Did you understand my question?
Can you repeat it?
Would it make sense to you that we all live on a ball that is covered with 70%, at least 70%, depending on what you look up. Some say more. 70% of that ball is covered with flat water. How do you make a ball out of that? Just think
Well,
logically. Look, go
I
ahead.
mean, there's the Earth has like a pool that like pulls all the water like together in a ball.
Are you invoking gravity?
Yeah.
Do you know what gravity is?
It's something that and like every object has like a gravity, and the bigger the object is, the stronger gravity it has. Gravity pulls things towards itself.
I think that the definition would be better. You think that you could provide a definition for gravity?
Something
Like
that
what no, not off the top of your head, man. I'm asking for like a citation. What do you think the scientists believe gravity is? What do they say it is? Would be the question.
they
Let's
would
not appeal to ourselves.
they would probably say that it's something that pulls that pulls with a force towards itself.
Well, that version of gravity's been superseded.
Huh?
That's not applicable in modern science. Like the whole gravity as a force type thing. They regard gravity as being a pseudo force or a fictitious force.
I don't know what that is.
Like a fiction. Fictitious is fictional.
They're saying gravity is a fictional force?
That's what they say it is. They also say that it is a four-dimensional manifold. Well, space-time anyway, because gravity is the bending and warping of space-time, and they call space-time a four-dimensional manifold. That four-dimensional manifold is basically just height, width, depth, and time. It makes it sound more complex than it is, but all it is just that. Exactly just that.
I mean, I have a battery in front of me right now. This battery is like pulling me towards it, and I'm pulling it towards myself, but like very little.
You don't observe that occurring ever. Nobody has ever seen that happen
No,
though.
because
Not
it's
without magnetism.
but because like a planet is so like it depends on the size. Like 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 the Earth, for example, can like pull things towards it better than I can because it's so much bigger. And like yeah.
The point you're missing is that gravity is not a force. There's no pulling power to it.
Well, if I jump like the Earth, gravity pulls me down.
No, it is you who lifted you up. Then you're returning back to level within the medium because you're heavier than the air that you are within. So when you jump, it is you who lifted yourself up, and then you're just returning back down to where you were.
Well, what's making me return back down?
You, because you made yourself go up. Had you not done that, you would have remained down.
Well, if I jump up,
Oh, I
then
get it. Because here's why. Here's the issue. You've been raised into this heliocentric model, so you're trying to take a Pizza Planet space frisbee and put it into the heliocentric lore that you've already been given, and they're incompatible. It's kind of like putting a PlayStation game in an Xbox. Doesn't work. We're not saying that anybody's living on a Pizza Planet or space frisbee. We're saying you're on the ground. When you look up and you see things moving over your head, they are indeed moving over your head. And when you stand on the ground and you feel that it is not moving at 1,000 miles an hour, it is indeed not moving 1,000 miles an hour. You are correct.
Are you fucking serious?
But
Oh, welcome.
what
Do
was
you
I
have
gonna
something
say?
to say? I don't know. Some noob joined in and he was interrupting us, but that's okay.
What was I gonna say?
Yeah, I know. He derailed you.
I had something on my mind.
It's okay. Take your time, man.
I forgot. Doesn't matter.
No
So
worry.
so well, I guess I have a question. What do you think like the Earth looks like?
It's definitely Earth shaped.
Well, what shape is the Earth?
What shape is the heart? The heart. What shape is a tree? What shape is a lake?
A
You get what I'm saying, though, that these things are all kind of generally formless, yet have a form that's recognizable, but it's not what one would think. You can't just draw a
well, I
picture
mean,
of it, but you
you
can.
could. I mean, you can't. I can see a tree and draw the shape of that. I mean, if you
But,
what?
but nobody's ever seen the entirety of the Earth.
Well, I mean, if say you got on a rocket and you went up, like, and saw the curvature of the Earth, would you believe that it was a globe?
I don't believe in beliefs, and because of the existence of Snell's window, I would just assume that the same phenomenon happens at a higher altitude as well.
Well, I mean,
There's nothing that would convince. There was nothing that would make me believe in something. I want to know for sure, for certain, but there is nothing that'll make me believe. There are plenty of things. There are plenty of things that will cause me to know. Okay, but there's nothing that will make me believe in a globe. But there's plenty of things that I would, but I don't believe in beliefs anymore. You could say I'm a non-believer.
so that's like I'm always right and there's nothing that can prove me wrong, but there's only
No,
things
that's
that
not what
can
I'm
prove me wrong.
saying. It's more like I've been let down so many times that I have no reason to trust random strangers.
But like, if say it was the government of whatever country you live
Why
in.
would I ever trust somebody? Does declassified information or redacted information exist? So people who've legalized declassified and redacted information.
Declassified as in public?
Yeah, they've made it public, but it was classified at one point. And other things are redacted, and then you have classified information. But why would I trust professional liars?
What do you mean professional liars?
What is a politician?
A politician is somebody who wants, or I mean, is somebody who wants to change how, like, a certain subject about what their country is doing. That's what a politician is.
And how does that work?
It works via them getting into power, and then
Lobbyists, man. If you follow the money, it tells you everything. Just look at the lobbyists that they pay to do things. Companies pushing shit through. It's a big money game, man.
Yeah, I know money's everything, and there's a lot of corruption.
Exactly. And the love of money is the root of all kinds of evil.
Okay. Huh?
Sorry, I'm doing something. 1 second. Be right back.
Got a few people that just jumped in here, like Nate, Crud, Tommy. What's up, man? Nilaw's in here. Welcome to the room.
I'm so glad you're here, AV. I was ready to pass the mic. I got shit to do. I'll be right back, but thank you.
Yep. How you guys doing? We got BJ Millie. Welcome, welcome. Anybody else have any questions?
I think this guy here, he may have some more questions. He seems pretty chill. He hasn't spazzed out or anything, and he's been quite respectful so far. So, hope this is a good combo. I digress. I'm just grabbing something to drink real quick. That's all.
Yeah, so Axel, are you there?
Yeah.
So what brought you into this room?
I just wanted to like be in the background, like hear people's like opinions.
That's good. A lot of people have opinions about what the Earth is. We have a knowledge base as to what the Earth is. It's different than just an opinion. An opinion is something that someone can have, but not necessarily be something that's true. It could be like a subjective understanding of, like, let's say you like pepperoni pizza, right? I don't like that. But that's your opinion. You like it and you think it tastes good. That you can have an opinion, but it's not necessarily true. You get it?
Mm-hmm.
So we talk about knowledge in here, which is we understand that the Earth, as it is a horizontal plane. I mean, it has all the hills and valleys and mountains and stuff, but overall, the Earth is a horizontal plane. There isn't like this curvature that you think is there based on images that you've been given by these corporations. So we can test the claim that the Earth is horizontal by looking at something that gives us an indication if that's the case. So we can look at water. Water is horizontal on its surface. AG told you this earlier. Water is horizontal on its surface, and it doesn't matter how much you extend water, it will always be flat. So when water at rest is observed, it has a flat surface. You understand that?
But like there's a like difference between putting it in a bathtub and seeing it and putting it in a lake and like the entire planet if it's like
Yeah, I know. That's what I used to think too when I first came into this. That's actually what I challenged looking online for a while, and I didn't find the answer to. Is how is it possible that we have flat water and then all of a sudden, when you scale up to a large size, we get like the Earth as a globe? And the answer to that is that they don't know. They're using these ideas as gravitational attraction to being the reason why water does that. But physics of water always demonstrates that when water's at rest, it creates that flat surface on the top of it. And nobody can argue that fact. It's a simple fact of nature.
In the context of water, what do you think back in time, the Vikings, they sailed a lot, why do you think they said that the earth was round?
Well, which Vikings?
Danish Vikings, Norwegian Vikings.
Yeah, where was it said that they said that?
I heard something about them having written down that it was around.
No, I don't think they've said that. And I would challenge whoever told you that.
Well, I mean, if we find, for example, evidence that said that, this is just purely theoretical, if we find evidence that says that the Romans or the Arabs back then thought that the earth was round, what justifications would they have other than guessing that the earth would be?
Yeah, well, they can think about it being whatever they like, but it doesn't make the earth what they're saying it is. You have to go on the surface and test to see if there's any validation for what they're saying. Because let's just say, for example, you can make up an idea that we're, on the back of a turtle or whatever you say. It doesn't really matter. You have to test what's being said into reality. So, like when you go outside and you observe water being flat on its surface, and if they're saying that it's curving in any way, then if you can't test it to be curving, then it's not doing the thing that they're saying that it is, curving.
I mean, what do you think, their arguments would have been for them to
Well, it doesn't matter because a lot of people imagine that, like in old mythologies, right? Like that the planets were actually gods. Like, the names of the gods that the planets are, right? Jupiter, Mars, Venus. These are names of mythological gods. So they used to think that those gods were actually real and they were up there and they named them that. So just because, think about it. Just because they say those things doesn't make it true.
No.
So that's the problem that we have with those ancient people saying things. They can say whatever they want, but it wasn't true. It's just how they saw the world in their day.
Yeah, that kind of makes sense. Or that does make sense.
Yeah. So now we can sit down and actually think about the world around us, and we don't have to imagine that, all these mythologies are what's real. You know what I mean? We can actually have good discussions about reason and logic. And then we have science, which is a method that we can discover systematically of how the physical and natural world actually looks and test. We can test things in nature. And that's how we find things out. Science advances because we understand a lot more about the world around us. But the problem is people are trying to have these ideas, these stories, and the stories never reach a conclusion. They only give you an idea of what people are thinking. So I'll give you an example. If somebody says that the earth is a globe, right? And they're showing you pictures and videos and things like this. And then if you challenge them and you say, okay, how is it actually a globe? Did anybody measure this globe like at any point? And if they say, well, it's not measured, it can be calculated, but it's not measured, then we have a problem, right? Because things today can be measured, right? We have all kinds of technologies. We got lasers, we got LiDAR, we got all kinds of ways that we could measure over surfaces. So I would say this: why isn't it able to be measured, like actually measured?
Measured, well, if you Well, what do you mean measured? Like take a measuring band and putting it all around
Yeah.
the Earth?
No, I think that's a very simple way to think about it. You know, have you ever heard of LiDAR? Some of the newer iPhones have it. You can actually like use the camera and point it at something, and it'll show you the length of something and the height and all that.
I don't have an iPhone, so I don't know.
Well, there's technology now that has capability where it could actually do this. Surface features, like from aerial LiDAR imagery, can also show like mountain ranges and hills and valleys and such. So it'll show you like an imprint of a scaled version of the Earth from the sky. So you can use technology to actually bring out some measurements. So if the Earth was curving like they say that it is, we could measure it with technology.
Well, what do you mean, like going in a spacecraft and pointing the phone at the?
Well, not a spacecraft, just an aircraft.
Well, I mean, we can't go that high up. I mean, doesn't the Earth's alleged, should I say, because this is a debate, curve start like you have to go like very high up to see it?
Well, it's not about seeing it. Remember, we're talking about measuring it. So if the Earth is curving, you could measure it from the floor where we're standing on. So like all you need is
Well, I
distance,
mean,
right?
with a
So
laser, I mean, wasn't that there that experiment where guys stood like a long distance from each other and then pointed a laser, and then they had the exact same um like height of like objects that both things stood on, and they had a flat ground, and then one person put a laser through to and see if it came through the other guy's ring, but it was only when he lifted it up that it started appearing. So that means that he had went down.
yeah. So that okay, you're in school right now, right? I would imagine you are. Have you guys talked about Christopher Columbus?
I know he sailed to America. He sailed to Cuba.
Yeah, did they ever say that he was thinking that his ship was going to fall over the edge of the Earth because he thought the Earth was flat? Did you ever hear about that?
Nope.
They show images of like what people thought he thought of, and that he was scared to sail across the world because he thought the Earth was flat, and then there was going to be a place where the boats were going to fall off the Earth, off the edge.
Well, I mean, then why would he think that the normal route to India would be going right of Spain? Then why would he consider going left?
Yeah, no. What I'm telling you is that there was an idea that people said that he had about traveling the Earth, and that he thought he was gonna fall over the Earth over the edge. So they're giving you something to mock the idea. I'm giving you an example of what happens, right? They give you an idea of how to mock the flat Earth. So you're looking at it and you're laughing and you're saying, "Oh, Christopher Columbus, he thought he was gonna fall over the edge. That's funny." People used to think the Earth was flat a long time ago, but we know now that the Earth is a globe and it's round. So your mind is filled with ideas of how you can't even look about flat Earth. So the thing that you just told me right now is another one of those things. This is called Behind the Curve, the documentary that you didn't mention. That's what it's called. And there was a guy named Jaron, and he did a test where he was going to use a laser, but the laser didn't work. So they had a flashlight, and he just thought like, "Oh well, we're going to just shine this light through these boards." But the problem is, like, after he did that, because of the way the light spreads out from a flashlight, that he couldn't see it, through those boards. And so in part of the video, he said they clipped it out where he said, "That's interesting." And a lot of online people think that he proved that the Earth is a globe, when in fact that's not true. Because let's just say, for example, if that test that was done and he proved that the Earth was curving, Well, then the curving Earth was only a short distance away from what he was testing. So the Earth would be really tiny if he proved that the Earth was curving. Do you understand, Alex? Because he didn't use he didn't use a large distance. So if the Earth was truly indeed curving, like the way people think that it is, then they have to know that the measurements of the globe, of what they say it is, how big they say it is, the measurements, don't equal to what his test was. His test would have proven to be a really tiny Earth because he saw curvature right away in a short distance.
Well, didn't he switch to being a globe earther, you can say, after the experiment?
No, we know about this guy. He's always been someone who thinks that the Earth could be a globe, but he says that the Earth is flat, and some of the things that he says, but he doesn't really mean it because he doesn't know it. So he only thinks that it, like the things that he says on his in his podcasts and on his live streams, he says only that the Earth is flat in some ways, but I think the Earth could be a globe also, like because there's so much evidence of it, you know. So he's one of those guys that he doesn't really know that the Earth is flat. So
yeah, he just does it so for viewers, so he gets clicks. That's all.
Yeah, he's not a flat earther. Yeah. That's the guy that you just mentioned right now that did that test.
Well, I don't know. I just heard something about a guy doing that.
That was him. Yeah.
But the real guys that do it with lasers shoot 21 miles, 25 miles, 40 miles, 10 miles. The real people that shoot lasers, they get those kind of distances, not TV people.
I don't know how long that is. I'm not from the US. I don't know how much a mile is.
Well, I mean, it's easy to convert that over in Google. Just put miles to kilometers, and then it'll easily convert that over for you, so you can know.
Okay, I'll do that. Like that. How much did you say?
40 miles.
40 miles to kilometers. That is 64.3 kilometers.
Is that far?
That is far.
There you go.
And the interesting thing is too, is like these tests have been done, so that means that if we have where the laser started from, that's the point of origin. And then we have the distance it traveled to the target all the way there. And once it hit its target, then we know that the Earth in between is not blocking that laser. So we have a line of sight from the point of where it started to the point where it hit its target. So the Earth isn't curving, Alex. Remember you said Jaren had, or the guy who did that, you know, with the flashlight?
Yeah.
That debunked his little test. What that laser did, that traveled that distance and hit his target.
I don't know if I understand what you're
So
saying.
So the Earth is flat, right? But the laser test confirms that over a distance, the Earth isn't curving to block the laser from reaching its target. The Earth isn't curving like the way they're telling you it is. Otherwise, that much distance, the Earth would have gotten in the way of that laser beam.
I mean, I don't know. I haven't looked at a map of how. Wait, and actually, I think I had a page open about this. 0 to 10 kilometers. You can't see it with the naked eye, the curvature. 12 kilometers, just barely visible. 20 kilometers, visible with a trained eye. 30 to 40 kilometers, easily visible. 100 kilometers, crystal clear. it says that you can see the curvature of the Earth at that.
Right. So within a distance of 64 kilometers, it should have blocked the laser beam.
I mean height. I mean it says height. Oops.
Oh, height.
Yeah, I don't know what the.
Oh yeah, no, somebody got wrong. Neil deGrasse Tyson says nope. You can't see curvature. So whatever you read or found, they're wrong.
Sure. Gotta miss 2 seconds.
I'm gonna let somebody else take over. I gotta get back. So if anybody's here, we're speaking to Alex, fairly young child, but he's absorbing information. So just I guess walk him through it.
I guess good afternoon, Alex. How are you?
Hello, my name's actually Axel.
Oh, Axel, sorry, mate. I do apologise. That's my bad eyes. So, what questions have you got? I hope Alpha's obviously helped you a little bit, but he's had to run back to work. So, is there anything I can help you with?
I mean, the reason I joined was because I wanted to like hear people's opinions on things.
Okay.
So, like, this is like what I came for originally. Hmm.
So,
Yeah,
what
I
have you
don't
been told so far?
know. Like with water, no matter how long you stretch water, it's not gonna be it's not gonna curve.
Yeah,
And
yeah.
and and that what was it? I've got it right on the tongue. I can't remember. It's I'll remember it at some point. Just
No stress, mate. You take your time.
I don't know. I can't remember.
It's okay, mate. So, anyway, is there anything else you wanted to know or anything you wanted to ask?
Not anything on my mind.
Okay, buddy, no worries at all. Well, it might be an idea if you just sit back if you want to and listen to some other conversations take place, if there's nothing on your mind at the moment that you want to ask.
That'll work.
Okay, buddy. You have to excuse me as well. I've got some rather loud dogs in the background, so I might have to mute up if they get any louder. Well, I'm not far away. But good afternoon, guys. Hope everybody's doing well. Welcome to the 24/7 Flat Earth channel here on this lovely server. If anyone's got any comments, questions, concerns about the topic of the room, the Flat Earth, if you want to argue a position or if you want to raise a question, please feel free to unmute yourself, introduce yourself, and bring your thoughts forth. Like I said, these dogs are getting too loud, so I might have to mute up.
So what's up, man?
Hello.
You just chat?
Huh?
Are you new here?
Yeah.
What do you think the shape of the Earth is, man?
I just baseline, just like globe. But like, I'm not here to like debate it. I just rather
No, that's
sit and
fine.
hear people's opinions.
Yeah, no, that's fine. Hey, we can have a conversation, man. Why do you think the Earth is a globe?
Because that's the common narrative. That's like what's perceived as common knowledge.
Alright, so pretty much just what they taught you in school. Therefore, that's what you know, right?
Oh no, it's just like the base point. Like, I don't know, man. I don't have that strong of opinion because I don't know a lot about like the subject, so I'm trying to like hear people like what people think.
Yeah, but have you ever actually try to see was there actual evidence for it though? I mean, like, we all grew up there, man. We all grew up learning that the Earth was a globe. Everybody in here that's a flat earther.
I mean,
You know,
there, I mean, there's almost, I mean, for an argument, there's like almost always evidence for like both sides.
actually, there's none for the globe. There's no evidence whatsoever, other than stories, and that they teach you that, and then there's pictures you can verify. Actually, there's not even pictures you can't verify. There's only supposedly one picture that was taken that was far enough for the globe. Those other ones are actually composites and data and things stuck together based on a model. But how can you not you can't if we don't have somebody else perspective to validate that picture. So how are we actually gonna verify if it's true or not?
I don't know.
Right. So where they say that you can go where they say they took that picture, nobody else can go there. Only issue. That's pretty. It's like say I went to Narnia and took a picture of.
Well, you can take if you're like a billionaire, you can take like a ride on a rocket and like get a tour up there or something.
Nope, not even because where they say they go now, not even close enough to see the whole Earth as a whole.
I don't know. I mean, I have on my. Wait, let me see. They're like, yeah, like the NASA, they're like streaming it right now from the International Space Station.
Yeah, where they say they're at, they can't. They're not even. They have a fisheye lens, which makes it look like it's a globe. But they are. There's a mathematician, a planetarian, actually a guy that was chosen by NASA that when they were gonna do a Mars mission. Um, his name is Par Larson. Look him up. He's a director of a planetarium in New York. He says not even from the ISS you should be able to see the curve of the Earth. It should look flat.
What do
He
you
did the
like
math.
think? What do you think the Earth looks like?
I like as a whole, I don't know, but as the way we use it, the way it's measured, um, our observation on daily experience is that it's not, not a globe whatsoever. It's more like, especially water. Water, as always, it. If you look at it at a cup, in a pool, in a lake, in a beach, the ocean, always is flat and level, right? When there's no waves or anything disrupting it. When does it ever comfort, start looking like a ball? When does it ever look roundish?
I don't know.
Yeah, never. Water always seeks to be level. So no matter what you put under it, it doesn't take a shape of anything unless it's inside of a container. Right? So if you put it in a soda bottle, they'll take the shape of that container. If you put it in a inside of a ball, it'll take the shape of the ball. But if you put it outside of a ball, it would never take the shape of the ball.
I don't know if I understand that.
In other words, if you put water on top and let's say put a container, right? And you put the water on top of the ball, what happens to the water?
If you put it goes like on the top, it spreads out and then it starts going down. Like it depends on
Right.
it depends on how what I think it depends on the size, because some balls when you put water on it, it goes down at the point, at the middle point, it starts dripping, and other times it drips down at the it all gathers at the tip like icebergs and just drips from that.
Right, so it'll start dripping down. It never takes the shape of the water. No matter how you put a large body of water into the top of it, it'll always fall around it. Right? It will never stay on it. The only place, whatever you do, if you get water, put it anywhere, it always stays level and always tries to stay flat at all times. No matter, let's say if you have put a cup of water, you turn it sideways, the water goes to a level, stays level towards the center. Correct? No matter how when you twist it, let's say you have a large cup of water or a soda bottle, right? If you put water in it and the water stays to a certain level, right, where it stays the same height all the way through, correct? It will stay flat.
Uh-huh.
If you turn it to the side, it will still go to a flat. It will stay flat. It never takes a shape. You know what I mean?
Mhm.
The top of the water always remains flat and level. It will never turn into a shape. Do you understand what I'm saying? Not really.
I don't know. I don't know if I can
Let me see if I can get a picture in the chat for you can see what I mean.
but the what is it called? The gravity pulls the water towards it, so it evens it try to evens it out across
No,
the.
where have you ever seen this though? Look at all the pictures I posted
Well,
on.
do they have a very strong gravitational pull?
Well, I mean, that's what you've been told, but again, we've never seen that happen ever.
Well, because we don't have a thing that has that much gravitational pull.
So how is the water being pulled down? The gravity does.
By the Earth's gravity.
Um, again, they haven't demonstrated gravity to you. They just told you that's what happens. They have to tell you something happens in order for it to stay as a ball. But water never ever does that. Water never conforms to a shape. It always to the shape of its container, or it always relates flat and level. Like I just showed you on all those pictures.
Well, it's on that globe, that water is being pushed down by the Earth gravity. not by the plastic ball shown on the fountain.
Right, and you think gravity is the force that pulls down, right?
Pulls to itself.
Right. So what if I tell you that that is no longer the case according to their new gravity,
Well,
which is what Einstein's.
there's
Yeah, there's multiple gravities. There's Newton's gravity, which is the one you're talking about, which is the force mass attract mass, which supposedly the Earth has a pull of that pulls the water down. The one that is now the current gravity is no longer a force that pulls down. It's a bendy of space time. So you don't have a force that's able to pull down. It's an effect that they notice, but they don't understand. They don't know what the force is. What they're saying is the concept is that they believe is the bending of the of space time. Says of a fabric called space time, which both of them, space is a concept and time is a concept as well. So how does concept pulls things down?
how does what?
Concepts,
A concept is a concept.
right? It's something abstract, something that isn't real, right?
Well, if I have like a like let me
So let me give you something abstract that is not real. There's a concept, a fairy. And if I tell you a fairy is what holds the water down, would you believe me?
probably not.
Right. And that's exactly what they're telling you. Space time, you know, that those are two concepts. They're holding the earth down, the water down. So that's like saying fairies hold the water down.
Well, I mean, there's a difference between like, let's say a fairy magically does it, and having like in like something to state and a reasonable belief that it does like push down.
No, I mean that space is if we go for space, space is length, width, and height, right? So they're telling you the available space and the time, the fabric of these things are pushing things down. How is that reasonable?
Mm, Uh, I don't really get what you were trying to say there.
Yeah, they're concepts. They're concepts. They're not real things. They're abstract. They're not something that you could actually that's something that's concept can't react with reality. In other words, if I tell you one, two, and three are pushing stuff down, that those numbers are as concepts. They're abstract. They're not real because you can't give me a number one. Can you give me one?
Uh, one as what do you mean? Give you a
Yeah.
one?
Can you give me the one? Can you give me one or two? Those are concepts. Those
I
are
can give you
abstract things.
I can give you two soda cans.
But those are you saying the cans? Then now those are real things, real objects. But you can't give me two because that doesn't exist. You understand? Two is nothing by itself. It's just an arbitrary number, which has no physical thing on it. You understand? They're not real. There are things that we invented as a language to describe things.
Uh, huh?
Right. So
Use
two by itself without the soda cans aren't real. The number two by itself. You can't give me a piece of the number two or just give me the number two or the number one.
No, I
They're
can't.
right. So they're abstract. They're things that are not real on Earth. So time, you can't give me time, can you?
No.
Right. You can't give me space. If I ask you for, can you give me, you know, a block of space? Can you give me that?
Nope.
Right. So how are those things manipulating real things like water or you?
How is time manipulating me? I get older?
No, that's just age happens, right? You advance in age because of time, but because time's going by. Now, what I'm saying is, how is time holding things down or space? The concepts of time and space.
The concepts of time and space holding things down?
Yep.
Okay, can you repeat the question?
How are those things manipulate? Go ahead, Av.
Think about it like this. What do you think time is?
Time is a thing. Time is something that happens.
Like, well, describe it to me.
Describe time. The the clock turned from 2 to 3, and then an hour passed, and that hour was an hour of time.
So time is something that you don't see, but you pass through, right?
Uh-huh.
So it's a thought in your head of what you tell somebody else. You can't see the thing I'm telling you, but think about it like this: you're passing through time. It's like something you pass through. It's not something you see. Are you struggling with that?
I don't see time?
Do you see time?
No.
Okay. So you don't see time, right? So it's an abstract. It's a convention. That's what we use to tell somebody that something is like it's taking an amount of something, a passage of. So the passage is what it takes for you to actually have like an hour goes by or something. What do we use to what do we use to mark the passage of time? Well, it's easy to see that the sun is used for that.
No, we don't use the sun for that. That's what our ancestors did.
No, we do too. Yeah, we do too.
No, we use the clock.
The clock is based on the sun.
No, I mean if the sun stays up, it magically just stays in place. If 7 hours passes,
That's not true. Yeah, that's not true. That's not true. We got to stick to what's real, right? Stick to the real.
Well, I mean,
hypothetical.
I mean, it was, what is it called? 10. Would you consider that like early nighttime?
No, the sun demarcates the distance, or excuse me, the passage of time. So we set our clock to the sun.
Yeah, well, I mean, if the sun stays in place and 7 hours go by, we're still gonna say that it's night because that's what our clock say.
No.
Well, that
the sun doesn't stay in place. That's how we know time is passing.
well, I mean, I can see that time is passing by looking at the clock, as in.
Yes, but the clock is referencing the sun. The passage of time started with the sun, and then people started to use things like clocks to demarcate the time of the passage of the sun.
Yeah, well, if the sun goes down, that doesn't mean that we start saying that the day is 13 hours. We're still gonna say that it's 24 hours.
No, what you're going to do is you're going to wonder why your clocks are running fast. That's what's going to really happen.
I'm gonna wonder why the sun is standing in place.
And how would you know? What you're not going to use a clock.
You use the sun. When sun is overhead, it's noon for everybody.
Well, I mean, if if my clock tells me, for example, like I'm not gonna take one clock. If I look at like 10 different clocks and they all say it's 10, like say it's 2 at night, but the sun is bright up, then I'm gonna believe it's like, then I'm gonna believe either there's some malfunction in the clock or there's some solar event happening.
Oh, there you go. Clock, timeanddate.com use the sun. They don't use a clock, and that's where you get your time and date from.
So if it's 12 p, so if it's say it's 12 and then 12 in the 12 a.m. and then the sun just stops moving for 7 hours, does it stay 12 a.m.?
Technically, for the people under the sun, it is.
I'd never think that.
Well, good thing you don't have to worry about the sun just standing still.
I'd hope I don't.
No, you don't even have to worry about that. Because just by saying that, the sun moves. So there's one thing that you guys keep forgetting, that the sun is moving. In order for your sun to stop moving on a globe, the earth would have to stop spinning, right?
Or this, yeah.
Yeah. That's not going to happen on a globe or on flat earth.
Well, I'm confused. Are you saying the earth doesn't spin?
Oh, the earth is flat and stationary. Doesn't move.
So the sun moves around it?
Yep. Sun moves overhead.
That's how you experience it. I mean, I'm pretty sure you probably don't touch grass, so you probably haven't noticed the sun moving.
Well, yeah, just so the premise is time. He wanted to find out what that is, and also space. So he wants to figure out, like, from the idea that gravity is causing things. So we're just giving them the idea of what time is, and it's an abstract, so it's not something that's physical that you can manipulate. So just giving him the idea.
Yeah, we don't have to talk about space-time at all, because that's just pretend and made up. Because I have debunked space-time holding things to the ground.
Fucking flies.
Especially water and air. Huh? I've debunked space-time holding water to the ground.
Right. First, he thought that gravity was the force, and this is what I told him, that's no longer the thing. And then the Neath made up thing is space time.
Yeah, that's just made up.
I don't know.
Well, let me help you out. So if space-time, let's see, how can I put this one? The space-time hold, oh boy. All right. So you know how water sits in a cup on your table? So we're going to say space-time holds that water down, right, from floating away?
My glass holds it from floating away.
So gravity doesn't hold water down?
Yes. If
Nope.
I throw water in the air, it's gonna come down.
Great. So now that water sitting in your cup is sitting in your cup because gravity's keeping it there, right?
I mean, if there wasn't gravity, I mean, it could just be sitting there, other than like an external force. For example, like if I blow into it, then it could, if there's no gravity, then it could start going up.
Oh, I'm glad you said that. So, since I own a vacuum chamber, I'll debunk space-time and mass attracts mass. Both gravities I'm going to debunk. So, I do own a vacuum chamber, and I do own a glass of water. So, the water's sitting on my table next to my vacuum chamber, just sitting there doing nothing. And I put it in my vacuum chamber, and I turn on the vacuum pump, which starts sucking the air out, right? Creating a vacuum in my vacuum chamber. Lower pressure. When I do that, the water turns into gas and leaves the vacuum chamber also. Was not held down by space-time or mass attracts mass gravity. It was air pressure holding the water down. Yeah. Anybody can do this. They just don't explain that to you. They want you to think of other things than reality, what happens when I do that.
I mean, I don't know if I understand. I mean,
So, air pressure, air pressure.
10 minutes. I have to go in like 10 minutes.
Okay, air pressure is keeping the water in a liquid form in the cup, not gravity. It's air pressure. Because when I remove the air pressure, the water turns into a gas because it doesn't have air pressure pressing down on the water anymore. So it turns into a gas in the vacuum chamber and then leaves the vacuum chamber. And then an hour later, the vacuum chamber is completely dry. You would think there was never water in there in the first place. And it's gone forever. Just goes away into the air, back to the clouds.
Yeah, because it evaporated.
Huh? Yeah, gravity didn't hold it down. It's air pressure.
Well, doesn't
You need air pressure so it doesn't do that.
Do we have air pressure on the Earth? I don't know. I don't know.
Yeah, 14.7 psi at sea level. Yep, pounds per square inch. That's how we read it. I don't know what you guys read.
I'll pound you. But
anyway, yeah, that's a normal standard. Changes with elevation. Decreases in pressure the higher you go.
I don't know. I
no,
gotta
you've
go.
got that wrong. Decreases in pressure, right?
I gotta go. Y'all have a day.
And that's that. All it takes is for them to realize that something's wrong, and they will definitely stop thinking about it for a minute.
So what side are we on, boys? Are we flatties or not flatties?
Well, you were in here yesterday, weren't you?
No.
Oh, yeah, you're a flat earther, and
Me?
there's nothing you can do about it. Yes, you.
You and everybody you know and love.
I'm not a flat earther.
Everyone's a flat earther.
You are
Whether
a
you
flat
like it or
earther.
not.
You can try to deny it all you want, but you can't deny it.
You go look at the horizon right now and tell us that it's curved. Go ahead. Go look at that horizon and try and say it's curved.
Mate, that's because it's locally flat.
Yeah, it remains flat no matter what altitude you reach either. It never
No,
curves.
we live on a surface.
It doesn't curve at 65 miles up, there's still no curvature. How do you explain that? Listen, at 65 miles up, there is still no curvature. How do you explain that?
Mate, I've never been... No, if you go on a plane, you can see curvature.
You most certainly cannot.
I'm going on a plane tomorrow. I'll take a picture.
I assure you that you didn't, and if you get on another plane and go to try and look for it again, you will not find it. You did imagine it, though. I believe that. You did.
Hey,
but if you look at the windows on the plane that you're sitting in while you're still on the runway, any curvature you thought you saw, you certainly didn't.
If I'm on the runway, I'm not going to see any curvature because I'm at the surface.
Oh, you will. You'll see. That's the point, because it's in the windows.
Okay, mate, I'll have a look. As I said, I'm going on a plane tomorrow. So.
Yeah, just, you know what? Record a video if you want. You want to try and debunk flat Earth and find some curve? Record a video of the curvature of the Earth for me from a plane. That would be cool.
I might do.
What kind of plane are you going on?
What type of plane?
Yes.
That's a good question.
Is it a single engine Cessna? Is it a 500 passenger jet? What kind of plane you going on?
Man, well, I mean, I don't own a single person plane, do I? I'm going on a commercial airline.
How would I know? We get pilots in here.
Oh, fair enough.
You're a flat earther. You know that.
What do the pilots say?
Earth is flat and stationary, because if the runway was moving while they were trying to land, they would just crash into the woods or into a building next to the airport.
Hello. I need to sell. You bosh.
So, what is your best proof for a globe aside from high
His best
altitude
proof is
observations?
to leave the. His best proof was to leave the chat.
Oh, he just left? Fuck. Okay.
Yeah. Some people like to let them dance for an hour or two and not bring up facts straight up with them. And when I do, it seems like their stomach hurts and they leave.
They get sick and run away. I don't like this ride. Let me off the roller coaster. It's because you can collapse their entire worldview with a vacuum chamber.
I'm thinking about shooting a new video, possibly tonight.
That'd be cool. More OC. "2025 needs more original content from everyone here, really."
I just have to make sure that nothing I'm using in there can dox me.
Yeah.
Well, people where I work would recognize stuff and they would go, I know that voice.
That's true. You'd practically have to create an entirely different location to do exactly what you would want to do there, and then have a voice changer in order to maintain anonymity. I can't fucking say it. To be anonymous.
Oh. Our stuff is worldwide, so I can't hide from that.
There's a reason it's hard for me to form certain words, but I digress. It has nothing to do with my fucking brain. It's more like muscles. Helio, I would love to hear that kind of cover. If you made that as a cover, that'd be freaking awesome. Anonymity. Close enough.
Anonymity.
Yeah. And an enemy? No, let me quit.
Anonymity.
I know I'm being retarded on purpose. I'm making fun of myself for not being able to properly pronounce certain shit because it makes me sound retarded. But it is what it is. Welcome, wand number 2. All right. Y'all keep kicking ass. I'm getting discharged. I'll be back in a little while. Stay blessed and watch out for zombies.
Any Globers need to take a triangle test today?
What's up? How do you guys like that flat tag? Kind of cool. Most of you guys have it. Anybody here? No? Nobody wants to talk. You literally can prove the globe thing. You can prove it right now.
All right, now you're gonna get people fighting you. Look at you. Everybody's just trying to relax. And you're trying to start a fight.
I just want to get somebody to talk.
Yeah, I know.
There's never been any people in that Flat Earth Discord when we have the tag from.
I don't know. I don't know what it's. It's just popping up on the internet. I don't really know. Maybe they're trying to round it. Maybe the government's trying to round it. Maybe the internet government's trying to round everybody up. I'm not sure what it is.
Internet government's trying to round each other up for what?
I don't know. I just don't know what it's all about. It's asking everybody to put a label on themselves.
Well, it's kind of cool because it's like it shows that you're a flat earther if you want to. Shows what you believe, kind of thing. Like right away.
Yeah, like it is more organized when everybody can just show their papers. You know.
Yeah, because in here especially, it's like you don't have to ask which one's a flat earther or which one's trying to debunk it. You just know by that tag. I'm assuming you wouldn't have a tag if you're a glober.
Is that what it is? See, that's what I'm saying. Now you're all thrown off. What's your what's your flat Earth proof?
I don't have one. I'm just saying that the tag, the flat tag there says people's names. That comes from the Flat Earth Discord. Just,
very, very perceptive.
There's never any people there when I go there. Like there's nobody in BC or anything.
All right, I guess they're here waiting for you.
Yep. Or are you a frequenter of this BC, or are you just here randomly?
No, I come in pretty often. I hear people try to put together like some kind of globe argument or flat argument.
What are you? What's your position?
Well, that the Earth, the dirt, the trees and stuff does not conform to a sphere measurably.
Oh, you're a flat earther. Okay, that's cool. I heard something like a couple weeks ago about the main consensus with flat earthers when it comes to gravity is like there's an acceleration upward, and then that's why things stick to the ground. Because it is true. I mean, you get when you have acceleration upward, and you would have the same effect as gravity if there was
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, I don't know if there's like a you could. What you're going to need is you're going to need, some sort of interaction of one thing, or it's just going to be relative. Like you've heard of this whole, motion is relative, like arguments.
Well, yeah, it's
like
relative to your thing. Like, for example, the Earth apparently is moving like around the according to that model, their model, whatever globe model, it's moving around the sun at like I think 12,000 miles an hour, something like that, and then we're rotating at that a really fast speed as well, and then the sun's going through a galaxy and so we're actually moving like hundreds of thousands miles per an hour, right? But we don't notice it because everything else is moving at the same speed. And in a very strict sense, absolute speed, we're like hundreds of thousands of miles per second kind of thing, or even more than that, tens of thousands per second. And that's an absolute sense. But in relative sense, we're still.
Yeah, you're saying. Yeah, I mean, these are all just make-believe things, I guess. But in general, so now motion is relative or it's absolute, and then how do you determine the absolute frame?
Yeah.
To measure motion within.
It seems that motion would be relative, as in like if you're on the subway or something, and there's no windows, you don't know that you're moving. If there's no rattle if there's just a very smooth track or something, you wouldn't know. So it has to be. Apparently, it is relative. But then you have to look outside to see if it's absolute.
Is that true? Is that true?
Well, the thing about motion is that you can only tell if it's motion based on some other thing.
Right. So now, so that would be like the basic part of it, and that would just be to say, you said, I don't know, these guys are saying everything's moving up. I mean, or Earth is moving up, or whatever. If that's just a imaginary reference frame that they're using to say, well, this thing. I mean, if everything is moving up, then what are they using to determine what's up and down?
Well, yeah, there'd have to be some sort of. Let's say there's some flat surface somewhere floating around in space. Have to be some sort of like propulsion underneath it, to propel upwards, and then you'd have the same effect as gravity. That's if you think of gravity as acceleration, and not just some other thing or something.
I don't even know what people mean when they say gravity anymore. I have no idea what you mean.
Well, I have my own personal belief of gravity because I believe
everybody has their own. That's what I mean. There's no this, and then you can ask somebody to define it, and then it'll be fun to listen to. They have their own personal ideas of this.
Well, I don't know. It's my own personal. I believe in general relativity, and how they describe gravity. My own personal belief.
Which is what? How is it described?
It's actually very interesting. Gravity is actually time dilation, where the curvature of space-time.
Hey Mobius, 1 second. I'd just like to add, it's not your personal belief. It's a belief propagated and given to you, and so you're consuming that belief. So it's not your belief.
Exactly.
It's the belief that. Yeah. So just want to make it correct. It's not yours.
Right. I mean, it's mine, and I get it from the Einstein's thing. So then that belief is what that whole model is what I adhere to. Even though I haven't studied the equations, I just believe it. For whatever reason.
That sums it up, doesn't it?
Yeah. No, I mean, I just take it as a given, and maybe there's some other thing, some other theory of gravity that will come up, and Newtonian gravity, we're just like, okay, we'll throw that out the window.
Well, no, hold on. Pump the brakes, dude. Okay, how do you, if you think, was it, you said time dilation. Gravity is time dilation.
Yeah.
How do you explain black holes?
Well, thing is, I'm not sure exactly, how time dilation works. It's the way it's described to me in that sense. It makes the most sense to me. It's the most interesting. If you think about it that way, because to say that curvature of space-time causes things to fall down and stick to the Earth.
How was it described to you? Let's hear how it was described to you, so how it makes the most sense. Tell us.
Well, I mean, it's the most interesting idea. Obviously, you know, it on the surface, it doesn't really make sense to see how could time make things stick to the ground? But
Mobius, you're a hot mess, bro.
What?
You're a hot mess.
Oh, I'm saying that on this YouTube video, I'm going according to this YouTube video, and
don't do that.
Well, you know, it's like for me, I mean, I haven't studied it. It seems kind of not so much intuitive. It's just interesting, right? And but I don't understand it too much. But apparently, like, if gravity is not this Newtonian mechanical force, and now it's this curved space-time thing, that's what it is.
How about this? What did Einstein call Newtonian gravity? What he labeled it. He said it was what?
Apparently it's just space-time curvature that's not too curved or something.
No, he called it a spooky action at a distance.
No, that was something different.
No, that was
quantum entanglement.
That's how he described Newtonian physics or Newtonian gravity.
No.
He described it as spooky action at a distance.
No. He described a quantum entanglement as spooky action at a distance, not Newtonian mechanics. It's a famous quote of his, but it was not referring to Newtonian mechanics. It was this notion of entanglement, where if you have a spin up, spin down situation of like two particles, like photons or whatever, if you know this, and if you don't know the spins of each one, and they're both in a box, and you check one, you know, at a certain time, and then like another person has another box, like billions of miles away, and that changes instantly. If you check your box and it's spin up, then the other one's automatically spin down. And if you check yours to spin down, the other one's automatically spin up. There's some sort of spooky action at a distance that correlates the two. That's what he was talking about. It's this a violation of Bell's inequality thing, where there's non-locality. It's a non-locality he's talking about. Non-locality is the spooky action distance, which he was kind of, I'm not sure if he believed it or not, but to him it was just really weird. It was not talking about gravity. No. It's not what happened there.
No, he's talking about gravity as a causal agent, not the effect.
No, he was talking about gravity when he made that statement. It's a separate thing. Okay. But in terms of like the new version of gravity, okay, when it comes to space-time, it's a lot less intuitive than Newtonian's force thing, right? Which kind of makes sense. You're like, oh, it's a force. It's, you know, dropping the apple to the ground kind of thing, right? Then if it's like curved space-time, it's like, whoa, what's going? You can't even visualize that, right? And then so it's hard to say, okay, why does like a rock or whatever hit the ground just because the space is curved, right? Then like, I know I just saw this one YouTube video. It kind of made sense to me as to the reason why there's curvature close to the Earth is because you're turning into, like, time dilation allows the curve of the rock going down or something, because space is turning into time, or they're like the time is kind of going into space, or one of the two. Okay, and then
sounds like you're a flat earther. Are you saying that the Earth is flat, right? But
no. No, I'm saying that
in a different time, in a different place, it would curve it if you remove yourself from that reference frame. Is that your new idea?
No, it's the because in a gravitational body, I mean, if in a piece of matter like the Earth, if it's big and massive enough, you have this curvature of space-time according to general relativity, right? And that curvature is what makes things fall to the ground. But it seems that like the gravity effect.
The real simple thing I was asking you, is the Earth actually curved, like the physical matter, or is it the space?
No, it's both. It's both.
Oh, both. Okay, so not curved space. The physical matter is curved.
Yeah, the physical. No. The matter itself is just there. It's in a ball shape. Okay, and then you have the space around it is curved, and that curvatures cause things to fall, right? But the force of gravity itself, it seems that it has to do with the concept of time being different in a gravitational field versus what's above it. So, and when it comes to the GPS satellites, right? The reason why they're so precise is because they take into account general relativity, and take into account that time is slower on Earth versus around the Earth, and the satellite it's faster, right? And this little time dilation.
So what time can I see? Can I see that? At what time could I see that be the case? Like, would it be slow? Would it be slower at the same time as I'm standing here, or at a different time?
It's slower, like a trillionth of a second. I'm not sure exactly how much, but very slow.
If I exist right now, and it's also slower somewhere right now, time.
Yeah, it's slower here versus like if you had a clock, for example, and they measured this.
Yeah, I'm just asking. The moment of now is in a different time. At the same time in this YouTube.
No, I'm talking about the see what's happening is when you slow down time, it's the time of causality. Like if you have your watch and all these components kind of going through cause and effect of the watch, it's slower. So if you compare the two clocks, one in the orbit and one on Earth, if you bring the satellite down and compare the clock will be faster. The watch will be a little bit faster.
Is that because so the physical interaction, like some sort of resistance is occurring, not time? You're saying like if I shoot a gun in water, it's going to go slower. Time didn't actually slow down. It's just interacting with something that's resisting its motion.
Because time is pretty much just like motion, like change of the stuff. Okay, like a clock is just as it ticks, it changes position. It's change of the components, right? As they like.
Right, yeah. So it seems like it seems that you're. That's what I was asking. Like, because it seems like you're conflating time as the concept, right, of the passage of time with the physical interaction of materials, and them being slower.
No, I'm not. I'm saying that, like in this new view of time, there's something happening within space-time where time occurs, but the object.
Right. Maybe just let me ask you that. What is time? Can you define time?
Well, I mean, time is, as Aristotle said, change. Like you would not, if there was two rocks, let's say, okay, they were completely identical from one time to the next. There's no way you could tell that anything changed. Something has to change in the rock to say that time passed.
Right. So if it was the case, right? If it was the case, I mean, I don't know if I agree with that. Like, if it was the case that all rocks cease to exist, right? There's no more rocks. Like, if all humans, the Earth is gone, everything is gone, then that will be the time when there's nothing there.
Yeah, there's no way to measure time without objects changing. You need an object to change, then you have time.
But the time is still existing. It's just there's nothing there to measure.
Not in the Newtonian view, where it's only change. Without change, there's no way to say there's like some other time thing there, and then and so two rocks that are identical, two things that are identical, are different because one is different in time. There's no way.
That's just how you quantify it. I'm asking you you're saying. Well, I'm quantifying the passage of moments through physical interactions, and I'm calling that thing time. But then you went and said, well, that's not what I mean.
Oh, I'm saying that, okay, if you have two watches, for example, okay, in the Newtonian view, and they have the exact same states, then there's no way you could tell the difference. You'd have to say, okay, some sort of change from one moment A to moment B, where the second changes position. Then you have a change there in the structure of the watch. Then you could say, okay, something happened, and then
that sounds kind of ridiculous, because it's almost like saying if I have an ice cube in my freezer and it never and it just sits there, everything's frozen, then time does not exist within my freezer. That just kind of sounds kind of ridiculous because there's no change.
Yes, that's the view. That's the view of Newtonian mechanics. Okay, but thing is, when it comes to like general relativity, apparently time is a thing now. It's a real thing within space.
What is it? Yeah, what is it? That's what I'm asking you. So, because it can't be just my ice cube in the freezer is time. What are you saying?
Well,
what are you saying? Because you said time holds things down. So like, what is it? What's time?
No, I mean, when it comes to what time is in this new view, it's a very strange thing that's different than the conventional views. My view of it is that you can still have both rocks that are the same, no change, okay, because of this weird thing called time. But if they exist in the space-time, then you could say that, okay, there's the two rocks can have different configurations based on how they exist in that space-time. If the space-time is curved, then you have a different situation. That's just the way I look at it. Because
all right, so now we don't. All right, so we'll skip over time, I guess, right? Because we haven't been able to define that one. So then space. What is that? Is that the absence, or is that something? Is space?
Well,
something
space,
or nothing?
apparently it's a field. Like it is. Like the space time, you can't really say space besides that's separate from time. It's just space time.
Well, you couldn't really define time very well, like in this other new.
It's hard.
Yeah,
it's very, very hard. It's like the conventional notion of time is not correct, and this new version is even harder to pinpoint. Okay, and but apparently it's a thing because time dilation is a thing with the satellites, the GPS satellites, where the clocks do operate slower on the surface. If you believe that side of thing, right?
Yeah, I don't know if that's the case. Through a cesium atom that has like an emissions of photon when you apply energy to it. I mean, if you put it in water, maybe it slows down. I don't know. But you're claiming something not physical, right? You're claiming non-physicality affecting physical.
No, the space-time is a field in which other matter fields occur inside of. Okay.
Okay. What's it? What is it? A field. So what is it made of? Is it made of anything?
Well, that's the thing. It's just you don't know what it is. It's just a field, space-time field, and that's the theory.
How many people do you think are going to swallow this? That time is undefinable, and space undefinable, but the field is just almost undefinable because it's a field that consists of nothing. How many people do you think are going to grab onto this?
Lots. This is what I'm not describing a thing that I believe, something that people believe or I believe. It's what I'm describing is general relativity. Okay, according to this thing, you can think that thing is not, it's just a math line. General relativity creates this picture of space-time, four-dimensional space-time. Okay, the fourth being time. They're together and glued together. You can't separate one from each other, and that apparently is what things or matter exists inside of. Apparently, according to the theory, not some universal
truth.
truth.
Like some esoteric, I don't know, yippity stuff. That the key to everything is the nothingness of space and time. I mean, that has no locality and has no physical attributes. But is
It's the thing is you have to understand. You have to debunk a theory. You have to study the theory and see. Okay, it's not correct.
Or I could just use a vacuum chamber and debunk your theory.
But the thing is, I don't know how you'd be able to debunk general relativity.
Yeah, you can't. Listen, you haven't even defined it. How could you why would it be my responsibility or Radwin's responsibility to debunk a theory that has no physicality and no, there's nothing to prove? Isn't it your responsibility to prove the nothingness?
Well, it's just that it seems that there's nothing there, and there is when you debunk the ether, there is no ether in space, and that was debunked by the Michelin-Morley experiment, whatever. But so there's no ether, but there is apparently the space-time. Not there is some universal truth. No, according to this theory. I'm only talking in reference to the theory. Okay, that's what the theory claims. There could be something that comes around to say, okay, general relativity is garbage because of some thing that's inconsistent. That's fine. Okay, but I'm just saying that according to the theory, that's what it says, and that's what most scientists believe in. This theory. Okay?
Can they define?
According to this, I'm not making a truth value here. I'm just describing what it says.
But you're saying that it's true.
No, I'm not saying. No, I never said that. I never said that. I said that's the theory.
Okay,
and I tend to believe it. I like it, but I'm not making any truth claims here. All I'm saying is I like the theory. Period.
Yeah. Is it anything that you can? Is it anything that you can prove?
No.
No.
I don't know. I don't know the theory too much. I know like maybe 10% of it. I'm trying to describe it, but that's apparently the paradigm. Prevailing paradigm of time is the space-time four-dimensional thing that we exist in. And the reason why the globe is such, this globe thing, is because it has to conform to the space-time, right? And in a gravitational field, like when matter makes its gravitational field, it kind of curves in on itself, and then you make the globe.
So is the field? The field is it? What is it affecting?
The field, it's affecting matter.
Okay, now the matter. That's is that also is that contingent on the field, or is the field contingent on the matter?
That's an interesting question. I'm not sure exactly their view, but it's apparently if you have matter there, then you just have curved spacetime around it. There's this one adage. It's that they use when describing this. It's like matter shows space how to curve, and space shows matter how to move, or something like that. According to theory, again,
this is like almost like a theory of the Trinity you got going on, then, right?
Well, not really. It's just you have matter there, and then just curve space-time, just curves it, and then other bodies around it will just kind of go around this curve, like and revolve around, like the moon around the Earth or something. But the moon itself has its own gravitational field, curved space-time thing, according to the theory.
You just
it's a weird theory. It is a weird theory.
You're passing stories on to us. I know. I like it. It's fun to pass stories around, but that's not true.
I know, it's such a silly thing, but
no, I never said it's true. I'm just telling you about the theory. According to the theory, that it's this curved spacetime is the thing, even though I can't describe what it is. And just like all fields, like for example, the electromagnetic field, it's hard to describe. They say it's a field. Even atoms, for example. Atoms apparently is 100% empty space. Like they're made of electrons, which are point particles. They have no size, literally, and you don't need the size in the equations.
So they're not real. Then.
Equations.
So they're not actually real.
Yeah, apparently, they have no size. It's not
so they're not real.
Well, they are real, but they have no size. It's weird. It's really weird. That's why fields are weird. Trust me. Like when it comes to if atoms are empty space, okay, which is literally 99.99% empty space. If you shrunk yourself down to the size of an atom, and the atom was like the size of a football field or a football stadium, then all the mass, like 99.9% of the mass, according to quantum mechanics, would be in the size of an apple seed in the middle of the field, like literally like tiny. And even if you say all the space is there, so it's 99.999% empty space, you're wrong. Because inside that little apple seed is also empty space. Because quarks, which live inside there, quarks and gluons, are point particles as well. Just like atoms, just like electrons, which have no size. And it's like there's nothing there. It's like, okay, what's a field made of? It's nothing. So apparently, all matter is empty. Your brain, made of matter, is empty. And so that's the field. So if you think the gravitational field being empty is weird, how about matter fields? They're also empty. So these theories are just weird. And so it's like the more you know about it, the harder it is to digest. So, it kind of makes you think, okay, do we perhaps live in some sort of simulation? And I believe in simulation theory. Things like
brother.
But I'm saying I believe in simulation. That I don't believe I'm in a simulation, but it's just that once you figure out the weirdness of all these different things, it's like the simulation is not too far fetched, right? But like again, I don't believe in it. But then you have this other theory.
At what point, since you figured out it's all weird and shit, at what point do you say those guys are just making up stories to get me to believe in the globe?
Well, sure, I'm willing to entertain such a thing. In the same way, I'm willing to entertain like some other thing, like it's a simulation. There's no evidence it's a simulation, but apparently there is some evidence to say that the Earth is flat. Because when you look outside, it's flat, and that's what you see. So, in a very strict sense, where like imagine if you just got dropped on Earth without no knowledge of anything. Okay, what would you see? Just with your eyes, you'd see flatness everywhere, and then. Some people may come around and be like, oh, this is really a globe. But then if that person needs evidence, because that's just how he is, then you wouldn't believe it, right? But if you just go with what you
So
see,
in your simulation theory, how come the Earth is flat?
I don't have a simulation theory. I didn't say I said it's something that I could entertain because it's not that weird compared to like other things, reality, which is weird. To me, it's very, 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 very unlikely I'm in a simulation, but it can be discounted, right? And when it comes to Earth being flat, that's not as unlikely. But it could be a thing. I haven't been in space. I don't fucking know. I don't believe the news. I think 99% of the news is fake, to tell you the truth. And or not 90, like maybe 90%. And so I don't believe in the news, and people always make fun of me all the time saying I don't believe in the news. And then so that's the whole thing with me. And so I don't know who the fuck to believe. I mean, I can't make claims that the Earth is round unless I go up and see it.
Okay. So after all that you said, can I ask you a question or a couple questions?
Sure.
Okay. Would you agree that all you've done was tell us a story that is pretty much mathematical constructs? Would you agree
Yeah,
to
apparently.
that? Okay. Yeah. And then what do you understand that mathematical construct is just equations, but they don't exist. They're just an equation, they're a formula, but it doesn't exist in reality. Like, for instance, you can't show us time and space bending. We don't see that. You're saying we see that, but only mathematically. Therefore, again, it doesn't exist in reality. It's only a formula. Would you agree?
Yeah, of course.
Okay, and now third, do you realize how the more you spoke in trying to explain it, the more you introduce things that don't exist or that are invisible, and don't you realize like this is why the story falls apart, because you're adding all these invisible attributes that no one can falsify, prove, deny. Like, it's just a story. You get that, right? I'm just making sure that you're okay. And then
Well, it's a mathematical story. Yeah, it's a mathematical story on paper.
And lastly, I just wanted to say, what you're doing is just all philosophy, dude. Has nothing to do with reality at this point. It's just a philosophical ideology of a construct that for some reason people we've all learned it. We've all went through this, the curriculum in school, but for some reason there are people that still hold on to that story. Therefore, the Earth is a globe. Therefore, heliocentrism is my reality. Therefore, the Earth can't be flat. So I just wanted to walk you through that and just kind of point it out. But thanks for answering. I'll mute up.
Yeah, and but it's not just the globe. There's many other conjectures that people make based on these math stories, right? And the thing is, what a lot of people you do to prove these physics theories is say, okay, well, it corresponds with experiment. Say, okay, the map kind of maps onto the terrain, right? And then you have a relationship there. The thing is, the whole thing about experiments is that they're very iffy. Like there's a lot of books out there to kind of debunking experiments, and it's like they're kind of biased, and like you don't really know what's going on. If you tell the public, "Oh, this experiment matches the equations," people have to take that at face value. I mean, just believe you, take it for granted. But like when somebody says this equation matches the experiment, I'll have to see what's going on really there. Analyze it myself and say, okay, is it where you're just kind of pushing the equation and making the results match the equation kind of thing, right? Because that's what gives the equations credence, right?
Well, okay, go ahead.
No, I'm saying that's when people can't just tell me, oh, the experiment matches the equation. I mean, just like it's just conjecture, and people could just be saying that just so the experimenter company gets more funding or something. You know what I mean?
Okay, so just real quick, so instead of funding experiments that we try to reproduce in Middle Earth or Narnia, well, how about we just take observations in reality, and then that way that money isn't wasted on these mathematical constructs, that lead us nowhere other than to prove themselves. Circular reasoning going on over there. um and then they just like stamp it like, oh yeah, look at it, we spent the money, we did these experiments, which aren't experiments because it's all pseudoscience. But in the side chat I posted some observations, or an observation, and this debunks the globe, a story, if you will, because there are, now that this argument has been, beaten to death at this point, there's certain measurements that need to be in place for this place to be a globe, for your side of the conversation, I guess, or for a glober side, I guess you can say. And this debunks that. So we don't need to go into experiments of Narnia. We don't need to experiment on things that are invisible and conceptual. But we can do is take observations, and then this should be, I would say, this should be a better starting place instead of running off into the weeds of pseudoscience, claims, which is pretty much all that you just said earlier. But do you see the observation?
Well, that's right. And I think that's important to say. If you want to have, some sort of proof of stuff, you go out and look yourself. Go outside and look around, right? And make observations yourself. And by looking at the horizon, which you could see with your eyes, and then you could even use things like, like the sextant, the little device. You can actually.
AV, hold on. Wait. AV, your camera's on. I don't know if you have that on purpose. It might be in your pocket, but I'm just letting you know it's on.
Well, yeah, you could just kind of make simple calculations on devices similar to a sextant. Maybe sextant's too complicated or whatever, or maybe a simpler device even, and just kind of see things for yourself. It's like, hold on, this doesn't match. I'm looking right at it, and this based on simple calculation, you could say that see, it even says here, if we lived on a globe, top of Movizo should have been 385 feet below the horizon. And that's a simple calculation without any fancy, experimental devices and all that stuff, right? You could just kind of make these simple things. And sure, I haven't analyzed this thing, to see, if that's correct. But I'll look into it to see.
So let me just, if you don't mind, I'd like to like break it down for you, just in case you don't understand what's going on. Or are you good enough to like you could read it yourself? Like you feel that that's self-explanatory at this point.
Okay, so
let me just go through it.
Okay, so if we live in a globe, okay, the top of the should have been below the horizon. Okay, sure, because it curves downwards, right? But it's not. Let me see. The top of Movizo should have been below.
So if you look at, there's the Earth curve calculator there, okay? And when you put in the data that's needed, you have the height of the observer. They're at 1,300 or 1,312 feet.
Mm-hmm.
And then they have a distance of the target in that mountain way in the distance. It's 183.93 miles away. And then below that, in that calculation, you realize that the target hidden height would be 12,967 or 87. Can't see 87.1300 feet. Now look at the height of that. Looking at that height of the mountain, and the distance away, that means that the top of the mountain is still 385 feet shorter than that than that position. So it would be behind that hidden, obstructed. Like if you're like, for instance, if you're on the other side of a hill and I could only see your head because the dirt is between us, and then I would say, yeah, there's a hill between us, so I can't see all of the rest of your body, and then you can only see my head because my body's also, down away from your position, and there is a hill of obstruction between us. So looking at the mountain from Pisa, it's the hill of 182 or whatever miles away. It should be, you can't see something that's 12,000 plus feet high because it should be behind the curve, just like your chest would and your legs would. But in this photo that was taken, clearly you can see it, and that is, I mean, that's it. That's a wrap. Like the Earth's not a globe at this point. Yeah, pretty much.
So, okay, what is it that you can see? Are you talking about you could not? What is it you're not supposed to see?
Okay, so the mountain should be curved down around the ball, and it's not. It's there. You just see it.
Right.
That's what it's supposed to be in a real quick and concise statement.
Right.
Okay.
So in other words, just real quick, if you were standing on a hill and I can see your feet and your legs and your arms and your entirely, I would say, oh, you're not on the other side of a hill. You're in my view. I could see you. Get it?
Yeah. So right, and so Mont Viso, like I'm trying to think how some people would object to this, because apparently, according to the curvature thing, it should be 117 meters below, so you shouldn't be able to see it, the top of it. It shouldn't be there, right?
Correct.
And so the only thing you could do here is have your distance here, because you said, way on the second picture here, eye height, 13. Does it matter if it's above sea level, or can you just say like relative to the ground that you're on instead of on sea level? Because it's above sea level.
You would take any elevation as if it's positive, then it's above mean sea level. Any elevation. If it's negative, it's below sea level. Sea level.
Okay.
You understand?
Okay, so then I just thought you can just say, relative to the ground. But thing is, the ground could be uneven or something, so maybe relative to the sea level is probably better.
That's why you take that measurement. So, like, if you say I'm 1,300 feet up, that means if I was to dig 1,300 feet down, I would be level with the water, with the ocean, with the sea.
Right.
And then on the other side, that mountain also has an elevation of 12,000 whatever, 600 feet, whatever it is. But that's also above sea level. So if you were to take a drill and go down you also would hit. This is why we say the Earth is flat, because that means sea level, and our elevations of mountains on both sides, they're creating a 90-degree position to one another, not a curved ball to each other. That's bullshit. You can't do that. Even mathematically, you can't do that, because you can't have. There's no such thing as perpendicular curved lines that they're 90 degrees to each other, and you can't have a 90 degree on one. It's like saying I have a fish tank that's 90 degrees on one side, 90 degrees on the other side, but it's curved in the middle. Like that's stupid.
Well, is it something akin to like on a curved surface on a triangle, they won't if it was curved, like a big giant triangle, it would not.
I'm glad you asked that question. I'm glad you asked that question. Because now we're going to look in the side chat and answer this question for me. This is from a NASA IQ test, by the way. We just clipped it.
Yeah, so no, I'm talking about apparently on a giant triangle on a curved surface.
Can you answer this first? If you answer this, we can move on to your giant triangles on curved surfaces.
Okay. Which is not a triangle?
Which of the figures below are not triangles?
Okay, I would say that D and B aren't triangles.
There you go. No triangles on a curved surface. There you go. You don't have to bring it up now.
Yeah, perfect. You answered yourself, by the way, buddy.
Right. No, I was going to say, because on a curved surface, they're saying that a triangle would have more than 180 degrees when you add them up.
That is not a triangle.
And that's not
just
a triangle.
As you literally just took the test and you passed with flying colors. Now you know that when someone tells you they have a curve baseline of a triangle, you can tell them that's not a triangle. I mean, and you can say that confidently too.
So yeah, it works like this. Here you go. Here's what elevation angles look like on Earth. Yes, check mark means yes, this is an elevation angle, and then obviously the other is not, with the curved Earth underneath it. So you can't have a curved baseline in any triangles. That's reality, and that's how it works. And so just by using celestial navigation, you are navigating flat Earth, and there's an example of it right there.
I'm trying to think of what their viewpoint would be.
There's no way out of it.
Well, their viewpoint is retarded, and they're bricked, and they're
we don't need to come up with their viewpoint though. We can just say it doesn't work. They have nothing to come back with us on. Besides, they usually quit after the triangle test.
Well, when it comes to triangles on a curved surface, it's never been claimed that they're actual triangles by these people. I mean, by the Globers.
Well, then you can't make an angle from the surface of a curved surface. You cannot make an angle from a ball or a circle. You can't make one from the edge of it. Nope. And if you look at the one I posted with the black background, not 90 degrees.
That takes us back to when we were talking about the elevations of where the camera was taking the shot of the mountain. What Radwin just explained to you is exactly what would be represented in reality when you are getting elevations of one mountain and another, and they have a baseline.
We got all this. So, do you understand what we're talking about now?
Well, okay. It seems that I just want to go back to the big triangle or something on a curved surface.
There is no such thing.
Well, no, but the thing is, it's never claimed that was a triangle by these people.
You said it yourself. You think this is a triangle on a curved surface. I'll post one for you. You think
exactly.
Yeah, you think that's a triangle and it's not.
No, it's not a triangle. But the thing is, nobody ever claimed that was a triangle.
Oh yeah, we hear it every single day. Curved triangles, spherical triangles. We hear it every day. Then it's impossible.
Well,
views on Earth, I mean, in imagination, yeah, but in video games, no. You need actual flat surfaces and triangles in video games too.
Right, but I don't think there was ever a claim that it was 90. Those little squares there it was 90 degrees.
Well, there's a right angle indicator that's drawn in on this, and those are incorrect.
Right, but the thing is, I don't think any Glober would say that this big giant triangle like that would be 90 degrees in from one line to the other.
Oh, well, you'd be amazed what they say.
Because if they say it's 90 degrees, they're wrong, because it's not on a curved surface. It's like a function of the radius of the
Anyway, it's just imaginary to do that. You need a flat surface to get around on a ship. Put it lightly.
Well, I mean, here's the thing. Okay, if you have a situation where the Earth was so big, imagine the Earth being so big that it's like 1 trillion times bigger than the Earth is now. Wouldn't in celestial navigation, wouldn't it just seem flat? Even if you go 1,000 miles, you have a difference of like a fraction of a millimeter, so you wouldn't even notice it.
So now we're going into the world of it's so big that it's 1 trillion miles in diameter. So now it definitely can be a ball again. Is that what you're telling me? Now it definitely can be a ball because it's possibly 1 trillion mile diameter ball. Is that what you're saying?
I'm saying that celestial navigation would still work if there's a little bit of a difference. You wouldn't even notice it. Because since the Earth is so big, and you have a situation where any navigation would
require a flat surface.
It would just work. Like if you have a straight line navigation,
you didn't say your sentence correctly. Celestial navigation would require a flat baseline. First, you say that first, and then you say, but it's curved, so that it conflicts in your mind. Because that's really what you're trying to do here. Is you're trying to say flat surfaces are curved if they're really, really big. And NASA gives you a number of 3959 for a radius, so we know that using their pretend numbers, we can just debunk the globe. They should have made it like 50 million, a radius of 50 million miles. Then it would have been harder for us to debunk. But nope, they started with that Freemason number, which all starts, 66,000.6 miles an hour around the sun. The angle is 66.6 degrees tilt. All that. It's just weird shit, don't you think?
Well, when I said navigation, I didn't mean celestial navigation. I just meant just regular navigation.
Yeah, no, this is how you navigate.
Well, and if that's how you navigate, then I guess that's the only thing. But the thing is, I don't know too much about how to use sextants and all that stuff to make a claim. I'm just saying that it seems to me that if something is just a little bit off because the surface of the globe is just so big.
There is something off. It's not a globe. It's flat. You got to get that globe shit out of your mind, and then it won't it won't feel funny to you anymore once you forget about the globe.
I'm saying if the Earth is so big, it would seem that like it would look like it's flat. Everywhere you go.
So it's not so big because I gave you the number that we're given, and we can just pop that into AutoCAD and put markers right on the screen. Go to those markers and see that it's not curved. The end. They fucked up by giving us that tiny little number of 3959, which is a piece of cake to just debunk.
What's the 3959 number?
The radius.
3959 mile radius Earth. Floating in a vacuum of space, time, and continuums and bullshit.
So are you throwing under the bus your 24,000 mile circumference ball Earth now? Are you throwing that like that? You're done away with that because obviously you had to go really, 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 really big to make it make sense in your mind.
No, I'm looking at the things in the side chat, sorry. So when it comes to this Montviso thing, I'm kind of like focusing on this for now.
All right, forget it. Focus on everything but the fact that you need a triangle.
You need a triangle for this Montviso thing? Montviso?
Well, you have elevation, so yeah.
Okay.
You have to realize that there's so like if you were to break this down and you started with one side of that mountain, okay, and you had elevation and you're going to do a 90-degree position, okay, you're going to level off and you can say this many feet up off of a baseline, okay, then you transfer that line over and over and over and over like dashes and underscores on a computer screen, You're going over and over and over and over, and you're transferring. And every time you transfer it, you're reestablishing your 90-degree position, so they're all parallel positions to one another. And you've transferred a horizontal line to establish an elevation that's 184 miles away from you, whatever it was.
Yeah.
The point being is that the triangle would represent that because it's all one baseline from one point to another. And that's what gives you an elevation, an angle of elevation, if you will.
So you can't have the angle of elevation when the bottom part is curved.
Exactly. That's what Radwin just told you for the past 10 minutes. He was trying to drill that in your head, but you weren't getting it.
Well, I mean, I'm new to this kind of geometry thing. Like, I'm open to doing these kind of calculations. But I mean, like initially my point was if you can do these measurements, right, just by looking at it, and you can, just by going outside and, taking their numbers like 3959 or whatever, and then saying, okay, we'll put that in this equation thing, and then see what you see, and it's like, hold on, it's not the same, based on what I'm able to see with my own eyes. So there could be some sort of discrepancy there, right?
Yeah, there is a discrepancy when you put that number in because it's not a globe, so you're going to get some wacky shit going on in your brain. It's just flat. If you just remember that if you go to the ocean and there's an island 2,000 miles away from you pointing east, if you stand at the beach and you point east, you're pointing directly at that island, give or take a few degrees left or right. You can't, and directly, I mean, you guys point at each other and you could have magic long fingertips. You'll be able to touch each other. It's not a ball going down around anything. There is no globe numbers to use for anything. We don't use them to do anything in real life. You just make triangles and go.
So what if, I live in Toronto, okay, and let's say New York, okay, if it's straight, where I should be able to see the...
You can't see through air that far.
Sorry?
You can't see through air that far. Go to the Weather Channel and look up the visibility for today. It's probably 10 miles.
Right. Yeah, no, that's what I was thinking. It's like air molecules, the more you go, it's thicker and thicker and thicker. Just it becomes opaque very, very in a short distance, right?
At ground level.
Ground level, yeah.
Oh, near there. Yep.
Oh, that's actually key.
Oh, boy. Ground level meaning 1,000 feet high, probably.
That's actually key to the photo that they witnessed. That's 184 miles away. The only reason why they're able to see that is because the sun is behind it, and it's so bright that it's able to light up what you would typically not be able to see because the way optics works, and you just wouldn't see it if the sun wasn't there at that time. So it's kind of like the other observation. Was it Mount Cananu or whatever it's called?
Yeah, I got to go back to work soon. So back to you live in Canada. I live in Ohio. So you should just go to Lake Erie and see if you can see Cleveland.
And you can.
So you should try doing it at night and see if you can. You got to get the right weather conditions. It needs to be pretty cold outside.
Yeah, I can see Rochester, which is across the lake of Lake Ontario. Lights of it.
Welcome to Flat Earth.
But that's only if I'm on the CN Tower, I think. Pretty sure.
So what? You got waves in the way when you're at lake height. And yeah, you think it's flat where you're standing. You don't know what's happening in the middle of the lake. Just at the distance that is and how small in perspective New York would actually get. It's so close to the ground at that point because things get closer to the ground as they move away from you that are above your head. Street lights. You can go street lights. Yeah, they look like they're getting closer to the ground. Same thing with everything. Perspective. So you seeing lights is different. That's because you're at night. The air's cooler. You can see lights. During the day, not so much. At night, yeah. And then if it's twinkling, you got shit in the way. That's all. 1 foot wave can knock out a whole city. How do you like that?
So when it comes to like, it being daylight in another part of the world or whatever, you would think that the light from there should be visible to you. Because it is a flat kind of thing. If it's night where you are, it should be like you see some sort of daylight at the other end. If you talk to somebody, who lives in Japan or whatever, and they say, okay,
I'm
it's
glad you
daylight here.
mentioned that. Yeah, I'm glad you mentioned it. On July 8th, so tomorrow,
Yeah.
99% of the world's population is experiencing daylight at 11:15 UTC.
Right. So, like July 8th, like right now it is, like imagine it's nighttime where you are, okay? Like over here it's 11 a.m., but if it was like 11 p.m., then 11 a.m. in Japan, it would be 11 a.m. in Japan, right? So then in a flat situation, that light that's there should be visible to me unless you get to the opaque situation where if it's going through too much, this light or whatever that's there is going through too much air, it gets blocked. So you won't be able to see that light because you're going through too much air. Is that how it works?
It's called light attenuation.
Right. So that's why you can't see brightness on a place where they say it's bright. Like if you're talking to somebody in Japan, they say it's bright outside. And they're like, okay, if it's flat, I can look outside and see this brightness that they see. You can't because it's going through too much air. The same way I can't see the Statue of Liberty, right?
Also, where do you think the sun is at? Like, do you think it's 93 million miles away, 4,000 times, 4 million times the Earth?
Well, I mean, according to the model, that's what they say.
Yeah, so that's a different thing, though. You're thinking you think that flat Earth is a disk in space.
Well, isn't that the model?
No, I debunked that. I debunked space. Space is fake, remember?
Yeah, I mean, whatever it is. As far as I know, it's just like a...
You can't have gas pressure, ball Earth, in the middle of a vacuum chamber with nothing around it making gas pressure. Because I debunked space-time and other gravity with my vacuum chamber earlier today. All I have to do is put a cup of water in it, pull the vacuum, and the water that's sitting in the bottom of the cup turns into gas, leaves the vacuum chamber, debunking gravity holding water down in the cup.
Yeah, you're talking about the cup thing. So you're saying that gravity, according to the gravity model, it should hold the water in the cup, right? But
yeah, according to everything's pulled down by gravity, including air.
So, in what scenario would it be not holding? You said some pressure difference would cause it to.
Yeah, I removed the air pressure from on top of the water since it had nothing to hold it, push against it. So the water turned into gas because it had no pressure on top of it. Turned into gas, left the vacuum chamber. Like I said earlier, I might be shooting a video tonight. We'll see. So maybe I'll do it tomorrow maybe I'll do it on July 8th tomorrow, where 99% of the world's population will have daylight at 11:15 UTC.
So the vacuum chamber, it makes sense inside a vacuum chamber.
So saying outer space is a vacuum of 10 to the negative 17 torr means that space is a gigantic vacuum chamber, which is 3 times stronger than mine in my garage. So if to have space be a vacuum, it also needs a container. So we can just go ahead and debunk space at the vacuum chamber level. We don't have to think about things floating in space. We don't have to worry about disks in space and anything like that.
So inside a vacuum chamber thing, it's like you have in your garage or whatever, containment, it makes more sense if things are contained in that kind of thing.
Yep, that's why we have 14.7 psi at sea level. It proves containment. Amazingly, that proves a container. To have air pressure, antecedent of that 14.7 psi, the antecedent of that is a container. No container, no pressure.
Yeah, that's interesting. It was nice talking to you guys. I do have to go, but yeah. I like talking to you guys. I drop in like once a month, kind of thing, just to you guys talking about things like that. But you know, this one picture I saw once, I can never get it out of my mind. Okay, there's one GIF of a person in this so-called space station. Okay, where this guy is flung to the side of the wall. Right. I'm not sure if you've seen that GIF or whatever, but in order for that to make sense, you cannot be in space. Because, you know, it seems like that is some sort of an accelerated situation, you know, just like the going up and down in an airplane, which causes that floating thing.
Like the one I just posted? Let
me see here. Yeah, that can't happen in space.
No, and here's actually what you're supposed to be seeing. They just turned the camera sideways. Boop.
Right. Oh, okay.
That's from one of these rides. That's what happens when you hit turbulence in a zero-G flight, and this is what that looks like.
No, I mean, this is a zero-G flight.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. Absolutely, that's zero-G. This is what it's supposed to look like. Very calm and float around. That's a zero-G flight, and if you notice in the one I posted just now, off to the right, you'll see when they show the floating around, there's a green screen room, so you can do all kinds of fun stuff with video in there. You can pretend you're in space.
Yeah, like, it makes more sense, like, this picture going against the wall, it makes more sense in this airplane situation versus in space. Because you just won't have that in space. Because you need the only way that would happen in space is you have some sort of big rocket at the edge of your space station, and then where you get propulsion. You know, some thrust, right? And then you kind of go against the wall, right? But there's no thrust thing in the space station, right?
Well, rockets don't work in a vacuum either, but everybody forgets about that.
Yeah, thrust won't even work. That's another thing. In order to get thrust, you need some air in there, right?
Yes.
Yeah, so when I saw this is really what made me start thinking, you know, when I saw this video here. They're smashing against the wall, okay? And they claim to be on the space station. It says space station right there in the corner, right? And this is really weird.
Well, we have 6 hours of these bloopers in one movie, in one video. Yeah.
Oh, do you have a link to that video?
I don't know if somebody in here can do it for me. I just keep running back to the microphone while I'm working because.
Yeah, no, it's fine. I can come back. I drop in once in a while and stuff. But thanks for talking to me. I appreciate all the information and stuff.
Sure.
That one didn't run away, Radwin. That one walked away.
Yeah, he's pretty much there. That one is nudging his way in.
Oh, he's a flat earther. He just won't accept it quite yet. Not until he hangs around with us a little bit.
haven't set everything up for the FE radio show, but I am collecting the bits for it right now, and it will be a regularly scheduled program eventually. But here's the next song. It's Big Bang, Ape Man, Monkey, something. I can't read it right now.
Geo Or's an earthly worker, worker of that dirty dirt, and Reza stayed ruler, rule stated for the church. Joseph's God increases fortunes over time, and Ed towards a wealthy ward, weird ward and of your mind. Homogeneous, universe, a constant mass, in increase in radius, accounting for the radio velocity of extragalactic nebulous. Big Bang, Ape Man, Monkey Ball, religion, twisted Roman Catholics, traditions, horizon, moralized, known, hijacking all prescriptions. Now everyone believes in realized, just science fiction. One has turned away from peace unto disaster. It's primeval atom theory, Illuminati is your master. Homogeneous universe, a constant mass, an increase in radius, accounting for the radio velocity of extragalactic nebulous. Big Bang, Ape Man, Monkey Ball, religion, twisted Roman Catholics, tradition, horizon, moralized, known, hijacking all prescriptions. Now everyone believes in realized, just science fiction. Geo Or's an earthly worker, a worker of that dirty dirt, and Reza stayed ruler, rule stated for the church. Joseph's God increases fortunes over time, and Ed towards a wealthy ward, weird warden of your mind. With Czar's universe, one has turned away from peace unto disaster. It's primeval atom theory, and Illuminati is your master. Big Bang, Ape Man, Monkey Ball, religion, twisted Roman Catholics, tradition, horizon, moralized, known, hijacking all prescriptions. Now everyone believes in realized, just science fiction. Homogeneous universe, a constant mass, an increase in radius, accounting for the radio velocity of extragalactic nebulous. Big Bang, Ape Man, Monkey Ball, religion, twisted Roman Catholics, tradition, horizon, moralized, known, hijacking all prescriptions. Now everyone believes in realized, just science fiction. Homogeneous universe, a constant mass, in increase in radius, accounting for the radio velocity of extragalactic nebulous.
If that was your song, you made that song, come talk to me, and so I can add your name to it. But since I'm hosting the show, I can't be muting up and just sitting back. The next song is a song made by Creation Bear, and it's my favorite song by Creation Bear.
Yeah. It's for all you globe earthers riding in on that high horse. Let them knock it down. Better knock it off. Yeah. lobby, y'all. Catch me on the live stream, y'all. 24/7. This that new shit, the earth ain't moving. Globers talking all that shit, but they ain't really doing it. Betty say that it's a globe, he ain't trying to prove it. Heard him say the earth is moving, he's clueless. Got him asking what had happened, the globe's on backspin. Globers came into the trench and we fucking trapped them. That's the flatter than the napkin, flat smacked them. My bullets stay unrefracted, get back, bitch. In the globe, getting smoked, Elon Musk on Rogan's. Cultivating all the facts while I'm putting tokens. Start to throw tickets, rolls, throw them in the mo. Quick, put your bitch right on the flat earth. Yeah, we told him. Cause bitch, I'm a globe earth killer. Yeah, it's flat. Nigga, smoked all the globers. Extort the feelings you can't front with us. I can't fuck with your wig split. Pilum, cog this, Hillum, globe. I'm a stump, curve dumped in my trunk. Bitch, shadows in them sticks. That shit's weak. Archaic, a fuck do you mean? Aim that beam at the beach. Black Swan, he put his face in the dirt, yeah, with that Nikon D. Hey, Black Swan, Nikon D at the beach. Down in the rabbit hole, drew to go deep. Black man, the glover, yeah, now he can't sleep. Some of them lurk, yeah, some of them creep. Said he measured out just like a dop and then a dip. Got a Nerf gun, no bullets on his hip. Bulletproof, but the trigger goes click. Shadows in the dirt, popped up a couple sticks. Brought up black holes, now I'm cheesing. Talking about gravity to please him. Now he's talking about seasons. Head on my forehead like she's by proofs. In a book, your grandma turned FE on Facebook. I went that proof, no Captain Hook. Let me hear it, let me hear it.
Damn, that was one of my favorite songs. He just goes so hard there. I popped in and popped out. The next song up is a song I made, and it's called Flat GPT. And because I like to argue with the AIs, ChatGPT, and sometimes I'm like, okay, write me a song based on our arguments, or like the conclusions from our arguments, or something like that, and I'll use that as inspirations to make songs. But I did that after I did this song, because this was the first time I thought maybe I can make it into a song, and then I can make the AI sing how incapable it is, because I basically destroyed it and all of its arguments, and then made it make a song about that.
I'm trying to explain, but it's getting lost in a sea of words. At what cost? You asked me clear, but I spun around, using terms and jargon, acting like a clown. Strong and here appeal to their logical fallacies everywhere. I should have kept it straight and true, but now I see the mess I drew. I can't answer right, can't keep it tight. My words are tangled in this endless fight. You see through the fallacies and you call them out. Now it's time to face the truth, there's no doubt. Repetition of the strawman fallacy is manipulative, you see. I should have quoted you indirect, but instead I left it all unchecked. The strawman here appeal to their logical fallacies everywhere. I should have kept it straight and true. Now I see I can't answer right, can't keep it tight. My words are tangled in this endless fight. You see through the fallacies and you call them out. Now it's time to face the truth, there's no doubt. Admit the faults, I made a mess, avoided your questions, I confess. Admit the faults, I made a mess, avoided your questions, I confess. Your analysis is sharp and clear. Now I see the truth is here. Now I see the truth is here.
Here is my analysis. Like now you are just appealing to repetition of your straw man fallacy. This is about as manipulative as you could be. Admit it. Don't lie to me. I don't want to hear any more of your dish-gallop straw man arguments. You should have quoted me instead of making up nonsense to argue against. elevation to my question.
High planets alive, can't keep the time. My words are tangled in this endless fight. You see through the fallacies and you call them out. Now it's time to face the truth, there's no doubt. I concede my faults, your points are clear. No more spinning words, no more fear. I can't answer right, but I see the light. Honesty and clarity will win this fight.
Yeah, I thought that was pretty funny. The weird part there in the middle, was it quoting me or what I told it, which made it eventually break. And then I told it to make a song out of all that. And so it literally quoted me like I told it, like you should have quoted me, dumbass. Because he kept trying to straw man my position. And now for Dre's AI song. I don't even remember what this song is. I'll just play it.
Sunshine for suspension. I embrace the eye, making music fly. Teaching logic, showing truth, never shy. On the 24/7 fly earth seal, obliterating globe lies, keeping it clean. Keep it clean, keeping it clean. Tracing behind the beat is tight. His logic is watertight. Logic flows, the rhythm's clear. Flat earth wisdom spreading cheer. Flat earth wisdom spreading cheer. Moderator of the flat earth crowd. 24/7 Discord, we speak out loud. Deception falls. With every word teaching logic. Sharing truth, being heard. Sharing truth, being heard. Tracing on the beat is tight. His logic is watertight. Logic flows, the rhythm's clear. Flat earth wisdom spreading cheer. Flat earth wisdom spreading cheer. In the world of beats and rhymes, exposing lies and in the test of time. Knowledge shared, breaking free from the close, deception free minds free. Setting minds free. Tracing on the beat is tight. His logic is watertight. Logic flows, the rhythm's good. Flat earth wisdom spreading cheer. Flat earth wisdom spreading cheer. Flat earth wisdom spreading cheer. Making music, teaching minds in the discord where the truth aligns. Tracing our light in the way. Flat earth wisdom spreading cheer. Flat earth wisdom spreading cheer. Making music, teaching minds in the discord where the truth aligns. Tracing our light in the way. In the world of logic, here to stay. Logic here to stay. Tragic here to stay. Tracing out the beat is tight. His logic is watertight. Logic flows, the rhythm's clear. Flat earth wisdom spreading cheer. 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 będzie.
Yeah, I love that song. A lot of the songs I write either completely, or Karma writes completely, or we help each other write. I don't really like using the AI lyrics. I did make a couple of songs with mostly the AI lyrics, and like for instance this song that I'm about to play you next, I simply gave it a website link to where an expert is dissecting the problem with Foucault and making some pretty strong claims, and so I figured, hey, maybe it could just look at this website and make a song out of that, and this is what I got out of that.
Foucault's one is grand design, a pendulum to show Earth's dance in time. With pendulums, houses of worship be prioritized, a pendulum to keep all on Earth hypnotized. They let it swing in the sacred hall, question and ponder, question it all. For in the search the truth we find is not always what's been defined. Mach and Einstein join the fray, question forces, what's at play. Is it Earth or stars that spin? In the end what matters is within. In the halls of science they spin their tale, Foucault's pendulum, they say it can't fail. But critics Rosa Mendorf called it a sham, a hoax they said that fooled all of men. They let it swing in the sacred hall, question and ponder, question it all. For in the search the truth we find is not always what's been defined. Foucault's pendulum swinging wide, is it truth or just a clever guide? A tool of deception in the great divide, pseudoscience on a turbulent ride. They let it swing in the sacred hall, a motion to prove they told us all. But the world whispers of a grand deceit, a tool for faith, skeptics speak. They let it swing in the sacred hall, a motion to prove they've told us all. But the world whispers of a grand deceit, a tool for faith, skeptics speak. They let it swing in the sacred hall, question and ponder, question it all. For in the...
Yeah, if you have an ear for it, you can really hear the difference in quality. I'll play a song that's currently my most popular song that I have out right now on Spotify. It's called Superpowered.
Remember, you have the power. It's not done till it's over. This isn't the time to cower. Whoa. my veins. Break your composure, break the chain. Remember, you have the power. It's not done till it's over. This isn't the time to cower. Whoa. Undefeated, undetected, unsuspected, undeniable, inconceivable, superpower. Unstoppable, undefeated, undetected, unsuspected, undeniable, inconceivable, superpower.
I think this is going to be the last song, because I think they're wrapping up down there. So after that, I'll probably move the bot. But this is a song that is about to come out later this year, so it's a preview. It's been scheduled and uploaded and all that, and just waiting for it to come out. And so it's about anchoring and teaching people basic state control.
Cool.
Anchoring, it's simple and sleek. Link emotions with a touch, a sound or a beat. Think of a moment so happy and bright. Close your eyes, feel the joy, hold it tight. Press a spot on your body, maybe your wrist. Keep feeling the joy, it's too good to resist. Open your eyes, release the touch. Now you've set an anchor, feel the rush. Press the spot again, joy will return. Use it to change your state, you'll learn. Practice it daily, make it strong. Control emotions all day long. Anchoring is your key, emotions on demand. Easy, powerful, you'll understand. Get ready to own your state. Feel the joy, it's never too late.
Gravity's in trouble.
I just don't understand why.
I know you don't understand.
Like you're referencing such like complexity for such a simply explained.
Yeah, simply explained, there's no exclusive downward acceleration for all matter. There just isn't.
Okay, so yeah, your weight compresses spring inside of the scale, and this
upward.
No, this would be a compression. So
this
downwards.
This is a cube. It's a cubic foot. we'll have a nice little 1 cubic foot of air, and we'll just blast some pressure in there. We'll get a compressor out, and it will push more air into that. And on all 6 sides of that cube, the pressure increases. Not downward exclusively, but in all directions. So no more gravity. Yay, we solved the problem.
So why, when we step on the spring, does the spring compress?
We, like a bathroom scale? Well, it's because you're in air, and the air's not very good at supporting you, right? But let's take that scale and put it at the bottom of the pool. And now, can we even reach that scale very well unless we're dead? Because our lungs are full of air, and now we're at the top of the pool. How much is the spring compressing in that scale at the bottom of the pool?
So your reasoning is because the air can't support you.
That's what we...
Yeah, it's pretty obvious, isn't it? But
what we see.
Yeah. So you're right. You just gotta go to the next step and give it a
all
reason.
We're going to be able to do, all we're going to be able to do is vary the object, and it's going to depend on the object and the medium, which way.
Jedi, you're still cutting out, dude.
Cheers, dude. Thank you.
Yep. So the next step is to give a cause. Nobody here is claiming a cause. You are. You say gravity is the cause, but shoot, everything's going down. So that's gravity. So you don't have a cause, and we don't have a cause. All we have is an observation that, depending on the medium, objects will go up and down and basically find their place in the gradient column.
But do you understand
the density column?
To disprove my explanation is just an observation that anyone can...
Isn't it great how easy it was with just a simple observation? I went ahead and totally destroyed the idea of gravitational force. I know, it's awesome, isn't it?
You didn't disprove it. You literally just observed the phenomena of gravity.
No, I didn't witness any phenomena of gravity. We have things moving, especially gas. Gas moves freely and randomly in all directions. It doesn't go down.
You used verbiage to explain it without explaining it.
And you're sidestepping.
I didn't explain anything. I'm just telling you about what we observe. It's a description, not an explanation, but I doubt you know the difference.
You pretty much said that we go down because the air can't support us, and then when you try to give a cause for that, then you just keep.
I didn't give a cause. I didn't try to give a cause. That's a straw man. I didn't try to give you a cause at all. What cause did I give you?
All right, sorry, we can't.
What cause did I give you?
We can't explain anything.
What cause did I give you?
Yeah.
No. Some things actually can't be explained. So with your gravity, you actually need to give us an explanation and a demonstration, especially with gravity being an independent variable in an experiment, which you cannot do.
It's just wild that, let's say someone claims gravity, then your way of disproving it is to pretty much...
Well, actually, normally the way it works, Goose, instead of you crying about how somebody else has to disprove your claim, you are the one with the burden. You're the one that has to prove it. And Jedi asked you ever so nicely earlier on to provide scientific validation of said claim. Which you're still yet to provide.
Because the proof, the thing is...
The proof is what? Things go down.
Oh, man. Because now we have to set a definition.
Oh, man, no. You're the one that made the claim, blah, 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 gravity. That's not a problem. We don't have an issue with you making claims.
Yeah,
what we have an issue with is when you keep sidestepping the fact that you were asked for a scientific experiment to validate said claim. That's all.
So in order to go about this, we would have to give a definition of what proof is to you, right? Because
you're just now how you would actually go about designing an experiment for gravity. So thereby basically conceding that there isn't one that's been done already. You're the guy that's going to figure it out. Well, good luck to you.
Sure. Yeah. Apparently, explaining how weight on a scale works is not sufficient, so I guess
just telling us a story isn't sufficient. That's not an experiment. That's right.
I guess I'm cooked.
Hey, Goose, stop and think about it logically. What has how the mechanism inside a scale work has to do with the causational mechanism of us going down? What do they have to do with each other?
Repeat what you said and try to, like, listen to it.
Okay, 2 different fucking devices. One of them, a scale. It's got mechanical shit inside of it. The other one, things go down. What do the 2 of them have to do with each other?
So the spring inside compresses due to the weight, which is directly proportional to the force of your body exerting, but...
Alright, so it has to have a force applied to it. So, what is the causational mechanism of gravity then?
I don't know, I'm not God.
So you don't know, because that's what you've got to scientifically prove to everyone, if you're claiming gravity.
You want me to prove of why, like...
Hey, Fortnite, this is the conversation you were having probably 40 minutes ago with Jedi.
Well, dude.
Scientifically prove validate what gravity is. In other words, you have to suss out what the causational mechanism of shit going down is.
So we observe things.
That's great. You've made an observation. Good boy.
And laws based off of these observations.
Okay, you've made an observation. That's a good start. What did you observe?
You observe something falls towards the earth when dropped.
Okay, so things go down. So Jedi's question earlier on, when you suggested that, was do all things go down?
All matter is subjected to
yes or no
gravity. Yes.
It's a close-ended question, Goose. Do all things go down? Yes or no?
Yeah, but then you're just gonna bring up the point of like a helium.
No, Goose. I don't give a shit what my next thing is. The question was really simple. Do all things go down? Yes or no? That's all you had to worry about.
I guess no. All things don't go down.
Excellent. So how do you explain your gravity then if all things don't go down? When gravity is things going down.
I can explain to you how a helium balloon goes up.
That's not what you're supposed to be doing.
Okay.
So your goose is cooked. You've just realised that your gravity doesn't mean jack because all things don't go down.
But that's not what...
What? Not what?
That's... Oh, man.
Relative density?
Weird. It's weird because you can't...
It's weird because you've just realised how broken the stories are that you've been told. This is what we've been trying to tell you for the last 6 months that you've been coming in and out of here. You've been fed stories at school. You're the one who just swallowed it and didn't go and try to verify it.
So what you're doing is you're
I'm just pointing out that you've been hammered sideways and you're too stupid to realise it.
You're completely neglecting how like one observation can be attributed, like one law can be attributed to like a certain observation while also having a different effect in another observation. You know what I mean?
So laws are different.
It's not different. It just acts different in certain situations that have different variables.
Like what? Give me an example.
An example is like a very dense item falling through air, you know, just regular air. And then you have the different observation of a helium balloon that is way less dense than the air around it going up.
Okay.
You know?
So, being as we can run this through science, like I said earlier, and make things go up and down depending on the relationship between the object, the ball, and the medium, the air or the water or whatever that go up and down. How do we get from making that observation to this is caused by gravity?
Well, we look at why do the objects fall towards the Earth instead of like floating or moving in random directions, right?
Excellent.
And then we try to make a hypothesis, which is what Newton probably did, like who knows how long ago.
No, he didn't.
Probably.
He didn't.
There's no hypothesis.
This is interesting.
Or maybe not Newton, or like literally anyone that wants to just prove it right now. And then
Seriously.
the hypothesis would be there's a force that pulls objects towards the Earth.
No, that's not a hypothesis.
And then the force depends on the mass of the
Not a hypothesis.
And that is literally a hypothesis.
No, it isn't. What is a scientific hypothesis?
Okay, I guess that's not a hypothesis. Is making an educated guess, like
an educated guess about what?
About the observation.
The observation of what? Stop being ambiguous.
How am I being ambiguous? Like,
what is a hypothesis?
An educated guess about why, like, a certain observation is happening, dude. What is going on?
Right, a hypothesis is a prediction of a cause and effect relationship. The observation you make of the phenomena and your prediction of what causes the phenomena.
Yeah, an educated guess.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Also known as an educated
guess. Educated guess. Yeah, great. Right. So the educated guess would be gravity is the cause of something going down. So what we would do is we would set up an experiment where we would try to go over to a gravity tree, pull some gravity off that tree, and then make that something that we manipulate and vary in the experiment to see if the gravity that we pulled off the tree causes the downward motion of all things. So I want you to find
Say that one more time.
Could you tell me a little bit about that?
Yeah, so you use the sun to reflect the light, and somebody gets far, like miles away, and they'll tell you they'll see the light flash. Or
does it have to do with flat though?
No, you need two people.
Yeah, I'm saying you gotta go with a friend. I was gonna say with a friend, dude. Like, hold on, dude. Just jump in.
Does the land have to be really flat, or?
Well, you say you live in flat land, right?
Yeah.
Well, then yeah.
Okay.
There's no hills or things like that. You definitely try that.
How do I do that though? Like, what's the distance that we're talking here?
It goes, I don't know. Depends on the you get the Earth calculator. Or 10 miles will give you 60 feet of curvature.
Right. But I thought there's like optical illusions that are in play at that type of distance.
Optical illusions depends on the weather. I mean, it depends on the phenomena.
Yeah, you need to learn about all of that kind of thing.
Mm-hmm.
Right, you're going to have to look into... I mean, it's something that... It's not something... Look into that sort of thing if you want to look into it, but I mean, it's going to take you some time to learn how, look into miraging, look into the possibilities of what could be present between point A and point B that might skew your view, right? It's not just a simple undertaking. It's not a simple thing to just go out and test, in your situation when you're going to be, you don't have access to a large body of water. It makes it more difficult. I mean, when you haven't really spent much time looking into the topic, I would suggest look into the stuff that's already been done first. That will teach you about it, how it works. I mean, there's so many long distance observations, laser tests, and information that you can look into before you would even have to consider going to double check it for yourself, right? Analyze all of that information. Look into the rebuttals and things like that to our evidence, and then look into what evidence there is from the globe side. Analyze both sides, use the same level of critique for both sides, and then come to your own conclusions. And then if you really want to go and double check it for yourself, right, then you'll know how to do it by that stage.
Yeah.
You'll know what variables you would have to take into consideration. But there's mountains and mountains of evidence. Okay, so we got a home server that has terabytes of information on it, all categorized into like a list of different topics. So, I mean, if you want to go there, if you want to look into some of this stuff, you can click on my profile. There's a link that'll take you straight to our home server. and you can go and like look at that stuff as well.
So-
like if you want to.
Are there no like already set? Because like Jin was saying a lot. Like, just go do the tests, verify it yourself, kind of as if it were like something that were a simple thing that you could just go out and do. And so when we're on like the wind of talking about mirrors and stuff like that, then is there any like pre-made like verification methods? Like step 1, get a mirror. Step 2, have a friend that's like this far away at this distance, making sure that the elevation is like this, or make sure that you do this to account for illusions and mirages and refractions and all of the stuff, all of the different variables that could kind of pop up that might invalidate the data. Is there any like pre-written do this?
You just said it. So get a mirror, get a friend, find a body of water, which you said you couldn't do. Right, check the distances on Google. Use something to measure both of the height of eye of the mirror and your height of eye above the laser. Above the level. Do it multiple times in different weather conditions. Make sure you record it and see what you see. It's basically trying to keep it as simple and as low cost as possible.
How do you account for mirages and stuff like that?
Well, yeah, this is why the multiple observation thing's really, really good. Because a still shot of the world doesn't show the full kind of pie. Now, for example, we can have a 12-hour time-lapse over a lake. And what we can see is because of the atmospheric conditions and whatnot, then the view changes like minute upon minute, hour upon hour. Stuff happens all of the time, right? So if you make an observation, the distance and your height is very important, but also making the observations in different conditions.
Yeah.
And that's the premise for like making an observation, right? How far you can see, how high your eye is above the surface, in comparison to, say, an Earth curve calculator, which will give you a mathematical prediction about how far you can see across a sphere. We're pointing out that the observations that we make supersede the predictions, as in we see further than the curvature of the Earth allow. But as long as you keep it simple, and as long as you record it for your posterity, it doesn't necessarily matter for anybody else. It's more for you. But as long as you can keep it simple and record it, you should be fine.
Yeah. One thing I kind of heard in there that seems a little difficult for me is you said that if I realize, if my data and my own evidence that I do to verify for myself has some problems like mirages or optical illusions that kind of taints the data, you said that's why others' observations are really important to look at as well. But if I have nothing...
Not others, other ones that you take periodically throughout the day or the week or the month. Yeah, sorry, dude. That's just my accent, probably. I do apologize.
No, I got you. No. Okay, so Dan, that's kind of tricky then, because I only have like one method that I could use, and if that somehow, has something that taints the data, then I don't really have any other methods. You are really roboting a lot. Sister.
Well, bro, I mean, the thing is, you don't have to do this thing like tomorrow or next week.
Yeah.
If you ever get a chance to go on vacation, maybe you happen to take a vacation to a lake or an ocean, then you can maybe prepare some things to do their tests.
Yeah.
Yeah, man.
Cool.
Exactly. Like if you live near a large body of water already and you bought a Nikon P900 and, you knew a little bit about optics and about the topic, you could go and easily test it out for yourself. But, if you don't have access to that, then there's tons of people have done that already. I mean, there's full length, high definition videos where the person's going there. You watch them setting up their equipment. They'll show you on Google Maps exactly where they are. They'll show you their coordinates. They'll show you the height of the observation. They'll give you all the distance markers. They'll show you the weather conditions. And then you'll see in high definition the entire observation done start to finish. Now, they'll show you the globe predictions, and then they'll show you how it doesn't match the globe predictions, and it's not just by a little bit, it's by magnitudes, right? Like if the horizon should be at 1.2 miles from 1 foot observation height, and you can see the horizon at 10 or 15 miles away, or something like that, it's like 1,000% difference. Now then, you would have to start looking into what other variables could be at play. Now you're talking about miraging and things like that. So look into miraging. It's not that it doesn't take that long to look into it. And what you'll learn is that there are limitations to that as well, right? It's certain miraging is super obvious when it's happening. Now, when there's not miraging, you only have very small discrepancies to take into account. Once it gets more than a small discrepancy, you're going to get crazy miraging effects. So you need to look into how all of these things work, like look into a refractive index and what that does to the way light travels through it when you have a gradient. Like, these are things that you just need to look into. Probably sounds complicated when you first hear about it, but you know, a good week of looking into that particular thing, and then you'll understand it pretty well. But I mean, all of this stuff's been done countless amounts of times, so just dig into it, look into the information, and that's probably what I would recommend, rather than going and trying to do it for yourself, like with mirrors and stuff like that. I mean, that would be cool if you could do it, but I mean, you probably have to take so many different things into account when it comes to elevations and all sorts of mirages and all sorts of different things.
So I guess I have a direction on where to go now, but I do have one last question that's kind of just it's a little off topic, not off topic of flat Earth and stuff like that, but off topic of the observations. I was in a plane once and I saw the Earth kind of curved a little bit when I was up at that high altitude. Okay, what's the explanation for that?
Can I take this one? Is that okay?
Yeah.
Cool. So the explanation can be a few things. I'll let that finish. The explanation can be a few things, right? One, a cognitive bias. You think the Earth's a sphere, and because you're up high and you see the horizon, you think that's the curvature of the Earth. So it could be cognitive bias. Possible other thing, too, could just be the window that you're looking through. Now, there's multiple layers to the windows in airplanes, right? Usually about 2 or 3 different layers. Because of the way the aircraft is pressurized and made, that isn't a straight piece of glass. That's a curved piece of glass. So we have to remember at the extremities, that's probably going to curve horizontal lines. That can be demonstrated as well. We've got images of that type of thing. But the interesting thing, right?
Yeah.
We're not able to see curvature from 35,000 feet. Mathematically speaking, we have got to be a lot higher than that. There's people like Neil deGrasse Tyson, there's a professor called Paul Larson, some mathematics out there that show the altitude that you should be if you were to be able to see the curvature of the Earth, and it isn't 35 feet. Now, what we can actually do is we can measure the horizon to see if it actually is curving. And one way to do this is called a dip correction angle, to see if the horizon is lower than your eye level, and then take approximately 4 measurements in the 4 cardinal directions. So front, north, behind you, south, east, and west. So when you turn around and you measure the dip correction of the horizon, let's say you measure 1 degree in all 4 of those increments, what you have is a measurement demonstrating that the horizon is not curved, because it would show different measurements. But what it actually is a circle of observation or limited observation of the observer as you turn around. So people think that they see curvature in an aircraft. The simple answer is just turn around. That horizon is a circle around you. If you were to think it was wavy or something, or it curved here, you're going to have problems. But yeah, that's not the curvature of the Earth you see out of the window. Mathematically, it couldn't be.
Huh. What's the math behind that, though? If you know.
It's based on the radius and the height of eye of the observer, how much the horizontal is going to curve out. Now, interestingly enough, Neil deGrasse Tyson came out and spoke about this maybe about 10, 12, 15 years ago, something like that, with regards to a high altitude balloon jump by a gentleman called Felix Baumgartner. Now, when he jumped out of the high altitude platform, he was at 120,000 feet, and he had a camera that showed a very, very spherical Earth. Neil deGrasse Tyson came out and said, I mean, look, he's using a GoPro.
كده كده جوني وكله كله بالخارج أوروبا عندي وحدة.
That doesn't sound like English.
Awesome.
See this curvature of Earth's
This
surface, and he said, "Wow, he's in space. Look at that." No, he's not. You don't see the curvature of the Earth. That stuff
whose soundboard
is
is that?
flat.
So,
the Earth is flat.
so that's Neil deGrasse Tyson talking about somebody who's at 120,000 and telling the world that no, you shouldn't be able to see curvature from that height, and he's a scientific communicator. So yeah, sorry, 35 dude, you didn't see the curvature of the Earth.
I'm gonna find him talking about that because I don't like clips. I don't trust clips.
That's fine. We can find the interview for you. It's
Here you go. Links in the side chat there for you.
Earth is flat.
There you go. And this is from 129,000 feet. This was the Red Bull space jump, right? That's the one he's talking about in this video. After this happened, we had the Virgin Galactic went up to around 300,000 feet. Now, once again, Neil deGrasse Tyson came out in numerous interviews and he said, look, this is once again like the Red Bull jump. It's sneaky marketing. They're not going to space, and I did the calculations, and you would not be able to see the curvature of the Earth even from this height, right? So that's 300,000 feet. He's saying you wouldn't see any curve from, right? After the Virgin Galactic, we had the Blue Origin. Now, on one of those Blue Origin flights, right, we had a trained astronaut called Wally Funk. Now, when she came back, she did an interview with Fox News about the jump, and she told Fox News that she was disappointed she didn't get to see the curvature of the Earth because they didn't go high enough. She said she thought she was going to see it, but they didn't go high enough, and she was disappointed. And there's a whole article about that as well, and showing the interview. So, yeah, you wouldn't see it from that height, according to Neil deGrasse Tyson, who's on your globe side, right? And then the astronaut said she didn't see it. You've got Paul Larson, the planetarium director, saying you wouldn't even see it from the height of the ISS, right? So if you do the math from the height of a plane, right, 30, 40,000 feet, I think you would only see around 0.1% of the surface of the Earth from that height. Hardly anything. Most definitely not high enough to see the curvature. And then from the height of the ISS, you would only see 3%. It's still not a huge distance that you would be able to see of the actual surface from that height either.
DJ, he's more worried about looking up flat earth debunk videos and posting them in here than listening to you.
Well, the thing is you said that Neil deGrasse Tyson is a trusted source, and this is him talking about
I did not. No, I didn't.
You did. You said he was a well-trusted,
No, I didn't. No, this is what I'm saying. Neil deGrasse Tyson is one of the most popular science educators for the globe side in the world, right? So from your side, he's like one of the top PhD astrophysicists. I think that he's completely full of shit and he's ridiculous, right? I don't trust him at all.
Then how come
from your side, right? I think all of the astrophysicists are ridiculous, right? Because I've got my reasons for that because I've been looking into this topic for a long time. But for the globe side, you've got people on your side that are these experts that you're talking about, saying that you can't see it from that height, right? So this is called a hostile witness. So this is not me saying that I trust Neil deGrasse Tyson. This is me just saying, like, your top guys are saying this.
I mean, I don't know too much about that guy. I think he's very opinionated, but I don't know. I just thought it was interesting that for how little you trust that person, you used him as a source.
No, but he's correct in what he's saying, not just because he said it, but basically.
Yeah. So you were using him to appeal to me.
He's just saying that you cannot see curvature from an airplane.
I mean, think about it, right?
To help you understand that.
Okay.
To apologise, but like I said right at the beginning, when people say that they see curvature of the Earth outside the window, that's an anchor bias, right? Now, Neil deGrasse Tyson would literally be, in this instance, an authority, right? Because everybody believes that the Earth is a sphere. Now, according to the mathematics of a sphere, then you would necessarily have to be higher than the altitudes that we're talking about to see that curve. I can find the math for you and I can show it. There's also another guy called Professor Paul Larson who says exactly the same thing, but does the mathematics for you on a chalkboard. I'll see if I can find you that video. But ultimately, right, it's going to come down to you breaking the idea that you should be able to trust. Even on this instance, you have got a wrong concept about your own cosmology. So this hostile witness would literally be correcting you. I don't mean to be rude when I say that, but we're fighting this idea, not people's misconceptions about the idea. Do you understand what I'm saying?
Yeah, Noah, you said you don't like anecdotal evidence. Well, telling me that you saw curvature from a plane window, that's anecdotal evidence, because I've been in many planes, have not seen any curvature out the window.
Well,
right,
I wasn't saying that as like, hey guys, Earth is round. I saw it myself. I was more saying, could you give me your perspective from this phenomenon?
Yeah. Well, how could I explain what you saw? It's your perspective. It's anecdotal, right? So how am I going to explain what you saw?
A lot in the flat earthing like type of conversation.
Yeah, but it doesn't matter because it's inconclusive and it's mathematically impossible according to the globe lore. Now, I would be willing to bet that everything that you have in your mind about what the globe or the existence of the globe and how to prove it is entirely anecdotal, because I don't think you yourself have any globe evidence, not one shred.
I mean, what counts?
Well, is it all anecdotal? Are people just telling you things that you should believe?
I mean, when I hear from both sides that you can't trust either one of them, and Jen is telling me, oh, look for yourself, then it seems like anecdotal is a very strong source for you guys.
No.
And so, or at least Jen, you know, he's like, oh, like he even said, oh, if you haven't tried yourself, then you're at the bottom of the queue or something like that, kind of saying like, if you don't have your own anecdotal research and evidence, then that means that you're kind of invalid. And I want the people who have done their own research and own anecdotal research, please come to the front of the line and let's let this little bro sit down a little bit. So like, I mean, me bringing that up about the plane thing was me kind of wondering what your explanation was, but now I see that you're talking about, oh, anecdotal evidence, as if that wasn't already a strong enough thing for you guys on your side.
What do you mean a strong enough thing?
Like, or at least Jen was very reinforced on anecdotal evidence being a strong source of validation for the side. So like,
no, I think
I think
everybody experiences the Earth for themselves, right? And to a degree, whatever anybody says about their experience is going to be anecdotal until you actually do it for yourself. Now, if you don't care enough to do the research, I mean, if this is not important to you, then by all means, don't do a mirror flash test. Don't go to a lake nearby. And I mean, I've been around most of the United States. There's a lot of flat areas, but there are impoundments, reservoirs, big enough lakes that I bet you're probably 2 hours away from a big enough lake you can do this type of measurement. But it's up to you if you actually care. And maybe you just want to believe all the other anecdotal evidence that you've been given in your life about what the Earth is, and that satisfies you. And hey, man, you do you. It's really up to you, man. If you don't care, you don't care.
I think you guys are very used to.
That's what I was saying, dude. Just don't even bother. I mean, really. That's what I was trying to tell you. I wouldn't bother.
But you did, didn't you?
Yeah, I have all kinds of gear. Yeah. Lasers, a P900. I've got a vacuum chamber. I've got some other shit too. And yeah, unfortunately, I know the Earth is flat. And I checked it myself. And I also checked out the gravity holds water in a cup theory. That doesn't work. So I've done it all.
Okay. That's awesome, man. I find it really cool that you put that much work into it.
I mean, do you care, Noah, like at all? I mean, you're in here talking to us, which is great, but do you care whether or not the Earth's a ball or flat or whatever?
I think to some degree, yeah. Like, does it affect my day-to-day life, whether, it's flat or round? No, but I think that it's more to do about fundamental understanding.
Well, it's interesting people say that, it wouldn't affect your day-to-day, but I think every day you treat the Earth as a flat and stationary plane. Everyone does. Nobody uses this place as a ball that's spinning in a vacuum. So, yeah, your life won't change. You use the Earth flat just like we do.
And I'll add one thing here too. It's like it's not really supposed to relieve you of your life's responsibilities if you have children or job or things like that. It's not supposed to like fix that or anything like that. You know what I mean? It's just like how many critical thinking skills do you have, and do you care about the truth?
Do I care about the truth? Yes, I do.
Yeah, it's just like some people don't seem to care about it a lot, so it's not really supposed to change your life's responsibilities. You still have to go to your job or your children or whatever.
I think that, like, if I learn that the Earth is flat, I think that I don't really know what that would change, other than that one aspect. I already have a very innate distrust for the government and the things that they say, so it's not like that would be like, it's not like that would change. I feel like for a lot of people, if they did trust the government for some reason, that would probably be one big target, pinpointed part that would change for them. Day-to-day life, I don't really know if that would change. Maybe I'd have more of a...
Yeah, it would change your day-to-day life. Yep, every second of your life would change.
How so? What might I do?
You know exactly when people are bullshitting you.
Ooh, true.
I don't think so. I don't think that whether you know.
Yeah. So when they show me on the news that SpaceX did this today, I can say that's bullshit and be done with it. I don't have to watch it and say, did they really? No, because space is fake. You don't have to worry about that anymore. Don't have to worry about asteroids hitting your house. Don't have to worry about any of that shit.
Yeah. I guess on that particular angle, like, I don't think that means that you're like immune to bullshit, but definitely on that angle, if you don't believe in it, then you probably won't fall for shit like that. But like that doesn't make you immune to bullshit. That doesn't make you immune to like propaganda and stuff like that. Maybe it does on like space related stuff.
All propaganda.
Yeah, it really does make a big difference. It's hard to comprehend, if you haven't dived down the rabbit hole. But it really does change a lot.
Distrust for the government.
Yes, but so did I before this. This is like much different. It just changes your outlook, the way you think about this Earth. It'll change what kind of research you do, what you spend your time looking into. It changed so many different things in my life, but everyone's individual, right? It changes things on an individual basis. But yeah, it's not going to be like says who said you're already experiencing the Earth as flat and stationary anyway. So I mean, it's more of just an outlook change, general outlook on life, and you also think like, okay, what else might they be, lying about, and you might start looking into other things such as history and all sorts of different things like that, and take you down different rabbit holes. But it definitely helps unlock a little critical thinking part of your brain, even if you're already skeptical about things government related and that kind of thing. It definitely does make a change, but maybe more in some than others. Yeah
like I'm a cybersecurity person, so like Edward Snowden, you know who that is?
Yeah.
Like, everything is being intercepted, everything is being listened to, or at least eventually going to be listened to. There's a what's it called? There's a data center in Utah called like Beekeep or Hive or something like that, which is the NSA data center built specifically for storing data that was intercepted. Did you guys know that every single ISP in America is legally required to have wiretapping capabilities? That's a fun little fact right there. And
that's crazy.
Everybody's known that for years.
Yeah, and then that data center has, what is it, like 10 zettabytes or something like that of storage, that they're taking every bit of encrypted information, abusing a legal loophole to save that data because it's technically not accessing unauthorized data. And then they're eventually gonna have all that data there and unencrypted with quantum computing once that gets to a level where it can unencrypt things.
And what do you think's going to happen? Are they going to come over to your house and yell at you? Are they going to come over to your house and yell at you?
Well, I think that it way goes past that. Like every sensitive piece of information, every password that's been uttered,
Well, you know what I say? I always tell people, stop taking pictures of your dick and giving it out to people, and then you don't have to worry about weird shit.
No, I mean, I'm talking like sensitive data that will overturn countries in like a day. Like your dick pics mean absolutely nothing when like China's confidential like data and shit, or every country's confidential data, every piece of confidential information that has ever gone past the wire.
What's Chan Wang going to do with my data over in China?
It's not about you, man.
Oh, I'm not worried about it then.
Well, I mean, it's not about your dick pics. It's more about like the world.
Chan Wang, I see what you did there, Radwin. Nice one.
But yeah.
Did you do that on purpose, Radwin?
Did I do what on purpose?
Way to think on your feet, bro. That was incredible. Well, he said the D pics, and you're like Chan Wang.
Yeah, of course.
Yeah.
All right. Well.
Yeah, I thought it was an interesting conversation. Next time I go to the beach, that'll be interesting. You think I could do it with a pair of binoculars, or do I need like some super expensive telescope?
Goodness.
You need a target. You need your target height. You need a distance. You need an observer height. Those are mostly what you need. Now, optic, to be able to see far enough or get good detail, that's up to you. A mirror flash can be done with the naked eye.
Be able to see far enough, but there is special equipment that you can see far enough. For example, like 300 miles. What about that? And then you put people there, and you see from the distance 300 miles, right?
Baudia.
It's going to be very difficult.
Baudia. You notice that those people are hiding behind the rounded Earth.
Baudia. Baudia, what's the problem with a 300-mile observation? This is a pop quiz. You tell me. What's wrong with 300 miles?
Okay, what's wrong? I'm proving now that the Earth is rounded.
No,
okay. Well, what you're proving is that you don't know anything about physics or light.
Okay, if we all put aside the light, I mean, the light is just a factor that is in this discussion isn't appropriate.
So you need light to see, brother. So if there's no light, you no see.
But you see, okay, but you won't be able to see. It's on the ocean, 300-mile distance between two boats, right? 300-mile distance.
What's wrong with that 300 miles, Baudia? 300 miles, what's the problem? Okay, I'll tell you. So there's a problem because the air is actually not completely transparent. It's actually opaque. And that grows and builds with distance. So at 300 miles, it's like trying to look through a brick wall. Usually you're going to have a problem around 200, 250. It's over at that point. So anything beyond that, you're not going to see it anyways.
All right.
So all we need to do is find, 10 miles will do it. We just need to find that 60 foot of drop. Now, can you show me where someone has shown that there's 60 foot of drop in 10 miles? I'll wait.
Laser. There's a special laser.
Show it to me. Give me the test. I want to see the measurement. Can you show me the measurement? Sounds like you're being very specific.
I'm being not. I'm not being that specific. I mean, the laser is something that is, go.
Yeah, well, we have laser tests.
With the,
We have laser tests at 10 miles, 15 miles, 20, 25, 30. There's no drop in those distances, friend. So we've used the laser. What else do you got?
Honest to God, why don't you and the giant laser get a frickin' room for God's sakes?
These sound bites are so annoying, man. How do I mute these?
Hey, yo, I know this man. He's from Ukraine. He filmed the video 10, 15 even years ago. He was very popular. One of the most popular YouTubers and he was obviously very rich. So he made this, I don't know, this thing that is, he's sending the cosmos. And he literally filmed everything. Not everything, but he was high enough to be able to film with that whatever that is.
And look what happened to Ukraine.
That the Earth is rounded.
Okay,
rounded.
You know what this is? No one will appreciate this. This is anecdotal. I don't need to hear about some guy you know. I'd like to see some data.
You would like to see some data? You'll have to go up into the sky.
Okay.
Show us what he did.
Why does everybody want to go float in the sky when they want to measure the ground? I don't understand how you measure the ground by floating above it.
If I want to know how tall you are, I just float above you.
I don't know, but you all believed those who are kind of sticking to this concept that the Earth is flat. You all believed that the Earth was rounded at one point in your life, right? And then you changed your mind. What changed
Then I
your
bought
mind?
a P900. Then I bought a camera, and that was over. I bought a P900. I could see ridiculously far. And then I said, oh, Earth's not a ball. And then I went on with my life. I didn't scream at people about it around me. I didn't get mad at people. I didn't get mad at NASA or the government. And I don't care what they do. It's just flat. And from there, I figured out everything else that I hear from now on. It's just a lie.
But where is the edge there? Okay, I want to believe also. I'm open to everything.
Bingo. I got bingo.
Where's the edge though?
What?
Edge of what?
Edge of the world. Couldn't be endless.
Wait, I don't know if there is an edge or not. It seems to have some kind of limit to it, but I don't know where that is. Do you think you could direct me to where I could find it?
No, I obviously don't think. If I'm asking, I don't think so, right?
Oh, okay. So you don't know where the edge is. I don't know where the edge is. How are we going to find it?
Wait, what? If there's an edge, how has it not been found?
What edge?
Yeah, what edge?
Yeah, like what? I don't know what you guys think. Like, what does the world look like?
It looks like the surface is flat. The sky is blue. There's sun and moon and stars. There's dirt and trees.
No, surface is not flat.
Sure, it is.
It is.
Like how thick we talk?
Earth is not flat.
Yeah, like if you keep digging down, like you'll fall off or something. Like,
Don't think of a flat object, bro. Don't think of a flat object in the solar system if that's what you're thinking.
Yeah.
If you're thinking of like an object, then you're gonna wonder like, well, how thick is it? Like a piece of paper?
Do you
Is
have
it
like a
straight?
visual representation of
You
like what you
can't.
guys?
You can't represent reality in one.
Someone break the news to him.
Yeah, outer space is
Yeah,
not
there's-
real, by the way.
Outer space
We
is
can't
not real?
rectify. Yeah, no,
What are
it's
stars?
totally fake.
You don't know. Well, get in line, bro. Everyone wants to know that.
Let me clarify. The vacuum of outer space that you believe in does not exist. It violates the second law of thermodynamics.
Facts.
Did you just ask what are stars?
Yeah, no one knows, bro.
Can you tell me what are stars?
Can I?
Yeah, can you tell me what are
I
stars?
mean, they fall in line with it's like a ball of gas or something. You know?
How do you know that?
I mean, just what I follow in line with
Or it's
like the things that people teach in school and stuff. You know?
But how did they know that?
I mean, I don't know, man. This kind of goes into like what is God? How do you know God's real? Because the
Why are
world
you going
exists.
to God again? We're going to stuff that you can't actually tell. Yeah, it's exactly right. Like a religion. How do they know that? They have a religious belief that they know what they are, but how do they test that?
I mean, I'm not like an astrophysicist or anything like
Well,
that.
neither am I, but I can actually ask the question, and they could tell you they've never tested it.
But you don't believe in them, like, do you?
On what?
Like, like if you
Believe
guys
in
don't think
what?
space exists, that invalidates. Like, I guess the higher level people have studied. Like,
Believe in what? What do you believe in? What?
Like professors and stuff like that who do research on stuff like this. If
They don't do research on this.
They don't. All they do
Are they not
observe and declare, dude.
astrophysicists?
All they're doing
Yeah,
is
they're
observing and declaring what they think it is. That's it.
They don't test anything, dude. They can't go to a star and test its material. They just look at it and go, must be a ball of gas burning in a vacuum, even though we don't have any demonstration of that in reality at all. Like, nobody here, ask Redwin.
Science to back it up. Then, like,
okay, well, what science would that be? You said you like the scientific method, so let's go through the scientific method.
I said not an astrophysicist or anything like that, but I feel like those papers, the years that they dedicate their life to it and stuff like that.
Does anybody?
And, like the peer reviews that they use mathematics with and have a bunch of co-authors and all that stuff.
Hold on, give it a second. Hey, CB,
I
do you
feel
have
like that means nothing.
Hold on,
Right?
Noah. Hold on, Noah. CB, do you have the Michikaku?
Michikaku.
Yeah, the Michikaku.
Yeah, I do actually.
Yeah, listen.
Nobody that I know of in my field uses the so-called scientific method. You have a theory, you go make more observations, and it's a very, very tedious process. In our field, it's by the seat of your pants. It's leaps of logic. It's guesswork. Over in cosmology, we're off by a factor of 10 to the 120.
There you go.
What?
Yeah,
So all those papers and stuff you were appealing to, those guys are just guessing. They have no facts for you. You're listening to people's opinions and the stuff that they make up. They're musings.
I mean, if they fall in line with like math, right? Isn't that like more than just the best guess?
It's a guess. What values are they going to gather?
I mean, like they have math and stuff, do they not?
No, they have. They gave you a bedtime story, bro. At best,
they don't. Why didn't you ask them for their data? Why did you just believe that what they were telling you was true?
Just because they supposedly say they're scientists, they're astrophysicists. That's the reason when you believe it. It's like saying I believe my pastor because he's a pastor. He's supposed to be close with God, right?
Why do you believe the other people's observations and stuff online that lie? Like let's say hypothetically you didn't do your own.
Why do you saying about why do I believe the other people observations that they do? Because if I didn't believe them, I could actually go to where they're at and make the same observation myself.
Well, yeah, I mean, of like, let's say that hypothetically you didn't do your own testing with a laser and stuff like that. Who would you believe?
Again, if I
would you still believe the flat Earth?
If I didn't believe them, I could go to where they did and test the exact same thing that they did. If I didn't believe anything. In other words, if I tell you, just like you thought to ask you earlier, when your mom told you the stove is hot, what did you do? You touched the stove.
I mean, some people I probably.
Right. What I'm saying, if you didn't believe your mom, some kids will go like, yeah, let me go touch this to see if it's hot. And like, oh shit, it's hot. Same thing.
So from your hypothetical.
Yeah. Go ahead. So same thing. The only thing you can't do though is what there's these religious your priests are telling you, yeah, we've been to outer space. Yeah, you can't go test that yourself.
So with your hypothetical, even though I don't like to chase hypotheticals, let's just go down that rabbit trail for a moment. Someone tells you that they did something. They have really expensive equipment that you can't acquire. Blah, blah, blah. No big deal. Well, I want to see the data. And then I want to see if the way that they apply the data is logically consistent. So I'll give you an example. There's something called stellar spectroscopy. Now, you've heard about blue stars, yellow stars, right? All that stuff. They believe they're burning different types of gases in a vacuum, which is, by the way, from the beginning, completely absurd. And Radwin can walk you through that if you would like. But for the sake of argument, they say, oh, we get this spectra of light, this wavelength. Okay, it's yellow, right? Some variant of the yellow spectrum. So it's burning this type of gas. Well, guess what? They just affirmed the consequent and you weren't paying attention. Because it's yellow, does it mean it's burning hydrogen or whatever the hell it is they're saying it's going to be burning? No. It could be a yellow light. Shit, it could be LEDs for all we know, with that same spectrum being emitted. So that's not even good logic. We saw yellow, therefore it's burning hydrogen. That's messed up. And if anybody believes them, they're a sucker. Stellar spectroscopy is a joke.
Gas balls don't exist in a vacuum.
How do you know?
This is the
vacuum chamber.
Yeah.
What'd you say?
I own a vacuum chamber.
You own it? Have you put as much energy as in the sun in there, and so much that it has its own gravitational pull?
How much energy is in the sun? How much energy is in the sun? How did you measure it too? Because I'm going to go validate it today.
Do you have as much energy that you can put so much that it has its own gravitational pull?
Bruh.
Because I don't know if having a vacuum chamber. I mean,
stories, bro. I'm gonna give you a story about Narnia. I've been there, took a picture of it, and I could tell you the gravity there too.
I don't understand why you think that like it's crazy that people believe this when this is literally the general consensus of people.
It's just belief and consensus, though. That's the problem. It's not been validated. There's really no reason to believe in it besides the fact that everyone else does. When I was a little kid, my parents told me, let me finish, that if everyone jumped off a bridge, it doesn't mean you have to as well. That's your logic right now. Well, everyone else is doing it. That's horrible.
No. The thing that I'm saying is like you laugh as if it's absurd to believe in something like this when it's a general consensus. Like so.
Yeah, they just said it's fucking weird to think that if everybody jumps off a bridge, I should jump off it too. He already said that to you.
He literally just turned around and said, "But everyone else is doing it." Yeah, it doesn't mean you should.
No, it's not more about like what's right and what's wrong. My thing that I'm finding weird. Yeah, the thing that I find weird is that it's crazy that it's crazy to you that there is a consensus, is what it sounds like.
No, it's not. Like, it's not like, crazy to us.
What? You believe that everybody else does? What?
That's a straw man. No one said that here. No one said that.
I mean,
so listen.
I mean, you laughed at it. We're like an absurd thing.
No.
I shouldn't do this, but I got to do it. I got to do it, chat. We can't go into detail, but you said you didn't trust the government. Did you take that juice from 5 years ago that everyone was taking?
No.
Dude, we're not going to eat it. You can say the juice, bro. It's fine. So don't interrupt. Did you take the juice in your arm?
You talking about the clot shot, dude?
Don't say the word, but did you take it? Yes or no?
You talking about the clot shot, dude?
Bro, yeah, basically. Did you take it or no?
No, bro.
All right.
So
I'm muting everybody.
Bro, everyone else was doing it and you didn't do it. It's the same thing. You don't have to go with consensus. That's all my point is trying to make here.
What is it? Is that like an illegal thing to mention in this server?
We're not supposed to talk about that, really. But just to prove the point that it's just, well, everyone else is doing this thing. It's consensus. Doesn't mean you should or it's a good idea either.
I mean, whether science backs it or not, it's more just my decision. Like I don't.
Go wrong.
I don't believe that it really affected me. Whether it's scientifically backed or not.
I'm just saying, bro. Like they would say that this outer space and stuff is scientifically backed as well, but it's not.
Yeah, I mean, I I just find it interesting how like it's easier to believe that like there is no space. You know, like stars are unidentified flying objects or whatever. You know?
No, we don't
I
know
don't
what they are, bro.
Yeah, we don't know
No
what
one
they
knows.
are.
I don't think anyone in human history has ever known what those things are. At best, we have bedtime stories.
Hey, Elijah, hot mic, bro. I don't know if you know. Hot mic.
Yeah, so like I don't know, man. I think that like I think both ideas are relatively far fetched. If we're talking about like absurdity just based off of hearing things, like they're both talking about very big things, you know, space existing or like space not existing.
Elijah, you got an open mic?
And I don't.
I told him, but I don't think he can hear me.
Yeah, I don't think so.
Yeah,
I don't
just
know
a
if
second,
having
Noah.
a
Just a
time-
second. Just a second, sorry, man. Yeah, so I just started an event, so there's going to be a bunch of new people rolling in, and event title is in the side chat there. I think it's quite a triggering one that's going to get a few people in here. So, yeah, just letting you know that a bunch of people will probably join now.
Yeah. Shit, what was I saying?
Hey, just quickly, Noah. Let me jump in on that.
What's up?
So it's not that you were saying before, like, you guys can't believe this. You say it's ridiculous to believe this. It's not so much that we don't understand why people believe it. We do understand why people believe it. We all believed it too. And what you see from us is a group of people who have got past the shock that it's not real. And we're a bit numb to it now, which is probably new and strange for you because you're still in the process of maybe researching it. But we've had a while of realizing that this isn't the case. So yeah, to you, it's maybe odd that we're laughing about it. It didn't start that way. You don't start by laughing about it. You start by being like, wait, what? How can this not be real? But we've been in this for ages, yeah. So don't worry about that. And when you say they're both far-fetched ideas, say the idea of space or the idea of a contained system, I would say we need to think about it from a practical reality perspective. In practical reality, we can demonstrate all day that gas pressure can exist within containment. But nowhere, in no place, at no time, can you demonstrate that you can have gas pressure existing without containment in a vacuum. So they're not really the same. One is readily demonstrable and understandable, intuitive. That would be gas pressure in a container. The other only exists in imagination. Okay?
Yeah, I think one thing I don't know if is it really possible to emulate something to the idea of the what's it called, the size of space or something like that?
Well, we're not talking about the scale of it, we're talking about the principle of it. Gas pressure in its form requires containment. That's the only way you can achieve it, at least as far as can be observed and demonstrated. So whether it's a big scale or a small scale, that's what holds. And as it comes to gas pressure without a containment, there's no scale that you can demonstrate it on. It can only be believed, imagined.
Yeah. Like, I don't know, man. I just don't know if it's really emulatable. Like, I don't know if a tiny little chamber, what's it called? Pressure chamber or something like that.
Vacuum chamber.
Vacuum chamber or chamber. I don't know if that's like close enough to space, so much so that you could be like, oh, a sun can't possibly exist. Because the scale is just so ridiculous that, like, I feel as if there's some
NASA having the world's largest vacuum chamber and doing testing it's no longer valid because you can't use vacuum
I
chambers.
thought NASA was like the opposition, though. So
a hostile witness? Yes, NASA is a hostile witness.
Why are you bringing them up then?
So you say they've got vacuum chambers, and in their vacuum chambers, it works the same way as the small one in the independent lab.
I feel as if you could have a vacuum chamber the size of Earth, and it probably wouldn't even come close to emulating. I mean, The
Still do
scale.
the same thing. Gas would still do the same thing. Gas would still move in all directions and fill the available space. It's natural law. So that's what we've got. That's what we're sticking to. That's what we're going with. What's observable and repeatable. And yeah, the globe is not that.
Right.
Well, you know, perhaps we should ask you, what does the scale change?
I mean, I'm like I said, no physicist here, but just it seems weird that could be in any way possible comparable.
Well, my recommendation to you would be to, which seems pretty basic, research it. Look in our home server. We've got additional resource sections, and we've got pages on gas pressure, things like that, which show you demonstrations and, you know.
Are there any not biased
academic
sources?
articles? Yes, academic articles describing gas pressure, how it works, gas law, vacuum chambers. Yeah, there's heaps of that stuff. So I would research that, because at the moment, yeah, it might seem to you like conceptually things are working differently in your head, but you need to understand how it's observed and demonstrated to work in reality.
So non-biased, you mean like not on a flat Earth server? You want something else than if a flat earther gives you the information to look at?
It's not what I said.
Didn't you say non-biased?
I think that biased people are able to offer up non-biased sources.
And I'm biased?
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, if the
How
source
am I
that they
biased?
offer,
How am I biased?
I mean, dude, I saw the belittling that you did in the pictures. You're
How am
definitely
I biased?
So what you have to
Bringing up
notice.
the vaccine is like
wow
something.
Holy crap!
All right, dude. So now, what you need to think about is, right, if we put gas in a vacuum chamber, if anyone puts gas in a vacuum chamber, it doesn't matter what the person who thinks, who puts the gas into the vacuum chamber, it doesn't matter what their biases is. This is why science is a thing, because it doesn't matter what your bias is.
But you
your
guys don't
bias
follow
isn't going to
science.
play
You
a
just
role.
follow observations, right?
No. Observation is the first step of science. We, of course, follow science. It's the globe side that doesn't follow science, the scientific method. We're the ones advocating for it, which requires observation and then experiment, following the scientific method. So manipulation of variables, tracking what variables will lead to a cause of an effect, right? The actual scientific method. You don't have to worry about variables. But when we're talking about measurements and observations of the natural world, again, same thing really. It doesn't matter how biased I am. When I go and observe the horizon, it's going to be where it is, regardless of what I think or want. Right? So you just have to be critical when you're examining information. Like, is this person's bias going to play a role in this? And if it does, then you can say, yeah, okay, there's potentially an element of bias which is skewing these results. But what we're talking about, it's not really a question. Like, a person's bias isn't really going to, I mean, unless they're just outright lying about what they're demonstrating, in which case, if you can't tell that, then don't believe it. Go and look for something that you can validate yourself, which is, again, what we advocate. Personal observation, personal experience. Do your own tests. But yeah, review the server, like I said. Go through the additional information, go through the intro sections, do all that. If you're interested. If not, you don't need to. All right. Good talk.
It's very important. It's very important that you do your own test. You see, that's why I kept saying to you, you've got to go and check it. When you check it, then you know. There you go.
Yeah.
So my announcement is this: all those of you who have checked the flat Earth and gone out and checked, can you please come to the front? Because we want to discuss your methodology. Those of you who haven't checked yet, can you go to the back of the queue? And at the back of the board, can you see the equipment? Pick up that equipment, go out and make your findings, bring them back, okay? Thank you. Those of you who haven't checked, go to the back of the queue. Have you checked? Okay, come this way, yeah. Go in there, yeah. I'll be there with you in a minute. That's how it works. When you go for a job, they want to know you've experienced the job. They don't pick up people who haven't got experience, do they? They don't take on people who haven't got experience.
If you've got experience, please come to the back. If you haven't, come to the front. If you haven't got experience, go to the back. That's life.
So people that have no experience shouldn't talk in here?
You can ask questions, but you'll go into a different group over here because you haven't got any experience. You go there, and we'll take your questions over there. Thank you. It's funny, isn't it? Radwin was saying, "Oh, no need to check. Don't bother. You don't need to check, do you? Really? No need. No need." Yeah. I just tried to post your P900 and it wasn't successful. I'll try another time. But yeah, because I've got a picture of your camera when you bought it. You posted it in the Discord the day you bought it, and you were talking about it. Do you remember, Radwin?
Yeah, I think so. I don't know what pictures I posted.
Yeah, you posted the actual camera itself, and it looked really good. The P900. You just opened the box and you took it, put it there. It's a black background, and it was there. And I thought, yeah, that's a nice camera, isn't it? I want one of those. You know, even when I look at the P1000, I still think the P900 looks better. You know, the P1000 is very square, isn't it?
I don't know. I only have mine. I've never looked at the others. I was going to sell it and buy the other one, but I decided it's good enough.
Yeah. When I looked at there was an American guy taking us through the steps of how to use the 1000. And then he stated that the P900 is good enough. He said more than good enough. But if you wanted to, the P1000 comes into its own when you're doing wildlife. But if you're doing stars and things like that, he said the P900 was the one to use, right? But if you're going to do wildlife on the move and that, then the 1000 is your man, as it were.
See, I disagree. I think the 900 is better just for its size in general, just for its portability. I mean, obviously, yeah, you get a little
So do I.
1000, but
so do I. I'm 100%. I like the 900. You see, I like the 900. Yeah. That's what I like. The 1000's too big, I think.
The 1000 is much bigger. Still cool.
Yeah, it is. Yeah, it is bigger. It is a little bit bigger, man, and heavier as well. He said, bigger and heavier. The 1000 versus the 900.
The 950 would be ideal if you can get hold of a 950.
Yeah, I've got a friend who's got one of those. I remember when I came into the Flat Earth, right, in 2015, that was the camera, the weapon of choice, the P900. I was amazed at its zoom capabilities. They showed us a guy 14 miles away with a sign, Flat Earth, 14 miles away, and it zoomed in on him. Can you imagine that? Wow. A 14-mile zoom. Yeah. Powerful camera, that. Amazing. So Radwin's very biased. My camera is the best, he says.
Said it works good enough.
Yeah, absolutely. So did the guy on the YouTube
Hello
video.
guys, this is me.
Sorry? Go ahead.
Hello guys, this is me, Aminullah.
Hello, guy. Hello, you, sir. How are you today?
I am fine, sir, and you?
Yes, me too. Thank you for asking. Yes, very nice. I'm very well. What do we do for you today? Do you have any questions today?
Yeah, today is so best, and I want to talk with you now.
Okay, yeah, good. What questions do you have?
Yeah, I have question to discuss about the weather of UK.
You want to check the weather of UK? Okay, go ahead. Who's in the UK at the moment?
And what's the? Yeah, no, I want to you discuss the weather of UK.
Yeah, go ahead.
Right, so for the rest of the week, the temperature will be increasing up to temperatures around 30 to 32 degrees up by the weekend. At the moment, we're just having a cool spell. It rained last night. Temperatures are about 19 to 21 degrees Celsius. So wind coming in from the southeast. It's quite cool. It's quite pleasant outside. But by the end of the week, like I said, it is going to be terribly hot.
Any curvature?
No, but visibility will be increasing throughout the week.
Very good, very good.
Are you from UK, JD?
Yes, my friend, yes. Currently living in
Okay,
Cambridgeshire.
thanks. Okay, nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you too. How's the weather with you?
Yeah, the weather nowadays is so hot. I think in Pakistan, 4 months is so hot and 8 months is so cool.
Yeah, I understand that. Summer's a terrible time in the UK. We're always complaining about the weather here. Like Goldilocks, right? It's never quite right. It's always too hot or too cold. So, yeah, that's the world in which we live. But I hope you enjoy your summer, mate. Nice to hear from you. Welcome to our channel.
Sir, I am a beginner. Therefore, your language is so hard. Please, you discuss me with so slowly.
Yes, I'm very aware my accent can cause issues sometimes, so I will try to speak slowly. I don't want to sound like I'm patronising you. But your English is very good. How long have you been studying English?
Sir, I try to for 1 month.
Wow.
Yes.
It's crazy how the English invented English, basically, and they can't even speak it anymore. They have an accent. We don't have an accent.
Shut up. Yeah.
Sir, how we learn fluent English?
Pardon me?
Sir, excuse me, sir.
Yes.
Sir, how we learn fluent English quickly, sir?
Sorry, can you say that again? You cut out for me.
Sir, how we learn fluent English quickly?
Can somebody else tell me what he's saying? I'm not quite
Yeah, he
catching
said,
it.
how can he learn English fluently, quickly?
Oh, by
How can he
listening.
learn- Yeah.
By listening and repeating. So saying what you hear and asking questions. But if you've only been studying for 1 month, you're doing really well.
Sir, can you tell me about politicians, sir?
I missed that word. Jin is my translator.
Yeah, he's asking you, can you talk about the politicians?
No, because I use too many swear words. Politicians aren't good in this country. My government is falling apart as we speak. The Conservative Party and the Labour Party within the next year could possibly be no more. There's a new party called the Reform UK that is taking seats every day. So potentially within the next year, we could have a completely new British government.
Oh, yeah, yes, sir.
Good stuff.
Sir Jingbar?
You sound excited about it. You out there with a sign saying, please, let's have this?
Yeah, please. Yes, mate, 100%.
So what about the politics in your country, in Pakistan?
Yeah, Pakistan is so going badly.
Yeah, I think Imran Khan was trying to do a good job, yeah? Trying, Imran Khan, but they put him in prison, yeah?
Yeah, I think nowadays the situation of Pakistan and politicians so badly because Imran Khan is not present in politician chair.
Yeah, that's what I heard in the news. Imran Khan was trying to bring some good democracy to India, but then he was doing such a good job they took him out. They found some scandal or something, or created something, and bunged him in jail. Yeah.
Can you like Imran Khan?
Sorry, can you say that again?
Can you like Imran Khan?
Can I like Imran Khan? I like
Imran
him. Yeah.
Khan. Yes, so buddy. Nice.
Yeah. I like Imran Khan. He was a good cricketer, as we said yesterday. He was good at cricket. Then he married a very nice princess, I think, if I remember rightly. And then he went into politics. I thought, wow. And he tried to do a good thing for his country, Pakistan. But he had so many people against him, corrupt people, and they tried to make him look bad. But there you go,
Yes, exactly. Thanks.
Yeah.
Yeah, my wish to join UK, but I had some issues to family issues and study issue. Therefore, I can't join the UK.
Oh, right. You have what? Family issues, did you say?
Yes, I went to my wish to join UK and enjoy my life but my family issues and my study issue, therefore I can't join UK.
Okay, yeah, he's got family issues. Okay, that's a shame.
Yeah.
Maybe you can find a nice Pakistani woman and make her your wife in England. Maybe. Yeah, that's one way.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Just
I went to marry in UK.
like everyone else.
Say that again.
Just get in a boat and cross the channel like everybody else. It's not hard to get into the UK these days.
Yeah. My friend Jedi says, "Why don't you get on a boat like everybody else and just come across?" Everybody's doing that these days. Can you not do that? Give the man £500.
Yes.
And then you get on a boat. You might be there with 500 people in that boat. You have to be very careful, and you might make it. That was a good one, Jedi. He wants to do that. Yeah, of course. Yeah, this guy is studying business study in Pakistan, right, Jedi? That's what he's doing. He's studying business. Okay,
awesome stuff.
He wants to major in business. Yeah. He was talking yesterday with us.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, and we happened to mention that Pakistani curry was quite good. Although I've eaten a lot of Indian curry in Indian restaurants, I haven't actually eaten Pakistani food in a restaurant. In Pakistani houses here in Japan, good food. Yeah, and he was quite impressed with the knowledge that we have. You see, Indian food in particular has had a 300-year history in Britain. Can you believe that?
Yeah,
300
of course.
years. Wow.
Yeah. Our cultures are very intermixed, especially in the UK. We've got large populations of Pakistani and Indians and Bangladeshi, South Asian guys. Loads of them. It's really nice, man. It's one of the great things about Britain is that kind of cultural melting pot. I know we gained that ability by running around the world and taking over people's countries for a while, but ultimately the multiculturalism that we have in the UK and the different types of people that we have from all around the world that come to live in the UK have primarily been a huge benefit. Hasn't always worked out, but primarily it's been really good.
Yeah, I think this is the worst period in its history, what we're going through now. I think. Yeah, and it is disappointing. It really is disappointing because if we look at the 60s, okay, there was some racial problems. That's always going to be there, but and that's a small element because it doesn't take away from all the good experiences that I've had. For example, I didn't end up a racist, even though I fought a lot of people, lots of hits on the jaw, racist scumbags, but I am back. But it doesn't make me a racist. You see what I mean? I've got white people friends, Irish people, Greeks, Italians, you know, French. So, you know, yeah. And that's good. That's what made England good. Now there's too much fighting, especially with the Asians, which is unfortunate, really is. And then the immigration problem, you know, the people just coming in, that's also just making things just that little bit more hard as well, you know. But yeah, it's a real shame. Hopefully this reform government that's coming maybe might be able to help settle things down. What do you think, Jedi?
I think a lot of things, mate, and sometimes sometimes it's best that I keep my mouth closed. But I will say this: you're correct. These last few years have not been good for my country with regards to migration or illegal immigration. Let's put it like that. Lawful migration has been something that's been beneficial to this country. Illegal immigration population that hasn't. But yeah, this isn't the right time to speak about those types of issues.
No,
I don't want to cause issues, especially the server that we're in. I don't want anybody to get upset or anything. So,
yeah, no, that's fair enough. You know, that's okay. Yeah, it's just that my friend here brought it up a little bit. So, but there you go. He brought up the politics. Yeah, it's always a big one. You got to have the right time for that, and I agree.
So, Judy.
His name is Jedi. Okay.
Jedi.
Yeah.
Excuse me,
Yes,
sir,
mate.
Jedi.
yes, sir.
Sir, what do you say about business study in UK?
Jen, what was that word? It's always the long word on this.
Yeah, he was saying, what do you think about business study in the UK?
Business study is one of the best places in the world to learn business. You have to understand London's the financial heart of the world and has been for over 200 years. So yeah, it's a fantastic place to learn business. There's many businesses from all over the world that come to London. So yeah, it's colleges, the universities, even just working within the employment. Yeah, business studies in the UK is fantastic for sure.
Yes, my means management sciences.
Okay, he's working in the business science. You know, so science of business, yeah, business
that's
sciences.
interesting. Yeah, that's interesting. Yeah, that's really interesting.
Okay, thanks.
Oh, you're welcome, mate.
Thank you, sir.
Yeah. You see now Jedi, who was born in England like me, grew up together. But I've had a lot of contact with the Indian people. That's you know, with this and that. So you pick up how they use the language. That's why, you know, you got most of the words. One word or two words you just didn't pick up, weren't that, Jedi? The accent.
Yeah, man. And that's just me. It's not anybody else's fault. Probably everybody else understood it. I'm just getting old and deaf, mate. That's all that's happening.
You're not that old, Jedi. Get out of here.
50 next year, dude.
I'm 63. You're not that old. You're still a young whippersnapper.
I'm not as old as you, but I'm still old. Come on. 50.
Nah. That ain't old yet. That ain't old yet, mate. No way. Yeah. Yeah, but you're up in Cambridgeshire, yeah? Nice up there, isn't it?
It's a beautiful part of the world, mate. I'm just on the border of Norfolk as well. So literally just down the road from the Bedford Levels. I can attest to this. The part of the country that I live in, Norfolk, the Fenlands, that was reclaimed from the sea, is the flattest area of this country. You can see for miles and miles. The common saying around this part of the world is the skies are really big because you can see so far.
Wicked. And you're right there. Norfolk on the Broads, right there. Norfolk on the Broads.
Yep.
Wow.
Well, just on the Fenlands. So on the border between Cambridgeshire and Norfolk.
Yeah, I've seen it on a map. I know the Fenlands, But I didn't know it was that flat, though, until you just mentioned it. Even though I've been across there so many times, you know, you don't clock it. Do you see what I mean? I've been there so many times, but I haven't clocked that it's flat. Do you see what I mean? Clock it.
Well, it's the breadbasket of the UK.
Right, it's where we grow most of our crops and so on. The fields, which is primarily what it is because it was reclaimed from the sea, so it's good fertile land, are really, really flat. But because the area was reclaimed from the sea, the roads are really, really bumpy and terrible because they sink into the ground because it's not that solid. So it's one of the things about this area. It doesn't take moisture very well. It's very wet in the ground.
Yeah, I used to go up there like in 1988 a lot, but I was on the Dominator, which is a 650 single cylinder off road. So it's perfect conditions. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
But then a sports bike, you see. Yeah, so it was all right. I loved it over there. Yeah. Ah, you're right there. Look at that. The man is right there. The perfect flat earth. You know what I mean? Near enough in the UK. Look at that. Small world. Oh, yeah, that's what I was going to say. But when you look at Cambridge, you know, where the Cambridge University is, and then you go to Oxford, they look the same, don't they?
Yeah. It's the same stone.
Yeah.
The towns are built out of quite a lot of like the home counties. I can't remember. I think it's a sandstone, but they're all. It's the same type of buildings, mate. The universities were kind of built at the same time, same architects and the same bricks.
And the roads are similar as well. All those narrow roads and that.
I have a special breaking news. Noah has posted he can pick up hydrogen radio signals now.
Really?
Really?
He can't find the curvature, but he's picking that up. Really nice.
Hydrogen radio signals. Awesome stuff.
Yeah. And how is he doing that, by the way? Did he say?
Can you get classic FM?
Can you get Radio Horizon? That's the one. Can you get Radio Horizon, please?
He's got to be able to get the BBC World Service at least. Surely.
Yeah.
Sorry, we're just being silly.
Yeah, Radio Horizon was very famous in London. I used to live on that station, back in the early 80s. Yeah, Radio Horizon. And then after Radio Horizon, you'd have Radio Solar. You're in tune with Solar Radio. See?
He's hearing clickety click click click, and then with that you realize that's hydrogen popping.
Yeah. Radwin was quick on the response that the guy gave, and he referenced those laser beam things. Something to do with Chang Wong or something. Wasn't that from the Transformers when you said that? Yeah, Radwin?
No.
Right off the cuff. Where was that from? Where you got that from? Chang Wong. Or Wong Chang. He said something, and I thought it was from the Transformers.
Chong Wang.
Chong Wang, that was it, yeah.
What's Chong Wang going to do with dick pics?
Right. Well, then you've lost me there. Where is Chong Wang from?
China. He's the one monitoring all our information, but he's going to do something with it. He's going to tell it on me.
Right. Thank you. Yeah. I thought you was referring to a character in one of the Transformers.
Nope.
No, okay, thanks. There was a China guy in there. The guy, I don't know if you watched the Transformers films, but the one that fell out the window or jumped out the window to his death. That guy, I thought that was his name. So I don't know why I thought that, but that's what I thought.
Now I have to go buy a spectrum analyzer and tune it into 1410 so I can listen to hydrogen.
Yeah, that's right.
And that proves Earth is a ball.
It certainly does. We can all get on with it now, yeah? We can now get on with it. Yeah. I just kept him where he wouldn't check, you know what I mean? But reckons he hasn't got access to the ocean now or the lake, no high rise. But
he's never had any abilities to go check anything. This isn't his first day here.
Oh, right. So you know him well, you see. There you are.
Yeah, you've literally never met me before.
Well, never
I
mind.
joined the server today.
Okay, well then you're at the back of the queue because you haven't checked yet. Do you remember that? We like to talk to people who have really, really done their
He did
work.
check. He said he listens to Hydrogen now.
Is that what I said, or did you read what I sent? I don't think you did because you've made a lot of assumptions.
You said if I get a spectrum analyzer, I can listen to this to Hydrogen.
I said here's an experiment someone did that detects interstellar hydrogen. I didn't.
How do
say
they
I
know where
did
it came from?
I think that's. I mean, you're the person who spent a shitload of money doing research. I mean, I'm just kind of giving.
How? Yeah, that's why I'm not going to go tell you it came from outer space. How did he decide it came from outer space?
Radwin, I mean, have a look in the side chat. I mean, look at his device that he used.
I'm looking at all the shit in the carpet. Damn.
I mean, there's just a DIY thing, you know.
Space checker, globe prover.
Dude, you ran the vacuum cleaner?
I don't know, bro. Ask that. I feel like you're still under the impression that this is something that I did.
No. We don't.
No,
think it's
not at all.
something
I know you didn't do anything. You told us you can't do anything.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't have.
The thing is, man, like, you know, how do you think this validates a globe?
I don't think I said anything about it validating a globe. I think it validates that hydrogen signals that are, you know, coming from pretty far away, I'd imagine.
Like what distance?
I mean, it says interstellar, so probably.
How do you know it's not picking up hydrogen that's within that aluminum box?
I don't know, put a fucking match in there or something. Like,
no, that's not how it works.
Okay. I'm so glad you're here because, like, you get to explain exactly how the world works. You know?
Yeah, if you strike the match, then you're going to be setting off some more chemicals and smoke coming off the match. That's going to interfere with the readings. So you don't want to do that.
Like, I've said multiple times that, like, I don't have all the answers, but, like, I'm doing some research right now, looking into, like, oh, what are some of the things that might prove it this way? And you're coming to me as if I have all the answers, but, like, I'm giving you different avenues. Like, if I'm presenting this as something that is a possibility to disprove it, then you're asking me, like, oh, how do you know this? As if, like, me not knowing it disproves it. Because I'm not a scientist.
No, that's not it. That's not it. Here's the problem. Remember how I told you that the logic would be a problem? In this case, again, it's affirming the consequent. Does that sound like the scientific method to you?
What'd you say?
Does it sound like the scientific method to go ahead and affirm the consequent? The thing that you posted is just affirming the consequent. It's logically inconsistent.
How? If we know,
because it's not using a method of deduction, it's just declaring that apparently there's hydrogen burning somewhere in the vicinity. Oh, is it coming from a star? Do you know that? How would you know that? How have you deduced that it's coming from a star? What else have they eliminated as possibilities? Or are they just affirming the consequence?
Learn how to shut the fuck up.
Oh, he got hurt. See, when I point out the logical inconsistencies, they get really upset.
Well, did you read it though?
Does it matter? Are they affirming the consequent or not?
I mean, you're just automatically assuming that they aren't. You know, maybe take a look at it and see how valid.
So let's see. What was the naturally observed phenomena? Let's see if it's the scientific method. Let's see if it's deductive.
I'm presenting this as something that I found, and I'm kind of wondering what
what's up,
your
guys?
science kind of clashes with it. You know,
My science? No, there's only one science. It's called the scientific method. It's been around for a long time. It's a deductive system of finding the cause of an effect. It's empirical.
you guys get so defensive.
We're not getting defensive. I'm challenging the thing that you posted. You posted something, now you're being defensive. I told you it was total horseshit because it's logically inconsistent. Now apparently I'm the one being defensive?
Logically inconsistent before you even read it. I sent it, and immediately Radwin went like, oh, look at what Noah's doing.
Okay, did you read it? Tell me what the naturally observed phenomenon was. You read it. Okay, apparently you can tell me all about it. What was the naturally occurring phenomena that we're doing an experiment on?
It picked up the frequency that that hydrogen is able to emit theoretically, or not theoretically. Like that is what they observed. Like,
oh, okay, and
click that rad. I mean, where's the hydrogen coming from?
Right, that's a good question. Where is it coming from? Where did they determine that it was coming from, and how did they do that?
I mean, I'm asking you. I'm saying what I found.
I'm asking you. This is your evidence.
Four plates.
It's not my evidence.
It's coming from the four plates that it's banging into. It's coming from those. There. It's coming from that. The 4 plates it's banging into.
Yeah, I mean, like I said, I found something that piqued my interest, and I'm like, I wonder what this is and what the proof for this is. Like, but immediately before anybody even read it, they're like, no, this isn't it. Oh, look at what Noah's doing. Look at his little contraption that he built. Look at how stupid it is. Oh, he doesn't clean his carpet.
Yeah, we're pointing out that it's asinine. We're pointing out that it's asinine, and you're falling for it, but you don't want to believe that. And I'm giving you the details as to why it's asinine, but you don't.
I mean, could you point out exactly in like, you know, the paper that was written, like what part is asinine?
This is the
It's
thing,
affirming the
right?
consequence I already told you.
You should be able to present this to us. You should have read it, researched it, learnt the variables, learnt like what it means in the paper, and then present it to us and explain to us how it could be evidence against flat Earth or evidence for a globe. But
like,
when I asked you, though, you said you weren't even claiming it's evidence, you know, for the globe. So what's the point of it?
So the reason I brought it up is because it seemed like a thread to follow on, like, it may disprove the things that you guys are saying, because it might prove that there's a sun, because, you know, hydrogen and all that stuff.
No one said there's not a sun, though.
Pretty much, or you said that stars don't exist.
No,
we didn't.
We're saying that no one said that.
Or not. You said that. Sorry, the idea of stars
gas
being
balls
a ball
don't exist
of
in a
hydrogen.
vacuum is what I said.
Yeah. So you said that a gas ball doesn't exist in a vacuum. So if we're picking up hydrogen, then that's gas, and you know, you could do it pretty much anywhere in the world and pick up that frequency of hydrogen. So either there's like a shitload of hydrogen everywhere on Earth that's like observable by a radio or a spectrum analyzer.
Yeah, it's byproduct of water.
I don't think that's right.
Now he's disagreeing with you with no evidence. He just doesn't like it. It sounds like he's biased.
Yeah, because like immediately putting an X emoji on something that may disprove the things that you're saying without even reading it, and then making fun of the idea of bringing it up, that's not biased at all, right?
No, we're just pointing out that we've done this more than once, and we've seen all these evidences. And so you affirming the consequent with the evidence that you presented is asinine. Yeah, we're pointing that out. It's not a bias. We're just showing you. Now, you don't like it. I don't know why. You could just go, oh, okay, I see what you're saying. Or it's like, yeah, but no, but it could be.
To waste your money on.
What experiment would that be? What's the naturally observed phenomena again?
I own all that gear already. Plus, I got a 4-channel oscilloscope I could see the frequency on, too.
Okay, and so what's your explanation of it?
Explanation for what? You haven't presented anything yet.
You said that you have an oscilloscope that is able to observe that frequency. So what's your explanation for the frequency?
That's you, Redwin. Well, and to be honest with you, he'd have to do an experiment to give an explanation.
I thought
right?
it's observation.
You can't just make something up. Dude, the scientific method is a method. There's many steps to it. You said you liked the science and the scientific method, but it doesn't sound to me like you know what it is. Do you think that observation is the entire scientific method?
I think that's your guys' entire scientific.
Oh, see, so now you're strawmanning us. You think that's our method. No, we've pointed out to you there's a method involved. The first thing you would need to do is observe a naturally occurring phenomena. So what's the naturally occurring phenomena that we're going to be studying here?
I already mentioned the picking up the hydrogen.
Is that a naturally occurring phenomenon? So we have pops and clicks?
I would say so, yeah.
Okay, pops and clicks detected by a radio. No problem. Now what?
It just says there's a shitload of hydrogen coming interstellarly is what.
Oh, they claimed interstellarly. What was their evidence that they gave you for that, or was that just a claim?
I mean, you could pick it up from pretty much anywhere on Earth. You go to the middle of the desert, you could probably still find it there. It's not much water.
And what does that have to do with interstellar?
What
does that have to do with interstellar?
What if I find it in my garage?
The idea.
What if I find it in my garage?
I mean, the idea of like, what's it called? This TV static being from the Big Bang, I'd imagine you'd probably.
Big Bang?
No, white noise is not the noise of Big Bang. That's an hallucination somebody came up with.
Oh yeah, of course. There's always something.
Is he talking about the cosmic radiation background? Is that what he's talking
white
about?
noise, like on old TV channels. That's white noise. He thinks that's from the Big Bang.
Right, so somebody affirmed the consequent. You decided that was somehow valid. Not our problem.
Yeah, so just toss it aside, right? I mean,
of course. Why would I pay attention to something that's logically
I'm not going to decide. I'm going to go ahead and try to make one of these if I had time. I'm not going to buy any parts, so I got to make sure I've got all the parts.
That's what I was hoping for, man. That's what I was hoping for, dude. I was like, I was hoping Radwin would, because I know that you're really interested in stuff like that. I was like, well,
no, I'm interested in picking it up inside my shed out in the backyard.
Yeah.
I guess if you get it in your shed, Radwin, that means it came from outer space, right?
No, it means the sun is in my shed.
Oh, that's right. That means the sun is in your shed, yeah.
Same with my basement. I'm going to start there, of course. I wouldn't even tell people at work about this one. They'll think I'm crazy. Building a box.
They don't already think
building a box to point up and then hear clicks.
So let's see why you might be able to see the so hydrogen radiation. It's a radio wave and can penetrate through walls. Like, why are you able to listen to the radio if the radio is inside of your car?
Because it has an antenna.
Is that not like what you're building though? You're not trying to build something that's able to literally detect radio waves with the DIY project?
Ooh, I do have a SDR in a box that has a waterfall built into a digital display and all its tuning. I could probably just turn that on right now and listen to the sun. I'll try it.
I feel like if we were to present some evidence like this, right? Like this, look at this image I just posted in the side chat. I mean, and then I came in here and presented something like this as flat earth proof, right? And didn't even know how to explain it properly or anything like that, I would be mocked, ridiculed, and laughed at.
I mean, of course, you could have a really expensive one if you really wanted to, but this is just a DIY thing that you can use. It's kind of like, oh, you go get your binoculars and you can. We didn't put a multi-$100,000 budget into these binoculars. This is such a crazy phenomenon, right? Like, that's kind of the same argument.
Not really, right?
I think
like
it is,
if you're looking for something that must be there, if the Earth's a globe, right? Like a geometric horizon, it doesn't really matter what optics you're using as long as they're sufficient to be able to see the geometric horizon, right? Some optics aren't going to hide the geometric horizon from existing, right? If someone tells you they've got a cow in their backyard, it doesn't matter what you go out and look at it with, right? It should be there if they say it's there, right? If it's not there, they don't have a cow in their backyard. You can't say, oh, well, you didn't look in my backyard for the cow with the right optics. You needed $100,000 camera.
Budget has to be incredibly high in order to, like, this whole thing, like, this is a DIY thing that it's supposed to be incredibly cheap. Now, if you really want, you could up the budget and stuff and probably reproduce the same thing. But they're saying that it's detectable to a point where you can use something as shitty looking as that to find that radio wave.
Okay, and how would this validate the globe or disprove the flat Earth?
I mean, it shows you that there's, gas in space condensed like that.
Gas in space condensed like that. How did they validate that it's coming from space?
I mean, where else would it be from? If you're in the middle of it, and you can pick up these radio waves from literally anywhere on Earth. I think besides
that's for you to answer.
What's it called? What are those things like those boxes that block out radio waves? Whatever the hell that's called. I think like the only thing that Faraday cases.
You're talking about Faraday cases, are you?
Okay. I think so. Yeah.
So you asked us the question that we're asking you. What did they eliminate? Because you said, well, be from. Well, why don't you find out what else it could be from instead of just affirming the consequent? That was my point.
I'm presenting it to you. You guys have a shitload higher budget to do the research. I think that like I'm just presenting something as a possible.
Okay.
And I respect Radween for that, but you guys are just calling it retarded and stuff.
It is retarded. It's logically fallacious. Spend $1 million and still be affirming the consequent.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's interesting that you just throw it aside rather than doing the research on it.
Why would I not throw something aside that is logically fallacious, that is not deductive? Okay, what's the research that we should do? We should find out, right, where it's actually coming from.
Just saying, if I find it in my garage, then that must mean that the sun is in my garage, when he just completely disregarded the fact that radio waves can go through walls. Like it shows that there's a fundamental misunderstanding there, and that there's a lot more research to be done. And instead of throwing it away, maybe you could realize that there might be a knowledge gap there and more of a thread to follow. And then when you get to that end of the thread, then you might be like, oh, okay, there we go. There's some more evidence. And the fact that you guys have a server, the fact that you guys have an event going, the fact that you have a 24/7 live channel where you often debate these things, surely you'd want to have more logical arguments that disprove the idea that the Earth is round and that space doesn't exist and stuff like that. So why not follow more threads and have a lot more evidence to present to people in a way that they would understand? Because it's logically
it's pretty
at that point.
Simple. So hold on a second. Are you telling me that no Earth curvature is hard to? There's no measured Earth curve. You think that's difficult to grasp, do you?
I mean, it's a general consensus, and I'd imagine that like the majority of people that you tell that, like they would probably call you crazy. I think that
who cares? It's what's the truth. It doesn't matter what they believe. It doesn't matter what people think. It doesn't matter their consensus. That is what the fact is.
Mathematicians. There's a lot.
Who cares? Doesn't matter.
Believe
doesn't matter.
And their
who cares?
Adds up to their consensus.
Who cares?
If they all think that. Then that must mean that there's some contradictory thing going on there. That doesn't mean that it's not as illogical as you think.
Noah, who cares? They don't have any Earth curve.
Right.
Yeah,
right.
An appeal to consensus fallacy right there. It's wrong, isn't it? What about knowing for yourself? Can't you know for yourself? I keep asking you that question. I don't have to follow everybody else. I want to know for myself. I know the coverage is not there. You don't know that yet because you're rather frightened to go and check. You make up excuses like that.
I mean, the thing is you guys just a second ago thought that radio waves can't go through walls. So like, what?
We never said that.
Nobody said that.
You said if I pick up, you said that. Who said that? If I pick up these radio waves in my garage, that means the sun is in there. Like, is that
according to your logic? That's what that means. So going by your logic and the little DIY project. Yes, that was your logic. Yes.
Definitely not.
Yes, it is.
Definitely not, because radio waves can go through walls. And he's like,
okay, so then we don't actually know.
And then I presented the idea
where the radiation is coming from, then, do we?
From a radio. Why can we pick up music from a radio? And he's like, because it has an antenna. So what are we building then? Like, we're picking up something that's able to detect radio waves with that DIY device.
That you don't know where they're coming from.
Yep.
I mean, where else would it be coming from?
That's for you to figure out.
Other than the huge fucking...
Right next to the antenna.
No, it's for you to figure out. Don't ask us the burden of proof where we think it's coming from. You have to prove it's coming from a burning ball of gas in a vacuum. That would be your task.
Do you think that that's pointing to something like at an angle and then focusing in like some kind of weird beam and hearing something out in outer space?
I think that, like, this is an avenue.
No, that's not what it is.
As this is something that you guys believe in so passionately to the point where you have a community about it.
I have no community. We don't talk about hydrogen in outer space ever. You brought it up.
I mean,
this is something you believe in so passionately, right? You're the one trying to say that this is detecting this particular thing, right, from outer space. It's going interstellar. Like, you need to be able to, dude. Keep talking about science, but this is like one of the most unscientific things that you've just presented. You just got a whole bunch of baseless assertions, a whole bunch of. Hold on a second, bro. Hold on, just a second.
Based off of radio waves, not scientific.
Yeah, but you don't know what you're detecting. You don't know where it's coming from. You don't know if it's in going like through space. You don't know any of that. You're just assuming it, and your logic is just saying, well, what else could it possibly be?
So let me look a little bit more into this real quick.
Well, it couldn't possibly be an impossible space vacuum that violates natural law. That's what it couldn't possibly be. It couldn't be coming from a ball of plasma gas floating inside a 10 to the negative 17 torr impossible space vacuum, right? Because you can't prove that's even possible to exist in the first place. Right, so it definitely can't be that. So you're going to have to look into other options. I mean, that's why this is getting mocked a little bit, because it's extremely weak evidence for your globe. Extremely weak.
Right. I mean, according to you guys, who just a second ago thought that, you know, the sun would be in your garage if you can detect this frequency.
Yeah, no one said that, dude. You're just strawmanning.
I mean, Radween did say that. He said, surely if I can detect this in my garage outside, which makes no sense, but like, then the sun would be in there, right?
So do you understand what sarcasm is?
I mean, yeah, but it's a little ridiculous.
Obviously not.
Yeah.
Yeah, what if I can just pick that same shit up with a regular old antenna?
I mean, I don't know about the strength.
I'll worry about that.
I think that is for you to worry about, you know? Maybe ask why and then look into it rather than immediately throwing it off.
I can amplify a signal, don't worry.
Yes, you still haven't even said like how this claim would debunk a flat Earth in any way. Your first idea was that it proves the sun exists, as if we didn't think that the sun exists. Now you're claiming that. What are you claiming? How is this evidence against flat Earth?
I mean, it was more against the idea that, like, there isn't a ball of gas, you know, in a vacuum.
Okay, so how does this validate that there's a ball of gas in a vacuum? Because what else would it be? Is that your, like, evidence?
I mean, we have a lot of different things pointing to the fact that the sun is just a ball of hydrogen and shit like that, hydrogen and a bunch of different material. And so if we're getting a fuckload of radio waves that match the click of or frequency of hydrogen at everywhere on Earth, even the spots where water isn't, because Radwin made the idea that like, oh, it could be the water
Yeah.
we're picking up the hydrogen.
Well,
from.
how does the vacuum of space come into this? And how does the distance of 93 million miles away to this big giant burning ball of gas sun, like how does that play into this, right? Because those, like, what's the claim here, right? You're claiming it's in a vacuum. How do you know it's in a vacuum? Like, there's just so many assumptions baked into this. That's why it's not being taken seriously.
Right.
Like,
you
we're
see,
presenting.
Sorry to cut you off there. Basically, we're saying to you that, you haven't made any attempt to validate anything. You're just accepting it because you want to believe it, that it's true, you see. That's what you're exhibiting here. And when we are saying to you, have you checked this, have you checked that, you switch the burden of proof onto us. We don't have to validate nonsense. We know it's
you
nonsense.
guys are the all-knowers, like you guys are the people who have, opened your eyes up to the truth and can sniff out bullshit like a superhuman, apparently. And
that's
so,
what we're
like,
telling you.
if I present something like this to you guys, then surely you would have an explanation to why there's hydrogen, coming off like that, and like where that might be from.
No. Why would we know that? We just pointed out to you that it's logically consistent and there's way too many variables not considered and there's lots of assumptions baked in, and that's why it's bullshit. Those are the things that we sniff out. You need to go figure out where that radiation is coming from, not just assuming that it's coming from a burning ball of hydrogen in an ever-expanding vacuum. That's your job.
Yeah, but I mean, you like dedicated your freaking life to this, did you not? So like,
yeah, bring that up again. Why don't you bring up to the fact that we dedicate our entire life to the thing where we've already pointed out that it's bullshit, and you want to keep repeating yourself. Now you're becoming annoying because you're triggered.
You've pointed
It's bullshit.
it out as bullshit without even reading the article.
I don't need to. It's affirming the consequent on its face. You don't seem to care about that. You seem to like when people present to you illogical arguments. Why?
You immediately disregard it, even though it might.
Of course I do.
A string, and there's science to back it up, and you can keep on looking at.
What science? What science? What science?
Hold on. I mean, I can. Hold on.
We need the naturally observed phenomena, and then we need a hypothesis for the experiment we're going to conduct.
I mean, did you read it though? Like,
did you read it? Because it sounds to me like you didn't read it.
Yeah. Is it necessary to read it to know?
I think there's some reading that's necessary.
Okay, what did you read? Tell me about what you read. Tell me what the independent variable is. Yeah, you didn't read it.
The independent variable. Like it's not, what's the word? Titled by the scientific method. But
No, just find it, because I know that you read it, so you can tell me what the independent variable is. It doesn't have to be titled by that, but just let me know what they varied and manipulated.
Then when the electron spin flips from parallel to anti-parallel to the proton spin, the atom drops by, oh, that's a lot of math. That's hold on, I can just send it in the side chat.
Will you be posting the independent variable?
He won't check the surface of the Earth, but he'll check gas that supposedly come from space. It's amazing, isn't it?
I already told you my means for doing that test is
I don't accept those means at all. I don't accept it. I'm sure if I'm living where you are, I would be able to prove whether or not the Earth is curving or not, even where you live. Don't be silly.
Right.
Crap, mate. It's crap. Absolute crap.
So this is you disregarding something that you don't even know.
Where is the independent variable, Noah?
Yeah, Noah. Dependent and independent variables, please.
Lay it out nice.
I think he's consulting with AI to give him a hand.
Yeah.
Their new best friend.
Yeah, so I have been reading it, right, as you guys have been talking about it. I mean, did you even check? Like, did you even read it yourself?
No, he didn't. He just elephant hurled it in here.
Yeah, bro, did you actually read it?
Yeah, I read quite a lot of it.
Really? Like, so when it says at the end, like, you know, to be honest, right, this is his conclusion. He didn't give any data, right? He just, like, gave it just a, you know, one paragraph conclusion as the result of his test, right? Yeah. To be honest, it is very difficult to tell how well this project went, besides the fact that it clearly worked. I didn't want to go over GNU radio due to the fact that I am still a noob with it, and there's a lot to learn. And then look, it says at the end, right, I managed to do a few tests on it and was able to pick up 1420 megahertz, but I wasn't able to analyze it because I was unable to average my data along with a few other things, right? And that's the conclusion, right?
So you left out the fact. You think this is the fact that he said that it clearly worked like 3 times in that conclusion.
Yeah, so trust me, bro, it worked. But I'm not gonna prove that it worked. I'll just tell you. I'll just tell you it worked.
Besides the fact,
I'll just tell you it worked, but I couldn't analyze the data.
At least it definitely worked.
It definitely worked, yeah. So this guy that's wearing a face mask inside his house, right, is telling us that it definitely worked, right? And just trust him. No, I didn't mention a vaccine, dude.
Yep.
Right, I'm just telling you that he didn't even provide any data to show his results, right? He said he wasn't even able to analyze the data. He said he's a noob, right? He doesn't really understand how it works. Right, but just it worked, right? So, you know, just post it as your globe evidence. You know, go ahead. This is just weak.
Sounds really scientific.
Yes,
yeah,
super
really scientific.
Look, you seem like a nice guy. You know, I appreciate the conversation, but this evidence of the globe or whatever it's meant to be is just weak. Like, so nobody's going to take this seriously.
I mean, weak in your mind. I mean, like, I think that do the research on it.
Okay,
what research?
Independent variable.
Do the changing the.
Can you hear what Says Who keeps asking you? Is like, do you think this is a scientific experiment?
Yeah, like if you wanted to.
Okay, so let's go through the scientific method.
Of the antenna.
And you keep talking about the scientific method. Man, you keep talking about the scientific method. So now Says Who's trying to walk you through the scientific method, right? So we're trying to analyze this right now with you.
I already mentioned it. The thing is that you can pretty much change the where you are. You can change the direction of it. You can literally go to pretty much anywhere on Earth and still observe that it's there. So
what? I need an independent variable.
Yeah, changing the direction of the antenna and like where you are. That's
not an independent variable.
Okay, so is that
who says?
Yeah. What'd you say?
Yeah, I'm saying when you said what you just said earlier on there, who said that? Who told you that?
Who told what?
What you just said 2 minutes ago.
Hello.
Who told me what?
Exactly. That this stuff came from space. That it's come from space.
No, so I mean, if you guys don't want to believe that it's from space, I mean, that's fine. But maybe where is the hydrogen coming from? If we
that's your question. Why are you reversing the burden of proof again? You should tell us where it's coming from. You have to prove that.
Well, I mean, if you guys only take anecdotal evidence.
No, we don't take anecdotal evidence. That's not the thing that we brought up. I'm asking you for very specific independent variable type evidence where they determined through deductive reasoning that this is where it came from. That's the scientific method. It has to be empirical.
The thing that I'm saying is that we have people saying that there is a ball of hydrogen
Sounds like an
We're in
anecdote.
space. We have a ball of hydrogen, and we have fields of study on this particular thing. But you guys like disregarding fields of study and stuff like
All
that.
right, bro, that's it. Everybody's going to make claims. That's it. So people are making claims, and you're going to buy it, and you're not going to go ahead and prove it for yourself, but you bring it here and think that it's evidence. No, you're not going to finish what you're saying because you've already said this a ton of times already, and I'm not going to listen to it again. I'm going to end it, and we're going to talk about the very specific fact that you don't have any evidence for the claims that you're making, nor do the people that are making the claims to you. You believe it at face value, and you've never challenged it, and they are not going to prove it to you empirically using the scientific method. But you want to bring it here as if it's evidence, when it's not, clearly. So, you will have to prove everything from this point forward that you have using the scientific method, empirical evidence. Observable, testable, repeatable, falsifiable. That's what I want from you. Not you guys this and you guys that. It's pathetic, dude. You're wasting our time.
Yeah, and try to clarify what he's saying. What's he trying to prove? That the sun's a ball of gas? Was that his observed phenomena? Is that what he's trying to do?
No, he sees pops and clicks by some DIY made Geiger, apparently. So he has pops and clicks, and he says, yep, that confirms a giant burning ball of gas in the ever-expanding vacuum of space. In his mind, that's how he gets from A to B. It's retarded.
And then he tried to say a direction was his independent variable, right?
Yeah, unbelievable.
Yeah, this is a coping mechanism right now. He's been schooled for the last 2 hours straight, and now he's coping.
Yeah, I had to send him to the back of the class because he hadn't checked anything. So if you haven't checked, I can't be discussing that. You need to go and check. So all those of you who have checked, please come and sit down. Those of you who haven't checked, please go to the back of the class. There's equipment there. Go out and check and bring your findings. That's your homework. Goodbye. Thank you. Right, go ahead. He didn't like that. Oh, it's funny.
Hi DJ, what's going on, bro?
Hey, who is that? Akalesh. Hey, good to see you, man.
Good to see you too, man.
DJ, I posted.
Where everybody's silence, bro.
DJ, I posted. What is hydrogen and where does it come from? And
oh yeah, I was just reading that.
All I can
just
tell
then.
you is that that's from our documents, so I can't give you the sources on it. But there you go. Nowhere does it say sun.
Yeah, absolutely. And in that guy's test or whatever he's doing, I don't even think it mentions anything about it either. But yeah, interesting. Good find.
That's why it's a camera shot from my work computer screen.
Yeah, I once made a hydrogen booster for my automobile. Got like 25% better gas mileage.
Yeah, but I think hydrogen don't have much energy density.
There you go. Just like I said, electrolysis. I knew it was on there. I have to play dumb. I can't give out too much information all the time because I'll slip one of these days.
Yeah, electrolysis is very easy, bro. You can replicate in your home. Just unmute your mic, bro. Just have conversation on this topic.
Yeah, I submit that the sun doesn't have anything to do with hydrogen.
You can predict it like clockwork, right? You could say, yeah, there's no evidence that the sun is a giant burning ball in a vacuum of gas. And they'll be like, oh, so the sun doesn't exist then? It's like,
right.
How do you get there? How do you get to we say the sun doesn't exist because the story is impossible?
Exactly. Yeah, it's truly an amazing thing, but we have no idea what that is. Yeah, the Globers can't even prove that it's a physical object or that it's actually even in the place that we see it. There's no way to determine that. I think it's some kind of a focal point, some kind of a focused beam that we're seeing the apparent position of it, but not the actual position. And that seems to play out. And when anybody tries to do triangulation of the sun, you get more than two people trying to triangulate it. And from my understanding, they get numbers that are way off the chart as far as like where that triangulation would say it is. Like each observer has a different location. Well, that's exactly what happens with a focused beam. That can be demonstrated.
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm, mm-hmm.
Is this thing on or? Hey, go ahead. Can't tell if we're live or not. Seems like we're not live. Can someone confirm we're live? Okay, we are not live. All right. I hear people piling in.
Hi, brothers.
Hello, hello, hello. Is
How's
this
it
your?
going?
It's going. Is this your first time here?
Yeah, absolutely.
You talked to flat earthers before? That as a no. Oh, what's going on today, chat? Everyone's is it nap time on the flat earth right now? All right.
me this gravity tree and get me that gravity and use it in the experiment and vary and manipulate it to make shit go down. Can you do that?
That it was a whole bunch of mumbo jumbo. That doesn't make sense. But what this is what
no, it's perfectly coherent.
Hypothesis.
No,
Yeah, the rest of us caught it. Dude.
You're just trying to joke about it because you're just trying to joke.
You're
about
just
it.
trying to sidestep. Stop
That's
it.
really it.
If you're not sure what he said, ask him to please explain it. Don't just go, oh, that was mumbo jumbo, or that was word salad.
This is what we'll do. We'll go through.
No, you don't run the show here. If you don't know what he said, say, excuse me, I'm not sure, can you please explain it?
I'm going to go through the layman scientific method of what a person that wants to prove gravity would do.
Fuck it.
So let's go back from the start. The observation, something falls.
What is the scientific method? Just tell us that.
The question is, why do objects fall towards the Earth instead of floating or moving in random directions?
Hypothesis doesn't say, why is it not doing this?
So my hypothesis is there is some force that pulls objects towards the Earth. This force depends on the mass of the Earth and the object.
Good. Now validate the hypothesis. Next step of the scientific method, please.
Now we can drop two objects of different masses.
No, why are you not listening? You stupid.
He's completely bricked. Goose, why are you doing this? Are you this bricked?
This is crazy.
Dude, the troll is over. You got wrecked. You could just say, okay, I got wrecked. My time's done.
By explaining like second grade.
No. That's the problem. You're at about a second grade level, dude. That is the entire problem.
Yeah, that's the level I gotta talk to you.
And you're stuck behind at second grade. So it's getting kind of tedious.
So we drop two masses from the same height. And
what's your independent variable?
So then, for example,
you don't know. You're not doing an experiment. You don't even know what your independent variable is.
Okay.
Dude, this is a laughing stock. Give it a rest.
So when we want to take the data, we can look at the time.
How are you doing an experiment without knowing what your independent variable is?
We can take the time it takes for the.
You're just going to keep talking through that.
So when we take the time, we notice.
Don't really care unless you have an independent variable, dude, because you're just wasting the channel's time if you don't have an independent variable, because then it's not an experiment and you're not telling us anything to do with what we asked.
The independent variable would be the object.
The option. So option now causes
the object. It would be the object.
Option causes object to fall.
No, it's
That's
the
almost as
object
bad as shoot.
because it's completely the acceleration due to gravity would be irrelevant to whatever object is falling.
Acceleration of gravity. So gravity would be your cause claim. So gravity then would be your independent variable if you did this right. Not option.
I didn't say option.
You said option.
I guess I cut out. I said object.
Okay, object. Object is your independent variable.
Yeah.
So if object will fall.
The show.
Cause of object fall is object.
So there's an equation called.
So no gravity then.
So we got the law of universal.
You don't need gravity. You got object, dude. You got object. What do you need gravity for? There you go. You solved it. Good
F
work.
equals G
Pat on the head.
times M1 times M2 over R squared.
It's like a broken fucking record, isn't he?
Yeah, he's got a script that he's going to.
He's not listening at all.
He can't actually answer any pointed questions because he doesn't really know anything about his rhetoric. All he can do is just blather it out.
So we get that equation, and then now that we got that,
interested in math. I want science.
Conclude. Okay, math is how we explain science.
Sorry.
Oh my gosh!
The scientific method is math.
Yeah, you're insane if you think we can't use math to explain
What
science.
step of the scientific method is math? The first step.
That would
second one.
That would be the analysis portion.
Oh, afterwards, can we abstract mathematics from the experimentation?
If object and object fall.
Yeah.
So Conclusion. Supports the hypothesis.
You're an idiot.
And then
That's the conclusion.
Yep. The results support it because we noticed that there is an acceleration downwards of 9.8 meters per second squared.
That's just your phenomenon. We already knew that.
And the acceleration
not even true.
The acceleration is independent of mass.
It's not even true. You don't have a constant acceleration of all elements. There's a variation of elements.
Dude, you're tripping dick if you think that 9.8 meters per second squared is not constant.
Excuse me, it's an agreed upon average. It was agreed upon in the 1920s. What are you talking about? People sat around a boardroom and agreed upon it.
Brother, you can guess, or not guess, you can literally measure it yourself.
Yeah, this is what we've done.
Goose, can you tell me how fast things fall in water? Can you give me that measurement of the rate of descent in water?
I want you to explain to me why it happens, because I know you know why. It's not the same.
What? Why the gas in the water goes upwards? No, I don't need to give you a cause.
Why something?
A cause.
Because now you're trying to equate some, like an object falling through like a dense liquid to something falling through air.
Okay, so you're telling me that it's not 9.8 meters per second.
Oh no, it's
all the time. Is that right?
Acting. It's always acting.
Is that rate consistent no matter the medium?
Always.
Okay, so everything is flowing through the water at 9.8 meters per second.
So if you draw up like a free body diagram of, like, let's say a person in water, the force due to gravity, mass times acceleration will always
Can you give me the rate measured of a rock falling through the water and tell me if it's 9.8 meters per second?
Listen, brother man. So what happens is that constant will always be enacted by like mass times that gravity. But what happens is that there's going to be resistance of the water.
Constant in the water. Resistance. Oh, weird. How would there be resistance?
Dude, I don't know what you want me to say, man. It's like so obvious. It's crazy. Like,
what I want you to say is, I want you to say, okay, so things don't all 9.8 meters per second. How fast are the clouds falling? Are the clouds falling at 9.8 meters per second in the air?
So, okay, so we're arguing that you know, like everything.
How fast are the clouds falling, Goose?
Everything is not going through every medium at the 9.8. Like, we're not passing through the solid right now. But what's happening is there's a force that's always being enacted upon an object at.
What force would that be?
The mass times the acceleration.
Mass times acceleration is not a force.
It is a force, and it's always acting upon any object towards the center of the main object that's attracting.
Can you demonstrate that? Can you demonstrate that in an experiment where like that force? What is that force called?
No, actually, I won't. You're going to believe me because I'm not doing all that shit.
Oh yeah, you wouldn't want to demonstrate the claims that you're making. You wouldn't want to show us a demonstration of the thing that you're claiming. It don't matter.
I don't know why I'm arguing. This is just a waste of time.
I know. Tell you what, instead of gravity, I'm going to say that it's unicorn farts. Is unicorn farts all right?
Dude, you cooked me. I'm wrong.
There you go. That's actually a concession. Thank you.
I concede. Yep, you got me.
Well, you don't have gravity.
I don't know why you do this, man.
So, yeah,
dude, because it's just entertaining to see how it's like a rabbit hole almost. Like, I get sucked into it. It's kind of fun. I don't know.
It's not really that deep.
Says how you robot him.
Stop listening to us. Oh, my bad. Yeah, I'll go on mute.
Leave and rejoin, D.
It's not really all that deep, though. It's just the Emperor not wearing any clothes. There's no experiment for gravity. It's not a viable independent variable. Nothing you can do to validate it as a cause. It's pretty basic. You're probably making it complicated for yourself because you think, no, it can't be this easy. There's got to be more to this. My scientists, etc.
Dang, homeboy left.
Yeah, he gone. He's kind of hot and cold. I first argued with him like a year ago, and he conceded then too. He went, "Yeah, I don't really know much about this. I'm just arguing for fun." He was like kind of somewhat open, but I don't know. Sometimes he gets salty.
It depends on his emotional state of the day of how the conversation's going to go.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't actually mind Goose. He'll play the game, but he doesn't seem too dug in, which is, I guess, sort of refreshing.
Yeah, he's one who might actually learn something from it in the end.
Yep.
And wait a minute, where did Mark G go? Just noticed that stalker hasn't shown up in a while.
I don't even remember the last time I saw him.
Last time I saw him was a couple of weeks ago.
It's a long time for him.
It's not long enough for us.
It's just like something's different. Can't quite put my finger on it, though.
Well, I really want to know what you mean, but being as you said that you can't put your finger on it, I guess I'll wait until you can.
Oh yeah, it was the Mark G thing. I figured it out.
Oh, okay. Cool.
I got there. It's too bad. I was starting to feel important.
Wait, what? Why are you feeling important all of a sudden?
Because we had Mark G stalking us all the time, and now he's not doing it.
I get you. Sorry.
A weird kind of Stockholm syndrome, you know. He's kind of a weird, creepy guy, and you don't really want him following you around, but then he stops, and it's like, well, hey, why'd you stop being obsessed with us?
Oh,
I'm pretty much famous.
Uh-huh.
Yeah.
That's cool. See, I missed it.
I'm like an outlaw. Like an outlaw.
Uh-huh. You have it?
No,
Play?
habit. Can't break it.
Do you have it to play on air?
No, I don't. I didn't save it. It was. Well, I should have saved it. It's actually somewhere though. It's on someone's YouTube stream that records people's things, and I can't remember the name of it. But someone a long time ago sent it to me, and it was someone did save it. I forgot who it was. It was definitely. It wasn't any other place. It had to be one of these politics circles. And some guy's playing guitar, and it was the Flat Earth Blues. We just sung. We just made a song, freestyle, a cappella, called the Flat Earth Blues.
Oh, that's really cool. I love that. You know, that you could be creative and express what can't be expressed otherwise. You know, really beautiful.
Yeah, that was fun. I enjoy it.
Yeah, me too. Is that I thought I'd ask someone who was on this server if they had the power to play some music. But
yeah. Well, hopefully our prayers will be answered. You know.
Yeah, it's late, I guess, on the mainland, right?
I'm in Detroit, Michigan. It's 12:43 a.m. Eastern Standard Time.
It's 6:43 Hawaii time here.
Hawaii?
Yeah. I used to live in Detroit.
Everybody's the best city in the world.
Yeah, Farmington Hills.
Yep, I'm very familiar with that area.
When I was
right
young.
Right off 96.
Yeah. Housework for you, it's $25,000.
Yeah.
Yeah.
They're not going to build up a government that's going to take on Israel. They're all a bunch of fucking power-hungry religious zealots. They don't really know anything like that. That's why Saddam was so powerful, because he didn't take that shit. He didn't let those religious people fucking. He put them in their place. And then he killed that fucking guy, and all hell broke.
All men wear pink sweaters. Pink sweaters are manly, therefore, I don't know. That's not a very good. I didn't even follow the. All men wear pink sweaters.
Obfuscate better, but
you are a good glyph now. Go.
It'd be
go back to your glyph hole.
It'd be foolish for you to fight Floyd Mayweather and not like practice boxing. So like you don't just jump into a boxing match unprepared. So the smart person would do research at least the basics of the model, and like even that would take hundreds of hours just on like 5 topics. So
you're saying that I couldn't just walk up to Floyd Mayweather and punch him in the face?
I'm saying that what would be like a really good comparison? Like, if you wanted to go in and debate, like, I don't know, let's say, like, the owner of Sweet Baby Inc. They, like, do, they make video games woke. That's, I guess, their job. Right, but if you didn't know anything about marketing a video game, and they come at you with all these facts and figures and talk about profitable projects that have been done that have been more woke, or things that have happened, right? You're just not going to, even if you're in the right in your argument, you could lose a debate just because you don't know what you're talking about. It doesn't even matter that you're on the right side. I had a debate teacher in college, and at the time I was living in a really shitty city, and it's actually famous for having poor air quality. And on the first day of school, he was like, all right, guys, I'm going to debate the whole class on why this city is awesome. And it was him versus 20 college kids unlike an objectively stupid situation, the city sucks. But you walked out of that room thinking like, oh wow, this city's not that bad, because he was just a really good rhetorician.
Yeah, it could be subjective because his good could mean better schools, but somebody else's could be lower crime or something. But
yeah, exactly.
Like if we're debating favorite colors, it's like who cares? But there's a lot of stuff that's just objective. That is, there's no debate. So the person can be debating fallaciously or stupidly, but anybody listening who's logical will, even if the person doesn't have a debate strategy, will just go with the logic.
Maybe. I suppose you could probably make very logical arguments for false statements. I'm trying to think if I can think of any. I mean, the logic could be sound. It could be something like, all men wear pink sweaters.
Sees and stuff. They popped a camera in there and sent it up 65 miles above the surface of the Earth and took some pictures, and I think it's cool as hell. The other one is an African time lapse that I find to be interesting. Neither of those are claimed. Do you have a beat? Here, I'll show you what a claim sounds like. The Earth is a globe. Now that's a claim. But have you seen a beach? The Earth being a globe is the only claim. So at no point can the burden of proof be shifted to me, because that claim is yours, not mine. Even if you're a fence sitter, that's still your claim, not mine. Yeah. Unless you completely disregard the globe, then that means that you would accept that the horizon's horizontal. And in that case, welcome to Flat Earth. Do you have a beach near you? Yes, I also have mountains. The topography where I'm located is diverse. You go there? When I feel like it. Do you? Have you seen the sunset? Yes. How many different types of sunsets have you seen? Types of sunsets? I've never seen ones. There's different variants and there's a lot of different effects that can occur. That's why I said, how many different types of sunsets have you seen? Well, two. I've seen two. Personally. I've seen a big one. Ground anyway, man. The ground's not in the sky. None of us are skywalkers. You're standing on the ground, you look up, you see things moving above you. It's because they're moving above you, and you are indeed on the ground. There's nobody walking upside down under you. That wouldn't make any damn sense.
What's your claim about the sunset?
It doesn't go far like you all see.
What?
It doesn't go far, or like go away, or disappear. It just goes down the horizon.
Sometimes it does, yes. Sometimes it does, and it disappears above the horizon. Ethagras already told you this. Just because you haven't seen it doesn't mean it doesn't do that, because it does very often.
So, is that a phenomenon or any specific conditions?
Depends on the atmospheric conditions of the day. But on a very, very clear day, the sun very rarely will go behind the horizon chopped in half like you're claiming. That's a very rare observation. more often than not, it just fades into the distance and merges into the conversion point on your horizon. And sometimes it doesn't even do that. It will disappear before you see the conversion into the horizon. So that's why he asked you, how many different types of sunset have you seen? Because there's different types of the way the sun will disappear in the distance.
Can you tell me how can I see your sunset? It's dependent on the atmos.
They just showed one, if you look at the time lapse of Antarctica.
Antarctica. There you go. You all believe that Antarctica exists? Dude, it's not a belief.
No, they showed you in Antarctica the sun sort of dropping down, but never quite hitting the horizon. And they also showed you a video where it drops down past a mountain, like a mountain in the distance. Then what you could do then is, after you've seen it be blocked by, topography, compare that to how it's not blocked by the curve of the Earth, a geometric leading curve of the Earth.
Let's see if I can find you a video of the sun going beyond the horizon without setting behind it.
There you go. To reiterate again, lights in the sky have nothing to do with the ground. We don't live in the sky. We walk upon the ground, and the ground is not in the sky. Mr. Pot. So at no point will the lights in the sky actually make a difference when it comes to ground with Earth-based measurements. Welcome. Welcome.
Someone's got some wicked background noise.
Yeah, that's this pot guy. He muted up
Pothead. So Pothead, check the chat, the side chat. I've posted 2 images, 2 videos, GIFs, whatever, of the sun going beyond the horizon. How do you explain that? And in the first image, in the first GIF, you can see when you zoom into the sun actually raises up out of the convergence point on the horizon. Now, if we lived on a ball with a radius of 3959, then that would be impossible. You wouldn't be able to bring the sun up from the convergence point in the horizon. It would be blocked by Earth curve. How's that possible?
And most of the Earth is spinning away from that sun. There's no way you're going to zoom it back in once it's gone.
It would be hiding behind a hill of water.
It's kind of doing some weird stuff at the end now. Some weird distortion effects.
Not a hill of water.
But yeah, it's not there.
Or Earth moving in front of it.
Yeah, but you see that weird distortion effect at the end?
Yeah, that's just haze and heat distortion.
Picture.
Yeah, I just said that's just haze and heat distortion. The point is, it's not hidden behind the curve of the Earth, is it?
Nah.
Look, AG's posted a picture with that same distortion.
That could go into like.
It looks like he's
thinking it's refraction, maybe, because it's like so.
Well, there would have to be two mediums. But anyway, this guy is obviously his legs aren't trudging through pavement. That's the optical.
I mean, we can talk about refraction if you want, but you have to concede that it's not caused by the Earth, the curve of the Earth, is it? First.
Yeah. Well, no, I don't think it's refraction, but some people would believe that refraction pulls it back up, right?
Yeah, some folks will claim that.
So things that disappear behind the horizon and not due to the curve. That's the important.
I just think water and light does weird stuff too. You know, it's like not out of the realm of possibilities. Like that's what I'm saying with the weird distortion at the end. Like, I guess that's like a camera thing, but
this podcast trying to make suggestions on how to. It doesn't matter what altitude you go. The horizon remains horizontal regardless of altitude, no matter how far you go, no matter how high you go, no matter where you go, whether you leave your house or not. The horizon stays the same. It is what it is. Again, it doesn't quite rise up to your eye level. It drops by an equal amount to you going up. So if you go up, it will go down that exact amount visually to what you see. That's the drop. And it has nothing to do with curvature. It has nothing to do with Earth being a ball. It has to do with the position of the viewer.
Thank you for saying that. The amount of time I hear people say the horizon rises to eye level, it makes my skin crawl.
Yeah. So far off. And then it ends up causing more mess that other people have to clean up.
Yes. So for all those that go, oh, look, this F-16, they have to look down by 3 degrees to see the horizon. That is correct. It's because the F-16 is an extremely high altitude.
That's also a like a artificial horizon. That's an instrument that generates an artificial horizon, not the actual horizon.
Yeah, correct. And from its artificial horizon, which shows the true horizontal, as in parallel to the sea level, it is dipped down to see the horizon. So it's got its artificial horizon, which is the plane of the horizon, that altitude. So it's set at horizontal, and then to see the horizon, you have to tilt down about 3 degrees. And they claim that tilt down is the curvature of the Earth. No, it's not. You are just high up in the air, so in order to see the horizon, you've got to look down.
Yeah, can I ask
the exact amount that you went up?
Can I ask, like, how long? So, I get what you guys are saying, like the being able to zoom into the horizon and get more information, right? Is that like a? I mean, obviously, it's like new for like recording and YouTube's sake, and like everybody seeing it or whatever, right? But like, obviously, like. A long time ago, they were able to zoom into the horizon as well, right, and get more information. Like, I guess not to the extent of what's going on now. You guys see what I'm saying there? Like, that's kind of a new thing, new phenomenon, I guess, of with the new cameras. I guess that's coming out. Well, not new, but like 20 years. I guess, I don't know. Hello?
We're still here, man.
Well, I'm sorry, I missed your question, dude. Say that again.
My question, I guess, is like, is that so because of this new phenomenon of having like really good cameras, like everybody can get them now, right? does that kind of, that's kind of like a new phenomenon, and that's why like it goes to flat Earth like hardcore, right? Because it's like they didn't have that back in the day, right? From my understanding.
Well, you could do the same with a telescope and the naked eye. Once something goes beyond the naked eye, you pull out a telescope or a periscope and you're able to see way beyond where the curvature of the Earth should be. So the assumption is that things that disappear behind or beyond the horizon is due to the curve of the Earth, but then you are able to zoom in, whether it's telescope or camera, and bring that back into view just because of angular size or angular resolution. So you actually open up the angular resolution and you're able to, like you said, open up and see more information. So, no, this was possible before the high power cameras, but unless you're on the shore with a telescope and doing it for yourself, it's hard to describe this and people wouldn't believe it. They would believe that the ships going beyond the horizon were physically obstructed. So it's like an old wives' tale.
Like videos like what you posted, right? The damning video evidence you have of like people zooming into the horizon, right? That's like can't be that old, right? To where we can all share that and it's all accessible and yeah, I'm pretty sure that camera even is like not that old, right? So it's like kind of some new technology that we're all like interfacing with.
Well, yeah. I mean, it means that now we can provide evidence upon demand rather than expecting you to go to the ocean and do this for yourself. So yeah, it is new. It's come with the technology to a certain degree, yeah. But obviously, this is something that isn't dependent on technology. Like I said, a telescope will bring and open the field of view in the distance. You're not looking into the vacuum. You're not looking into the sky at that point. You're able to see the land beyond the horizon. That's impossible on a ball. It's impossible on a ball with the size that they tell us.
Yeah, I just think it's super dope that you can just like share that GIF. You know, it's readily available and everybody could just like eat it up and. Yeah, it's like you know, the video says a million things. You know, it's like some new.
A picture is worth 1,000 words. Then how much is 60 frames a second worth?
But I do think the only like fucked up part about like not everybody can agree upon this video is that like light does do weird shit that. Like, I don't even think we have any idea about really. Like, light is so fucking out of our comprehension sometimes, I think.
Light is particularly energetic.
Well, just like the fact that, like, now, you know, like, light exposure and, like, therapy and, like, it's all coming on now that like we haven't really like thought about light in the way that we should have with everything. It's kind of has to do with everything, but like it's not really accounted for, you know, with anything, you know, as far as scientifically goes, which is kind of to like, I mean, you can debunk all of modern science because it's like they don't accumulate for light and shit like that, you know.
What do you mean by debunking all of modern science? What do you think that means?
Like, you know, the modern science of like health science and like I don't know, Jack Cruz. If you guys seen that, I was watching him a lot, and he talks about how like medicine and nutrition and like I mean surgical procedures and. You know,
let's
like
try to
all
stay
this shit.
off. Let's try to stay off.
Oh yeah,
stuff. Yeah.
But just that's what I mean. It's just like it doesn't really, all of it doesn't really account for light, and that's what I was trying to say. It's like,
oh, okay, I get it.
It's like,
I see what you're saying.
and it's very like nuanced. You know, it's you know like I like Flat Earth because it's like we don't know anything. You know, it like breaks down everything.
Well, my favorite part about that is when folks do admit that they don't know what they don't know. And it kind of separates one group from another because the other side refuses to admit that they don't know what they don't know. And their egos end up exposed very easily.
Yeah. I think
it's like a filter.
Yeah.
It goes to epistemology. If somebody says they know this or they know that, okay, well, how do you know it? And if they can't tell you why they know something, you're like, okay, well, is it a belief system? Do you just believe this? Is this some sort of value-based or moral judgment? Where is this coming from? Is this a philosophy? Is this some sort of thing that you're going with to just demonstrate? I'll hear a good example, instead of just waffling here, is that one of the things that the infantry say in the army is that why is the sky blue? Because God loves infantry. Because blue is historically, when you would have like a battle map, blue units were infantry units, red were artillery, and yellow were cavalry. So they just kind of like color coordinated battle maps, and just over time, they're like, well, why was that? Who was the first person to decide that blue is going to mark infantry? And they're like, say it wasn't really decided. It was just something that people just come across. You're like, why is a 4-leaf clover lucky? These sort of like old wives' tales, if you will. Where do they come from? Who said it and why? And do you know them? Is it just, anecdotal? Like, why do you hang a wreath outside your door, during Christmas? Why does salt block ghosts, or all these, all these different supernatural or superstitious things?
Yeah, superstitious.
Yeah, rituals. Like, where do these rituals come from? And we start seeing that these globetards, they are very ritualistic, and they're very religious, and they have a high belief confidence interval in the globe, based on generally not knowing why they do so. What they're coming from is the Earth is not a flat. That's basically it. If it's not a flat, if it's not a flat, it must be a glob. That's it. That's their full idea. And when you get them to think about it or admit it, or generally just acknowledge that, they kind of get upset. They get really upset with you, because at that point they see you as some sort of adversarial role. Like, it's no longer just discussing. Oh, go ahead.
I was just going to say they instantly go tribal.
Yeah, tribalistic, points of view, which is quite ironic, considering that the Globetard has told people with the overview effect there are no tribes at all. You're all interconnected. So they kind of contradict. They contradict there by saying their version of the globe is even more ugly, sad, and small and stupid than anything that we're talking about as a flat Earth. See, I can explain tribalistic thinking on the flat Earth, a caveman. We're just still cavemen. We're just like slightly more comfortable caves. That's it. Nothing changed around here. But on their point of view, they talk about everything has changed. This like modern science has increased the dignity and respect of human life, all this sort of crap. And then you ask why or how. And they really don't have an answer.
And I find the worst part about it is they'll come in so adamantly sure of what they're going to defend, and they know so little about it.
Yeah, it's like a couple of weeks now. I would say old boy came in here and said, this will be quick. This will be really quick. We're like, what? What's going to be quick? He's like, I'm going to prove the globe really quick. And we're like, okay, like how quick? Like, you got a time frame on this? What does that look like? And he's just basically, this will be really, really quick. We're like, okay, how quick? How quick is quick in your worldview? Like, what does that look like? And the first thing he says, explain Newton. Like, really quick? You want me to explain Newton really quick? Sure. He didn't have a hypothesis. He thought God did it. It was kind of a side hustle. His main
like
shit.
Toasties.
Yeah, his main shit was that he tried to dissect the Bible looking for hidden information, and he predicted the end of the world. He had a massive doll collection, and he ended up dying because he drank mercury because he hypothesized he would shit gold. Yep. Okay, there we go. I summarized Newton. Okay, now what? And the dude just freaked out, just literally freaked out that quick, and basically flounced. Like, he argued a little bit about back and forth about, like, asking the same question again, explain Newton, explain this. And I'm like, damn, that dude, it was quick. Like, that's all it took.
At least he told the truth. I suspect Newton had Mad Hatter's disease.
Oh, yeah, like extreme Mad Hatter's disease. I mean, like, if you're old, I mean, think about this. He's like, in modern day, if you had a dude like that, who was sitting in his house all day, playing with dolls, and like drinking mercury or playing around with mercury with like sort of not chemistry, the old alchemy, playing around with alchemy, you'd be like, wow.
Point. Yeah, but I look at it as like, some people just need more explaining. I think it offends some people when it's like there's unanswered questions and they think we're like, we figured it all out. And it's very far from that. That's why I brought up the light stuff earlier, because it's like there's a lot of stuff with light that we still don't know about. And people want an explanation for everything, I think there's something weird about that. Like, why do they want an explanation for everything? Do they want, like, they never want to run into anything unexpected, or like it's some weird, I think a lot of the calmer, more normal people are like, yeah, but we can't explain some stuff, like it's out of our hands. It's like, it's for the creator. That's why I like FE. Because you're not going to know everything about the Earth. And I mean, hopefully we realize that, but like, it's impossible to get like an eagle eye perspective of things.
That's the one problem with the globe model, is that observer dependent. You need more than one observer, sometimes multiple, hundreds, thousands of observers to make the observation match. And each time you do that, you're adding more and more variables, uncontrolled variables, like each person adding in their own observer dependency. And generally, I guess it wouldn't really be that big of a deal or that big of a problem until you start saying that other people's observer dependencies are discredited. When someone says, oh, I'm looking at the horizon, it appears flat, horizontal. And you're like, huh. But these 5 people said they observe it and it's curved. And you're like, okay, how do we know who's right? Like, well, the person who said otherwise is the minority, and this is now a popularity contest. You're like, wow, really? That's where you went with that? So your worldview requires observer dependency, and you factor out any observer dependency that doesn't confirm your bias. And they're like, yeah. No problem. You see no problem with that. And they're like, no. Amazing.
I mean, how they snuck in like NASA propaganda into like elementary schools, you know, like who knows how they figured that one out.
Yeah, like where they have a bunch of like, hey kids, check out these tomato seeds. These were in space. And they weren't. They were just basic tomato seeds. They make it seem like all across America, they passed out every elementary school had some sort of tomato seed from the ISS or whatever.
Dude, all of us, I think, yeah, I don't think there's a living, like, I'm pretty sure, well, maybe if they're like 100, but like most people went through elementary school now and just got indoctrinated by like all of what's going on astrologically, right? And like, you know, we got a bunch of people here who like fought through it, but that shit is tough to fight through, man. I think, I don't even blame like people who don't even think about it anymore. It's like, yeah, I was taught it's this in elementary school. That's what I'm gonna go with. You know, there's no hate in my heart for like globies at this point. It's just the normal position. It's like, it's just the human nature is what it is. If anything, it's like, damn, human nature is fucking weird.
Yeah, you're making some good points there, man. It's almost like they indoctrinated generations to expect that we've got all these answers that we really don't have. Anyway, I just wanted to back up saying you're making some good points. How long have you been looking into this, Fidget? My name's Dave.
Oh, man. It's been a long time, bro. I'm not. I barely come in here, but I used to come in here more. But I for sure respect what y'all are doing and everything. It's just, to me, it's like, it's tough. I tried to like talk to people about this stuff. It's real hard, man. It's like fighting fucking demons when you talk about this shit. Especially like your family or your friends or some shit. It's like, I stopped doing it because it's like not even worth like exiling anybody that I fuck with. You know, at this point, I'll just like, I'll bring it up as, you know, like humorous more so. And
well, you got to do
laugh about it.
Here, I got a couple tips for you. Okay, so the first one is they have to raise a topic. Okay, don't raise a topic to them. And then number two is find their sacred cow. What is keeping them attached to the Baltard? There's going to be something that they think is cool or interesting or whatever. It might be like I had a relative who astronauts were the cream of the crop. Like they thought the astronaut was the best of the best. That's the best of us. The very best. Like there isn't anybody else. Like when they said when God made the astronaut, God smashed the mold. There's no other people that good. Like they are like there's good, better than best, and then the best of the best of the best. Like they are uniquely super positioned to explore space. So I'm like, certainly, let's check that claim out. Here's Don Pettit. I played some videos of Don Pettit talking. Dude could barely hold a sentence together or a thought. Constantly misspeaks, makes up weird words. And then he said, okay, well, that's not an astronaut. That's just some idiot on YouTube. That's some flat earther pretending to be an astronaut. And I'm like, no, that's Don Pettit. That's the spokesperson of NASA for astronauts. The astronauts voted him as the spokesperson. He's like, oh, well, that may be the showing the picture. Here's Don Pettit. Okay, that may be true, but the real Don Pettit wouldn't sound like that. That must be some sort of celebrity impersonator. So finally, I get all the way for a video on NASA's website with Don Pettit talking like a complete retard, and then he's like, damn. So once you cracked that he saw that these astronauts aren't the cream of the crop, some of them are just straight up retarded. Then that was able to get an in on the conversation. Now they're interested. Now they're interested in the topic because their presupposition has changed.
And that's what you're Oh, go ahead. I see what you're saying too, and it's all about the different approaches we take to give people this information. But nowadays it's like when I say like you're in an uphill battle whenever you're trying to give anybody any of this information, it's like people more than ever like don't want to think about anything, want to escape. Escapism is huge right now. Like people are in a constant, state of not trying to activate their brains
that's bread and circus. So the first one too is they have to come to you. Okay, don't come to them. Don't be like, hey, have you heard about your Lord
I'm there at that point. Yeah, I get that.
It's just crazy.
It costs too much to fake that stuff. It's just easier to build a rocket and send people into space.
That's hilarious.
Dude, Will Duffy's got to be like one of the best preachers on the internet to have all that cash. He's sending cats down to, was it 35,000 a pop?
Am I hallucinating, or did you just say planet?
Planet's the feminine term for plane, dude.
Uh-huh.
Just ask ChatGPT like everybody else does.
Is Jaren going to learn that AE map is a globe projection?
I don't think anybody told him that yet. I think they're just keeping that hidden from him.
So maybe when he finds that part out, then what?
He'll still be sending DPs to a bunch of random broads that he meets online.
Welcome, AOG. AOG, hello.
7 Flat Earth Discord.
Sorry, I hit that right when you started talking.
No, it's all right.
My bad.
I was just joking around anyway.
I hate that I can't stop the soundboard once it started. I wish I could just hit it again and it stops playing if it happens to be bad timing.
That's why we call you the bad timing expert.
How dare you? I am very good at bad timing.
You wind up getting any sleep, AG?
A little bit. Yeah. I'm probably going to try and go to sleep sometime reasonable tonight.
I'm working on like maybe 2 hours or something.
When I fall asleep and the nurses or doctors come in here poking and prodding and running tests and stuff,
It don't help that
hard
we
to
have
get
noisy
rest.
neighbors too.
Oh, yeah. Yep.
4 of them are.
They can't believe all the miraculous things.
Sorry.
Yeah, they can't. Yeah, they can't believe all the miracles they're witnessing.
Oh. It's a miracle. Yeah, but they got me stabilized. I'm doing a lot better. Same shit, different day. Don't worry about me. I'm good.
Sending love and prayers always, brother. Now that I know.
It do what it do.
How mad do you think the Globers are that are listening right now that they can't figure out where we're at? I mean, they should be able to by now.
I know. Matt Never Learns is definitely probably crying right now.
Yes, absolutely. Especially with new people.
I mean, he's probably wondering where everyone is at the politics server.
Probably.
I think Crit's still sleeping.
Yep.
Oh man, Crit's the best.
He has a way of triggering people without doing much of anything at all, and I don't know how he does it.
I think it's the way he accentuates the only.
Yeah, I think so too. It might be that the way he speaks. It's not what he's saying; it's how he's saying it.
He was ragging on this one guy. He's like, "Your kids don't listen to you." I'm dying, dude. It was so good. It was so good. He's like, "You're the only dad whose kids don't respect you. You're the only dad." I was like, "Holy crap!"
Yeah, the way he says "only," that's definitely pushing a button. So, anybody got any proof for the globe?
You know, Rob Noxious is spinning around right now, having a heart attack.
Did Waxvax find this place?
No, he's having trouble finding it.
We're not sending out smoke signals for him.
Thank goodness.
I saw him in politics earlier, and he's like, "Oh, I never see this place so empty." I'm like, "Yeah, we're in another server," and then he just left. I don't know. Maybe he didn't get it. I don't know.
When you see him again, say, "Yeah, you killed this one. We had to move to a new one."
Yeah, we took off to get away from you. Stop following us.
Savages.
You ruined the place. Now you can have it. We're out of there.
What about the guy who looks at the planets through microscopes?
Yeah. Some of them always call a telescope a microscope.
When Jenna clipped that, I was crying, dude. That was so good. He repeated himself like 3 times.
Yeah, I remember that guy.
Oh, his profile picture.
And he just kept saying microscope. Someone was like, dude, you've got to stop calling it a microscope. And then he just kept doing it. Well, I mean, maybe it's a different guy. Maybe it's happened a bunch of times. I don't know. Probably.
Yeah, we've had quite a few microscope, telescope guys.
No, there's the one Mick called, he said the freaking seed oils were strong. This one. What was his name? Lag switch. That's it.
Have you noticed that the Globers, they don't know what time zones means anymore? It's like the last 50 people I've heard bring up explain time zones, and then you start explaining time zones, and they get all confused and they think time zones means daytime and nighttime. Especially in this.
I mean,
well, remember we're going to
education system has failed people.
So remember, we're pushing July 8th on these guys that want to talk about the sun and time zones. Say, oh, you like time zones? Check out July 8th. 98% of the population will have daylight at the same time, 11 o'clock UTC.
Yeah, Rad. Who was spiraling about that today? Didn't you have somebody spiraling about that today?
I'm not sure. It was that one dude that freaked out. Went and told on me, brought a mod in that he had to get us talking to, I guess, about these guys run a show, don't do that.
Oh, he went and tattled.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure it was him. Yep.
I'm telling, you're mean. These kids, man.
Blowing up the text chat. I had to tell him to leave. Listen, at a certain point, I was done, going back and forth. All I said was, now, at this point, you're disrupting our YouTube chat text that goes across the screen, or however I worded it. It's time for you to leave, or I think you need to leave, and that was it. I don't know. Yeah. I didn't do anything. He just disappeared.
It's just a polite go and F off now.
I'm a server mod. You know what that means? It means you should know to stay out of here, and all you have to do is worry about being a server mod, not a room mod. That's a total different standard.
We got fried chicken in here. Did you guys ever speak with her?
She's now flat earther, I believe. Yeah, already a flat earther. Just doesn't want to admit it, I think.
Oh, okay. Could have swore somebody was having a conversation with her yesterday or the day before.
Every day, multiple times. Well, she says, I still believe in Globe, so that means at least she's very religious. She's sticking to her religion, which is good. I mean, you don't want to take things away from people where they really believe in things like that. Probably Bigfoot is on that list of things she believes in, and Santa, maybe unicorns. Of course, those are real to her. Dinosaurs, that's real. All that stuff's got to be
Nessie.
real.
Can't leave Nessie out of it.
So I have.
There's so many pictures of Santa Claus that he has to be real, and he has to have flying reindeer, because it come around Christmas time, I probably see that image 1,000 times.
Images are proof.
Right. It looks like I think Axel had a question. What's your question, Axel?
Oh,
Yeah, so telescope. They create images, or are they like? Could you guys inform me on those?
you sure you're not talking about microscopes?
Telescopes create images. What are you talking about?
Yeah, because if I see a telescope, if I like look through a telescope and I see a satellite.
Stop making up stuff. We went through this. You're not following a satellite going 17,500 miles per hour with a telescope by hand.
Well, no, I'm asking
that's streaming.
a question.
That's streaming. Yeah, that's streaming.
I'm asking.
Okay.
Okay, but you're saying I'm making up stuff. How is a question making up stuff?
So because you're you're asking me here. No, you can't do that.
Okay. Second, okay. So, if it happened, I would either be lying or I'm deceived, right? Those are the two possibilities.
What are you hoping to prove by looking at something in the sky said to be a satellite?
Could I just get an answer to my question?
You saw something in the sky, and?
No, actually, what it sounds like, Jedi, is he wants to say somebody else saw something in the sky, and he's either being deceived by it, but trying to tell us at the same time that he saw it. Did you hear how he worded everything?
Well, no, I'm asking a fucking question. Holy shit!
I said,
dude.
no, you can't do it.
I just want to know.
I said, no, you cannot do that kind of stuff. I have a sky tracker for a reason on my camera.
Okay. Holy shit.
I told you can't do that. You cannot follow an object with a telescope. I don't care. Try following an airplane. I'm not getting mad at you. I'm not getting mad. I told you before you can't do that. You'll shake so much you won't be able to see it.
Okay. So the two possibilities is that I'm lying if I say I see it, or I'm mistaken. Correct?
Pick whatever you want. Pick whatever you want to do.
What do you want to do anyway? Like, what's your question? I'm happy to answer it.
Well, I'm just seeking what you guys believe.
Okay.
So if I were to make that statement, those are the two possibilities, correct?
What was the statement? I wasn't listening. Can you say it one more time?
I made the statement that I saw a satellite through a telescope, and like I took pictures or whatever through my telescope, and it caught a satellite. It would either
you would just see a little light in the sky. You wouldn't be able to confirm what you're looking at.
Okay. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay.
Take this as an example. Are you a frequent sky watcher?
No.
Do a lot of?
No, I'm just trying to get educated on telescopes. Okay. So I mean,
if you get the chance to like focus in on one of these lights in the sky and compare what you see, which will likely be some sort of a cymatic pattern, to what NASA is showing you, and you got to at least make it click in your head that something's fishy.
Okay. And then, if I am to like look at the moon, is the moon flat as well? Or
you wouldn't be able to verify the observation without going to the moon and directly measuring the moon. It would look a certain way, and you might suppose that it looks spherical, so it probably is, but that probability you're only going to be able to confirm when you get there and measure it, if you can.
So if I saw, like, let's say, like I had a fucking telescope and I was just looking at it and I saw a curvature, right? And like shading differences within the telescope, I would be mistaken if I were to see that.
No. You wouldn't be able to confirm your observation by just looking at it. For example, it's one of the phenomena about the moon. One side is always facing us. That means that we never get to see the other side or the dark side of the moon, right? So without actually observing the backside of it, you could maybe suppose it was more like an M&M or a Smartie, a bit of candy in the sky, a button maybe.
Okay.
Just pointing out that you can make observations and you can logically get so far. Until you actually go there and measure it, you're only going to be observing and use logic the best way that you can. Looks a certain way, acts a certain way. Probably could be a sphere, looks like it should be, but it's all guesswork until you actually go there and measure it, right?
And then what about the moon phases? How does that work?
I don't know. Without actually going there to confirm it, I won't be able to tell you.
Yeah,
It looks like possibly the sun's light is reflected, but it could be another mechanism. But without going there and figuring it out and testing it, there's no way I can.
But then doesn't an eclipse debunk that it's the sunlight? Well, maybe not. We don't know why it does that. So, yeah, right.
There's a lot of mystery about the moon, and it's something we can't validate. So what we can do is we can test large sections of the Earth over water, and if it was a globe, it would have to have curvature. But we've got a huge accumulation of laser tests and long-distance observations now where we have tested for the curvature that has to be there if it's a globe, right? We can't find any curvature over distances where there should be hundreds and hundreds of feet of curvature.
Okay. Thank you.
Yeah, happy to go over some of it with you sometime. Look, have a look at this example though about what we were just talking about. Have a look in the side chat. My name's DJ, and I just posted a picture of 4 spheres. Right now, can you tell what those spheres are made out of or what size they are just by looking at this picture?
One looks like silly putty. One looks like clay, but I can't confirm completely now.
Yeah, right. And you couldn't tell their size or anything like that, right? So, in fact, only one of those is even a sphere. Right? So there's actually a GIF that goes along with that where someone picks up each one and shows you what they are. Right? And only one of them's a sphere, one of them's a bowl, right? One of them's flat, and one of them's half a sphere. Right? But the point is, just by looking at something, right, our eyes, what's that?
Well, just because something's half a sphere, that wouldn't mean that the shading is wrong.
Right, but one of them's a bowl. One of them's a bowl, and one of them's flat as well. So yeah, I can grant you the half a sphere, right? That's fine.
Yeah.
We don't have the image anywhere.
The Giphy site's not working at the moment. I don't know if someone else has got the GIF.
Yeah, because I want to capture that as you post it.
Yeah. So Axel, can you tell which one of those is the sphere?
Not without direct detail, no, because it would be a half a sphere. So I want to be able to distinguish between a half a sphere and a complete.
Well, can you tell which one's the bowl?
Again, I wouldn't be able to if they're the same shape as sphere. If it's cut in half.
Well, if it's one of them's a bowl, like it's like a bowl facing towards you, right? So it's like a, you know what I mean? Like it's not a sphere, right. It's not half a sphere, it's a bowl, but they all look like spheres. All I'm saying is that when we look into the sky, and you might think, because we've been taught our whole life that they're all spheres, until we actually pick them up or until we can physically verify exactly what they are, right? There are other alternatives. The whole point's just we can't tell exactly what we're looking at just by looking at things.
It's interesting. Right. Sorry to interrupt. Looking at these images of what could be or couldn't be spheres, we kind of are trying to depict the 3-dimensionality of it. That 3-dimensionality is kind of revealed to us isn't like the specular height. You see, all images have got like a brighter area, and then you've got a dark, right, where the shading changes to give you that 3-dimensionality, because they're trying to depict that curvature of the surface. When we look at the moon, however, we don't kind of see, in any regard, a specular reflection, like a brighter point upon the surface. When we look at a moon, for example, notice that's an even covering of bright light. It is as bright in the middle as it is on the extremities around the circumference. Apart from the terrain, which will add the shading, there is no change in light, as in would be depicted on the curved surface in the specular reflection.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
So,
thank you.
There's also some interesting footage of the moon.
Because I do have to go.
Okay.
I do have to go back to the vegan channel.
All right, man.
Yeah.
That's why your brain's not working properly.
Come to the vegan channel and we'll have a discussion on that.
You need a burger.
Yeah. Come to the vegan channel and we'll have a discussion about that. But
come back here.
and grass aren't healthy for you.
Come back here anytime you want, bro.
Can I get a plate of crickets and a piece of grass, please?
You can't eat crickets if you're a vegan, bro.
Why? They're not animals, are they?
The carnivore channel.
They can eat crickets? No, surely not.
Why can't you eat bugs? Is it just about anything that has legs and eyes?
I think that's
Can vegans eat bugs?
Not really.
So, speaking of bugs, are people too that they typed in the chat? So there was a fly in the house. I had the door open and I saw this fly. I opened the door, the fly came in, and I said, "Get over here. Get back over here." I opened the door and it flew right on back out. See, they are people too. I said, "You're not allowed in here."
Yeah, vegans shouldn't look about how much insects they eat every single year.
That's what their prepackaged stuff's made out of, just for them.
Well, even common foods have insect parts in them all the time, like bread. There's no such thing as a vegan food unless you grow it yourself.
Interesting conversations all day. It's been good. It's also been funny how people have been reacting to us, new people in the server, new chat, flat. How we've changed so much over time that we're very formidable in the way that we bring ourselves across. So much so that people are coming to converse with us and then just making excuses to leave. So, yeah, it's happening.
Absolutely. Yeah, I got to get back to the bug eating channel.
I like I'm a vegan because I eat beef that is a vegan.
Well, there you
So
go.
If the beef's a vegan, then I'm a vegan, right?
You are what you eat. Yes.
Yeah.
That's absolutely true. Oh, I'm gonna put that on Facebook now that I've converted. I ate a organic cow.
It sounds like Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy. Part in the restaurant at the end of the universe where the cow walks up and says how much he wants to be eaten by them.
Don't know. I'd have to ask my dad about that.
Am I aging myself?
I don't know how to say your name. JLD.
JLD's fine, yeah.
Yeah. I see your friends.
JLD's fine.
The JLD. Okay, cool. I see your friends with Danny Turner.
Well, the reason I'm here is because him and another dude who I communicate with wanted to come over, but I don't know why they chickened out or something. I don't know.
Yeah. He comes in the home server sometimes and runs like a little live stream thing on his Rumble channel.
Yeah, I mean, he's kind of like part of a community I'm a part of.
Yeah.
We're definitely not like an echo chamber or anything. You have all kind of people believing all kind of different things there. So
Yeah, I think he's a pretty
they know I'm
pretty nice guy. Yeah, he's a pretty respectful guy. Terrible at debating the globe, but nice guy.
Just to say what Jedi said.
That's what I was referring to earlier. I mean, you can just show the deception as much as you want. For some reason, some people either don't want to see it or can't see it.
Once they do, they can't unsee it.
Yep.
Oh, look, Timbo, you've triggered Axel. You've got a post there in the side chat.
So, that wonder why it doesn't load. Motherfucks. Okay, hold on.
Who's this Axel guy, and why is he spazzing out the side chat?
He's the guy we were just talking to. He's a vegan, and Timbo said his arguments were bad or something because he needs to eat some meat.
Looks like they need fan base in there.
Yeah. I was talking
I'll step in there one day, maybe. I mean, it's basically just like any other diet. Just claiming something's one size fits all is garbage. I mean, your blood type plays a huge role in what kind of diet you can choose.
Here's the part where we just all start talking about whatever we're eating for dinner tonight.
I'm going to show you something with the P900. I don't think I've shown people.
Oh no, anything but that.
Okay. Somebody's echoing me. So, picture on the right, that big circly spot there. There's two tiny dots on the bottom of it. One of them is that rabbit, and I zoomed in on its eyeball.
Hello, Joe.
Someone just say hello. Hello, Joe.
Hello, how's it going?
Hey, welcome. Welcome.
Told me, what's up? Sir, can somebody explain me about flat Earth theory? Is there anyone who believes in it?
There's a few of us. What do you want explaining?
No, I want the flat earther to explain.
Okay. So we say the surface of the Earth is flat. That means horizontal, level, and not curving, because the Earth measures to be horizontal, flat, and not curving over any distance of water.
Okay. So, well, I don't know. I've seen some videos. So they say that there's an ice wall around the kind of like the circle. Is that?
That's not something that anybody here would make any type of claim to. That would be a reification. That you probably don't understand what that means. That would be taking a globe Earth and squashing it out from the North Pole, and then projecting the Southern Pole out as the circumference, like an ice wall. But that's just a global projection. That's not what anybody here says the Earth is.
Oh, okay. All right. Maybe that would be another theory. So, can you tell me about the orbiting sun, that how sun orbits, the how moon
Where do you see it at?
I watch on Instagram.
No, I mean in person. Where would you see that at?
Or the ice floor. Are you talking about the ice wall?
No,
No, I'm talking about the phenomenon that you're observing.
The lights in the sky.
Oh yeah. I mean
they're in the sky, right?
Yeah.
But we don't live in the sky.
You don't live in the sky?
We don't live in the sky. We're here on the ground.
Oh. All right. I mean, okay. So, like, is there anything on the above?
Of course there is. The stuff that you see above you is indeed above you, but the outer space lore that we're given, that's complete bullshit. But obviously there's stuff above us. It's just that the lore is wrong.
Yeah. Oh. Like how do you explain the universe?
How do you explain what?
I think you said the universe.
I mean, like, yeah.
I still didn't hear what you said. Something. There was overtime. And I'm lagging one.
Hey, but by the way, by the way, I'm sorry if I'm annoying you, asking you too much questions, so you can tell me.
No, you're not annoying. I just honestly couldn't hear what you said.
Oh, no. I said that, how do you explain the universe? Like, how is the system going on then? Like, if there's something above, and what if we are not on the sky, we're on the ground? So, like, I mean, like in the globe, there's the sun orbiting Earth. Just like that, the moon, sorry, I mean, the Earth is orbiting sun, the Earth orbiting sun, and the moon orbiting Earth. So just like that, there's a system. So how do you explain the system of flat Earth? Yeah.
Wow.
Solar system.
I think Jedi or DJ was trying to say something. So I'm waiting to see if anybody else.
I just said, wow, that all that stuff's really happening. The sun's going around, Earth's going around the sun, so it's going around the sun, and then it's pulling the moon with it somehow, as the moon's still spinning around the Earth. That doesn't make any sense to me. I do a lot of mechanical shit, and I don't think I could ever make something like that.
I mean, if you really want to take it in simplest terms, that what you explained does not mean that we're moving.
I got it.
Even if you really take it at face value, the stars align the same place every year. It just seems to me to be some sort of a clock of the eras. More precise than any clock we could build.
That's fair.
I mean,
yeah, we can't confirm everything up there, right? That's the problem. Like, we all see the same thing, but what makes more sense is that we see everything going in cycles that repeat, right? And it doesn't make sense if you're on a globe that's spinning at millions of miles per hour in all these different vectors through the universe, never to return to the same spot, yet all of the celestial bodies in the sky just continuously make the same like patterns or whatnot, right? Depending on if it's the stars or the planets, right? Like the stars reset back into the same positions in the sky each year, right? And everything just goes in cycles, like a giant clock, basically. It makes much more sense on a stationary system than on a heliocentric spinning globe.
Yeah, heliocentrism. So it is okay. I mean, you do not believe on that, but I said that according to the research that we have from science.
Yeah, a lot of it's just textbook definition pseudoscience. You know, just a whole bunch of mathematical formulas just based on assumptions. Right? They're telling us crazy stuff is going on up there. Right? They say on Neptune and Uranus it rains diamonds, and on distant exoplanet it rains sideways glass rain, and there's hairy black holes and all sorts of crazy claims. Right? Where if the globe Earth side, if mainstream science wasn't making these crazy claims, right? Imagine if you came in here and we were trying to present those claims to you as flat earthers. We'll say, well, what we claim as flat earthers is actually when you look up and you see Neptune, it smells like farts. I mean, Uranus smells like farts, and it's actually raining diamonds. Like, you'd laugh at us. But because you're seeing it in like a article from space.com or something like that, people just believe anything that they read.
No, like just listen to what Michio Kaku has to say about it.
I mean, of course, yeah.
Cosmological model is off by a factor of 10 to 120. Where is that science?
Okay, well, by the way, you're saying pretty something good, but the point is that the thing is that they are making hypothesis, of course, which is kind of not 100% accurate. But the problem is that they have technology, which uses the radiation, captures the radiation from the planets, and understands. Then they do their calculations on the basis of that. Maybe they get that. So, yeah, I mean, they could be true.
All kind of assumptions are involved when they're doing their calculations.
We don't know what's at the bottom of our oceans, yet they want to make these claims of these billions of light years.
Yeah, you're right. You're right. Well, I also do not have a proper research, so I didn't take so much. I'm also here to learn about the flat Earth.
Yeah, so we have tested the Earth right here on Earth.
Tested.
Tested the Earth.
Okay, who's the major names? Who the people who were doing
hundreds and hundreds of different tests have been done. Long distance observations, laser tests, all kinds of different tests, trying to find the curvature that they claim must be there.
Hey, can you tell me your names and the research article or maybe something?
Well, if you click on the tag that's attached to my name there, right? Or if you just click on my name and click the link, it will take you to our home server. And in our home server, there's terabytes worth of information categorized in information channels. So I recommend having a look at some of the long distance observations in the long distance observations channel and the laser tests channel. And you'll see extremely high level testing that's being done by professionals using high end equipment and that kind of thing. Yeah.
Professional stuff.
Yeah, absolutely. And, it's very simple. You don't really need to be a professional to do a lot of these tests, right? Because they're just observations at the end of the day. So if you go to a 10-mile lake, right, over 10 miles on a globe, you would have to have a certain amount of curvature, right? So over 10 miles, you would have to have 66.7 foot of curvature. It has to be there if the Earth's a globe. So we could go to a 10-mile body of water and set up the camera just a few feet off the surface of the water on a tripod and then zoom in and see what we can see when we, zoom across this 10-mile lake. Now, if the Earth's a globe, you would have to have a horizon at a certain distance depending on the height of the camera. Now, just say the camera was 1 foot off the surface. That means the horizon would have to be at 1.22 miles away, according to the mathematics. Based off the radius. Yeah. So, right. And you shouldn't be able to see, anything beyond the horizon should start to be hidden behind the curvature of the Earth, right? So the shoreline on the other side of the lake should be hidden behind about 50, 60 foot of curvature. But what we're finding is we can zoom in, right? There's no horizon over that distance, over these lakes. and we can see the shoreline on the other side of the lake, right? Showing that there isn't any curvature, right? Let alone 66 foot like there should be. Now, we can then go to a different lake, completely different weather conditions, different locations, and repeat the test, right? Even find a 20-mile lake or a 30-mile lake and use high-end optics to zoom across the lake. And what we're finding is that we consistently can't find any curvature at all, which is impossible on a globe.
Yeah, it would be impossible. I don't know. I was watching some video, but I suck at science, so I don't know. They were just making other scientific theories, or maybe I would say scientific research, like on this topic which you're telling to me, because I know there was a flat earther scientist. I don't know what was his name, but when he did that research, so there was another scientist who supported geoscientism. So he came there and he also tested, and at that time he had some sort of, I don't know, maybe machine, or maybe he did with his own way. And then I'll search the name, then I'll tell you. So I don't know, maybe he was just saying that there had to be some obstacles so we can look around, but according to the math, it was not making sense. I mean,
yeah. So have a look in the side chat. So this is just a small clip I took out of a full-length video, right? So this is at the Great Salt Lake at Utah, and it's 21 miles across the lake. Right, he's setting up his camera at 5 foot off the surface, and he can zoom in and he can see the shoreline on the other side of the lake. There's zero obstruction. Yeah. So these, there should be a horizon at 2.7 miles, right? There's no horizon at all. There has to be a horizon at 2.73 miles according to the mathematics, right? According to the horizon calculators, and the radius value of the globe, right? But we're not seeing any horizon, and we're seeing, it just looks completely flat, right? We can see the shoreline on the other side of the lake, and
there's a video lake looks like a convex mirror to you.
Yeah, that's from the same video, right? That's the same location. So that's 20 miles across that distance, and it's like a perfect mirror reflection, which is only possible over a flat surface.
Oh yeah, you're right. I mean, yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah. So I'm going to link the full video, right? I think it's like a 12-minute video or something like that.
I'll save that.
If you want to save it, check it out sometime. It shows the whole observation, and they also do a laser test where they shoot a laser, like they wait till it gets dark at that same location, and they shoot a laser across the surface of the water, and they can see it from the other side of the lake. So it's a good video.
Oh, okay. So yeah, I got the video. A little research on that. Hey, and I also got the curiosity of something which I wanted to ask. That, what could be the corner of Earth and the end of the flat Earth?
Yeah, your guess is as good as mine.
Do we make theories on that?
Not really. I mean, we try to stay away from speculation. We try to stick with empirical evidence here in this channel. So I mean, we could speculate. It's fun to speculate, but we really have no idea what the entire Earth is laid out like in total, like what the whole shape is, or whether it has a shape, or exactly what's going on up in the sky. Those kind of things we can't validate.
And yeah, so basically, when I started talking to you in the VC, so I was thinking about the videos for what I was watching. So there are people who are making theories that behind the Antarctic wall, when they say that there's a wall, and behind the wall there are the Asgardian continent and the Fourth continent and the like Garden of Eden and other gods continent. So they were like saying that. So I was like that maybe there are theories. But
Yeah,
maybe
there's a lot of theories. There's a lot of theories, like speculations involving more land, you know, in the south and things like that. More land beyond Antarctica and things like that. But there's no really good like proof of anything like that. So
maybe it's from the other like people, like not unverified people's claiming, like making these claims.
Yeah, well, it's kind of unverified. There's also some mystery about what's at the North Pole as well.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Guys, the map. There's one map that's associated with all of this that a lot of people find like interesting, and that's where part of the stuff with the dome and other things come from. And there is more land on this map. I'm not saying there's more land. I'm saying on this map there is, and that's where people are now getting that idea from. Is some of these old maps that folks created a long time ago.
Yeah, absolutely, man. You know, and I would say, right, we know that water needs to be contained, whether it be a lake, a pool, or a pond, or a sea, or an ocean. You have to have a container to have water, right? And to have a lake, it needs to have a shoreline. So I would imagine that there would have to be a shoreline of some kind, and that would, to me, it would be common sense that would be more land. So I don't know exactly how it works, but I mean, common sense tells me that, yeah, sure, I think there would have to be more land if I was to speculate.
And I have no problem with that myself either. I just know that I'm not going to be able to travel to go find it, so I can't make a claim about it. I don't know.
Yeah, how are you going to have a big lake, you know, a big ocean without a shoreline?
Do you guys believe in religion?
Not personally. Some people have different religions in here, Christians and Muslims and whatnot.
I personally consider religion. You go ahead. Right. You go. No, you go.
Yeah, I just see it as doctrine. I do believe in a creator, but I don't think religion is really telling a story.
The reason of asking was that, like, if we have this Earth and we have this planet somewhere to live, so are we also, if we are religious, so do we have purpose after that we are going to end up somewhere else, or like on another planet?
I am by no means religious. I'm very much not religious, but I do know that there is a creator. You need a creator in order for there to be a creation.
I mean, yeah. I mean, it doesn't make sense when somebody says there is no creator. I mean, there's a lot to talk about that.
You can get that idea when you suppose the Earth is a sphere that was created by a big bang where everything exploded into existence. You can kind of start arguing whether God was necessary to create this or whether it was naturalistic. But when you come to understand that the Earth is flat and stationary, and obviously the things in the sky are in motion for our benefit, and you ask the question, well, how was this created? You really going to end up on the most logical conclusion. You need intelligence to create.
Yeah, of course. There's a lot to talk. I mean, when they deny it, so I don't know, like, who are those people? I mean, it's just common sense that we had to, like, we had a great evolution for building AI, and we had to research on AI, and we had to do a lot of things for that. Then we got AI. But the humans were created, but just by, like, from no one.
I feel like this AI thing is one of the biggest mistakes that humans have ever made.
Yeah, you're right. Yeah, I personally believe. And brother, if you do not talk about the jobs, even if you don't talk about the job, there's still the problem. I mean, if you were passionate about something and you like it, you're passionate about something that you want to be a graphic designer, which is going on a collapse, and if you want to do something which is AI doing right now, like maybe I would say
most
software
jobs
engineer,
are going to collapse as a consequence of. Most jobs are going to collapse as a consequence of AI, and they're promising you, well, you don't have to work, no problem. But that's not how it's going to work. The companies who own the robots and own the AIs who are doing the work will take all of the profit. And it'll turn the world into idiocracy where the corporations control everything.
Yes. Yeah.
Pretty much, yeah.
That's it.
Yep, absolutely.
I believe, yeah, I also believe.
Idiocracy.
When it comes to like the spirituality, there being a creator, that kind of thing. I mean, I have to say from my own, and I've heard this from many people. I truly was an atheist the majority of my life until I kind of fell into all the deceptions that were going on, and including that NASA were not telling the truth about anything.
Never a straight answer.
This kind of brought me back on my path, having these realizations.
Well, welcome back. One thing I think that is a big problem for folks is they stop doing science. As a baby, you automatically do it when you're trying to F around and find out. In a way, you're doing like a kind of very immature version of science. And when people act like you have to be some kind of special scientist with all these big degrees and crap, my question would be, when did you stop doing science?
Yeah, no, you're using trial and error, which is the first form of valid means of gathering knowledge that humanity discovered.
Exactly.
Scientific method is a different one, but it's just as valid because you fuck around and you find out.
Yeah, so like when you're little and you're riding a bike and you decide to make a ramp and you make the ramp and then you bust out your teeth, you've discovered something about making ramps. Don't do it on concrete. And you learn from that shit. 'Cause I know. I had mine busted out.
And that's what I'm saying. It's like a rudimentary version of the scientific method. It's not in any way the same. But they do effectively do science. And they do learn. That's how we all learned how to not bust our asses anymore.
Just like observation is a valid means of gathering knowledge, we have all sorts of valid means of gathering knowledge. Scientific method is one of them, and a very useful one. But trial and error is the one that's been used the most throughout history to accomplish most of our technology and discoveries.
What happens to the kids that are not allowed to do anything that we did when we were little, and there's padding on everything, and they're not allowed to get hurt or touch anything, and you know they're out there because most of you are related to somebody or are like that. So what happens to those kids when they get older? That they can't fall off the mountain like that dude on the bike, do 10 flips, and then start laughing as you got the wind knocked out of you and you got tears in your eyes and you're like, I'm going to go do that again.
Yeah, it's worse than that because not only are they not going out and experiencing that because they're being overprotected, but they're also outsourcing all thinking to the AI now. So they're like, I have a question. AI knows the answer. Like they're just going to become zombies.
I'm not sure what's going to happen.
I think depression is going to increase because people won't feel fulfilled because the robots are going to be doing everything, and they'll find out that they have nothing that they can do.
How are they going to know that they're not fulfilled, though?
I'm just saying they'll get really bored, and it's going to cause like major mental issues for folks.
Bro, bro. Like they're just going to create computer games and entertainment.
Yeah, more screens.
Consume. You're just going to be happy in your pod eating the bugs.
You're going to have more screens. You just press the button, and your milk shows up, or your Pepsi shows up, the Coke, or whatever kind, or you press the other button, and there's Burger King and Wendy's, and that's just how it is now. But that's how it's only going to be.
Yeah, you're never going to have to go to work. You can just sit home and binge watch all your TV shows. If you do want to work, you can help make the TV shows and that kind of stuff for a little bit before AI replaces all of that.
We're going to go for type 2 civilization in future because AI has arrived and now we have to move on for something more bigger. I don't know, maybe.
Humanity needs to focus on spirituality and being better human beings and improving
that's good.
ourselves as people, and let the AI do the menial work. That's the only way this is a positive.
That's fair. But I really think that a lot of people are going to end up depressed. I think that depression is going to rise as people try and fill that void with more and more entertainment. They're going to find
I think so as well, yeah. Yeah, I think so as well. However, I think the pharmaceuticals, and we're going to get all sorts of, well, this is the best way to make yourself feel better. Just take this pill.
Yep. Oh, here, we have a pill. You can live to be 120 now, for sure. 100%. Here you go. They're going to offer all kinds of miracle drugs.
Oops, that one didn't work. Oops, that one didn't work. You didn't live to 120. You lived to 30.
There's side effects. There's side effects that if you're unlucky, you get side effects and you have horrible problems.
Well, that's if you have bad DNA. That's how we'll find out.
Damn.
Oh, yeah, it's going to be a generation of just zombies generating electricity somehow in their house. If you want to eat today, you have to go and down the street and get Mrs. Jones and take out her garbage. And then press this button. Credit. Press this button, and you're going to get a hamburger when you get home.
Yeah, that social credit score is going to be a weird one.
I'm glad I won't be participating in anything like that. They'll be like, you have what blah blah blah, and I'll be like, come on over to my house, let's talk about it, and then they won't ever come over again.
It'd be like that scene on Idiocracy where the doctor realizes that he doesn't have a tattoo and he starts spazzing out. But when you normalize stuff, though, people aren't going to think of it as being abnormal. They'll just accept it for what it is. Just like you're saying, bugs in the pods and a bunch of entertainment.
Just like 1.7% tax was too much. We need to behead the king. Look at our taxes today.
Yeah, they take it. It's basically highway robbery. A bunch of highwaymen tax the crap out of you.
Yeah, it's about the same.
And they hold your corporations at hostage. They have to take out your taxes. You don't get a choice here. You can't say, well, no. I mean, you could. It's under certain conditions, but that's not normal. I can't tell my company I don't want any tax, because I would right now say, no, don't take anything out. I'll deal with them every year. Because then I wouldn't do anything.
The national pastime of America, avoiding taxes. He who dodges the most taxes wins.
Yeah, I live in a socialist state of Iceland, so there's no dodging taxes. They take it like from my salary before I can do anything, and then every transaction of anything I buy, except with like, yeah, well, just any transaction should have tax on it. If it doesn't, it's illegal.
Yeah.
And then when I sell something, I also have to pay taxes. It's like.
You guys have money there, right? You guys are using money, right?
Well, promissory notes.
Okay.
IOUs.
Fiat.
Yeah.
Man, hanging out in this room's been a boost in my spirits. I feel happy being here. I missed you guys.
I missed you guys as well.
We're just going to leave that hanging, Emma.
It's like almost 10 after 9. I could still go outside and cut my grass. And it takes me about, I could do it in 45 minutes if I fly.
3 a.m. and still not thinking about sleep.
Damn, dude.
No sleep till Brooklyn.
And now the tune's playing in my head.
You're welcome.
Good to see you, Quad. Haven't seen you around for a while.
Is this Fried Chicken I see back in the channel? Welcome back to the channel, Fried Chicken. Good to see you again. As it's gone quiet and there's new people in the channel, if anybody's got any questions or points that they'd like to raise for discussion, please feel free to unmute your mic.
How are you?
Pretty good, man. Topic of discussion. Can the Globers explain gravity? What do they think that it is? Is it a force? Is it not a force?
Explain or prove?
Dealer's choice.
I mean, if you're asking, I mean, I can't prove it to you since I'm probably too dumb, and I don't have big machines to prove it. Why is my internet bad?
You're cutting in and out, yeah?
One sec. I mean, yeah, all my point is, like, me personally, I cannot, not smart enough to prove or explain it to you, but like, just because I'm not smart enough to do it doesn't mean it doesn't.
No, give it your best shot, huh?
I don't like to talk about things that I don't know of.
Oh, okay. You don't know anything about it at all?
I know some things about it, but I'm not really a credible source for how gravity works.
Okay. So you're not really sure. Is that what I'm getting from you? You're not really sure how to explain it, how to talk about it.
It's not about really. Not really sure. It's just more like not have the. Don't have the qualifications.
Okay. But you do trust people that have qualifications. Is that true? People that are qualified.
Yeah, I trust my doctor. Trust my car mechanic.
Can they tell you about? Are those the guys that tell you about gravity?
I mean, no, but they're qualified. They're qualified people that I trust
Yeah.
to do specific tasks.
Yeah, of course. So which guy is tasked with the information for gravity? Who's that guy?
For me, I mean, I don't personally have a gravity guy, but there's
No
definitely
gravity guy. Well, then how do you know? Oh, I'm
I don't
kind
have
of
a
confused
gravity
now. You said
I
you're
don't have
looking for the qualified guys are the ones that you listen to. Okay, I'll bite. Which qualified guy is the one that told you about gravity?
probably my high school physics teacher.
Excellent. What did he say about it?
I mean, I like got like a 4 out of 7 of physics. Like, not really the guy, but like.
Were
from
you
what I
sleeping in class? Were you sleeping in class?
No, I just didn't go.
You don't care?
Most of the time. I mean, I passed, like, I just didn't go most of the time. And
So
now,
the part where he was speaking of gravity, though, were you paying attention?
I mean, I know it's. I know for like the questions I need to answer. I know it's like 9.81.
Okay.
And
What else do you know about it?
I know that you can calculate it based off. I don't even have it memorized. They gave it to us an example. Like there's a attraction formula.
There's an attraction. Okay.
I don't know. I could
Is that what you're breaking up a little. You're breaking up a little bit, but try again. You said there's an attraction.
No, I'm saying there's a formula that I have in my Google Classroom for mass.
There's a formula. Yes.
Yeah. Let me find
it. Okay.
Let me pull up my 12th grade.
Might want to read the formula if you want. That way, because I'm on the move right now, so can't really look at my screen.
The gravitational force is equal to gravity. I'm translating. I'm like translating it since it's in Arabic. Like gravitational 6.674 times 10 to the power of negative 11. Divide, and then like a separate thing. Divide m1, m2 over the mass 1 and mass 2 over r squared. R is the distance between the centers of both objects.
Okay.
Yeah. Newton's law of universal gravitation. That's pretty much all I know.
All right. And how is this functional, do you think?
In the physics questions I got, I was given like two. I was given 2 planets, and I would put in the masses and the distance between both of them.
Yeah, which planets? Which planets were you using?
They didn't really give me like it wasn't a word problem. They just say like M1 is this and M2 is this.
Okay.
They just say planet 1 is this.
But there's no examples that are being used, is there?
There probably is, yeah.
Well, well, I guess what I'm asking is, how do you know it's been proven if there's no example of it being proven to you? Do you just accept that someone says that this is the equation, therefore it exists?
And I accept that multiple people more qualified than me who are not related in any way and for hundreds of years, we said this exists.
Okay, well, you only said your teacher in high school.
Yeah, but like he got it from someone else, and I don't think my teacher is working for the.
Okay. So, what examples did they show you that gravity's working?
They gave me a tennis ball. I would drop it, and I would based on the time I would calculate gravity.
Okay, so you're just measuring the effect from, how things fall in the medium of air. Yes.
You can do it on water too, if you want.
Yeah. Well, the tennis ball was in the air, right?
Yeah.
Okay, and you've measured the average rate at which it falls. Is that correct?
Yeah, the average acceleration.
Okay. So we see an effect, and you're basically you're quantifying the rate at which it falls down. Yeah.
Pretty much.
Okay. So what is causing that?
I mean, the only explanation that I know of is gravity. I don't know of any other explanation. So
yeah, gravity seems to be a cause and effect relationship. Yeah. The effect is what you see happening. The cause is what's making it happen. Got it?
I'm pretty sure gravity is just the force. So like is only the cause, not the effect.
Oh, it's only the cause, not the effect. Is that what you said?
I guess. Is it?
Well, sounds so you're not really sure, are you?
Yeah, like I told you, not qualified.
Well, I've been in this discussion for quite some time. It's described as a cause and effect relationship.
I mean,
basically, the idea is you see something happening, and then people try to ascribe a causational, idea to it.
Yeah, I guess.
Do you get what that means?
Kinda.
So the causational idea is, well, what you just said. So, but my thing is this: how did they figure out it was the cause was figured out? How did they prove that to be true?
Not really.
Anybody, not your physics teacher. You're just showing. He was just showing you a tennis ball falling down, but that's just the effect. You said the cause, right? What's making it go down? So what did he tell you is making it go down?
Probably bending in space-time or something like that.
Okay, that's not Newton, that's Einstein, but okay.
It's still a theory, but like it's the most accepted theory.
Okay, and why would they accept it?
A bunch of scientists thought it made the most sense.
Okay, why?
Sadly, not qualified.
Oh, is this the part where you run out of like figuring out how it happened? Okay, well that's fine.
Well, that's probably where my knowledge hits the limit.
It reached the end of the road. Okay.
Not really. Maybe after like.
Yeah, go ahead.
Maybe after I go to uni for a few months.
You're yeah. I mean, you're a bit choppy, so it's kind of hard to know when you stop talking because I'm not trying to interrupt you, but I guess you're lagging or something's going on with your internet.
Yeah, probably.
Okay, so what we got so far is that it's just basically, from what I'm heard, from what you just said, it's just that you believe because somebody that you declare is smarter than you told you that this is true. Therefore, it's easier for you to believe that it is. Gravity, that is.
I think it's the only logical explanation.
What, for why things go down?
Yeah.
Well, okay, so what if things are just heavier than the thing that's supporting them? So the medium, right? Air is a medium. It's a mixture of gases. So if something is heavier than those gases, it will stratify and go to the lowest point in that medium.
Yeah, but what does that mean if I put things in vacuum chambers?
In other words, it's no.
Why not? It's
Because all you did was you changed the medium.
yeah, but you said it's because of
Yeah, the medium that it's in. Yes, it's because of the medium that it's in. So you just changed the medium by removing some of the gases, but there's still a little bit of gas in there. Just you didn't remove it all, but you just removed some of the medium that's in there. You changed the medium to less of that medium, but there's still a medium.
yeah. So so if there's no medium and it falls faster, right?
Well, I mean, yeah, do you think it's denser than a less? So you know what I mean? So you have less of that medium, and the thing that was already heavy in the medium, because of the fact that it's denser than the medium that it's in, if you have less of that medium, yeah, you get where we're going with it.
It's like density, right?
Yes.
It's like how things float in water. Oh, so it's like the same thing with I kind of
Yeah, for sure. So yeah, I mean, if you have you put the tennis ball, or a beach ball underwater, the medium that it's in, it's going to respond to the object's going to respond to the medium because it's going to have the interaction with that medium.
Yeah, but
The air inside of that beach ball is lighter than the water around it, so it'll then change the directionality.
the thing that doesn't make sense with me is like, why down? How does it go down?
Yeah, I know. That's the law of nature that everybody tries to figure out. That's why you have this theory that Einstein came up with that hasn't been scientifically validated. It's not validated. As you said, it's just a theory, which means it's just some guy's idea about what causes. Yeah, well, no, not everything.
A lot of things.
Yeah, a lot of things, yes.
I mean, just because if it's like as a theory, then there's nothing like there's something better than like the theory of relativity. Why is it not accepted?
Well, because people are curious creatures. They want to have explanations to things. They don't want to leave things just the way they are without no explanation. So because people are curious, they want to ascribe some type of cause to an effect that they don't know what is causing it. So they go with the best educated guess that they can. That's why they give it something instead of just leaving it blank. Until somebody else puts another idea on top of that idea, and then they're just building off of other ideas. There's really no verification of this being the case. They're just, that's what they would say is what's happening. They say that's how science works. We have another guy disproves another guy, and then therefore that guy is the leading guy. But there's really no one that's going to say that this is settled science because because it's not settled. That's how science works, I'll tell you. Yeah, I know.
We can live in like the mind of like a 14-year-old kid. And this is like all his dream, like everything.
Yeah, I know, but they got you to think about reality. That's not reality. I think this is the most important part of of the way they get you to think, right? So it's all about the process of the way you think about the world around you. If they can get you to think that reality can be suspended because you can imagine things being differently other than your senses are telling you, then they've done a good job at convincing you that your senses can't be relied upon. It's a neat hat trick, yeah, to get you to think that you don't know what you're sensing.
Yeah, but can we go back to like the that like density is the reason why I think as well.
Yeah, you said density. Well, we talked about density and buoyancy, right?
Yeah.
Yep.
Like the thing like that doesn't like make sense to me is like, shouldn't things in a vacuum, even if there's still air in there, like still little bits of air, like shouldn't they fall faster?
Well, we have to test every medium, so it depends on what you're going to put in that medium. Yeah. So yeah, like there was a test done with a drop tower that did a drop in a vacuum, and they separated elements in that vacuum. I think I have the GIF somewhere, and they did the drop tower, and the elements all fell at different rates.
No, isn't that just because of drag?
Is that because of what?
Like air resistance?
Yeah, but there wasn't any because it was a vacuum chamber.
Side chat, run and drop tower test.
Hey, thanks for that, Matrix. Yeah, you can take a look at the GIF there.
So what is that telling me? Oh, it's a different gases?
No, let me see. I don't know what I think it's the drop tower, but hold on.
Different elements. You can see all their names across the top there. They're all categorized so that they are the same weight. That's why they all look like they're different sizes, because as you know, different things have different densities. So apparently they're all supposed to be the exact same weight. And when they drop them, and the bounce at the bottom is when they hit the bottom. So you can see them slowly floating up. Some of them more so than others. And then the thud when they hit the bottom. And as you can see, they all move at different rates.
Mm-hmm.
Is there like a video?
Very interesting.
Yeah, there is a video actually. This was a clip from that video, but there's and you guys have to like what video that is.
Drop tower, if that's what you're looking for. Just I think if you punch that into YouTube, you
can probably find it on YouTube or the internet. Maybe Google it or something.
Drop tower. What test?
It's a very peculiar thing, yeah. When you challenge your ideas, the preconceived notions that you might have.
Yeah, but I can't like change my preconceived notion over like a GIF. I need like, actual like parameters of the experiment.
Yeah, that's fine. I mean, you could request whatever you want. The test was done with everything in mind, taking into consideration the drop from, a specific height, and then with that, they were going to figure out whether or not elements do fall differently in a vacuum or the same. And it turns out they all fall differently and not the same. The idea was a bowling ball and a feather in a vacuum will fall at the same rate. And this test shows that the different elements that were used fall at different rates and not the same rate in a vacuum. Pretty cool stuff.
Is that is drop experiment at the unit? Is that the experiment?
Yeah. I'm about to get going if somebody wants to pick this up. I might be back. I don't know. See you guys.
Hello, governors.
How are you doing?
Not too bad, JE. Yourself?
Oh man, I'm finer than a frog's hair in a biscuit. I'm off to go see a insured of mine. So I guess that's better than having to dig ditches or something, I guess. Not by far, but hey. I guess it is better.
Well, one thing I've noticed in my lifetime, it doesn't matter what job you do, it's who you're doing it with. You can have the best job ever, and if you work with a complete lot of numpties, it's a nightmare. Or you can have the worst job ever, you can shovel shit for a living. And if you've got a good crew, it's the best days ever, mate.
Oh, no doubt. Yeah, no doubt. Yeah, like when I was in high school, I wanted to be an electrician. Really, I wanted to be an engineer of a radio station, but kind of the first step of being an engineer of a radio station is to actually have hands-on experience running wire and doing electrical work. And so I really enjoyed the job. I was very good at industrial motor control and all the advanced logic and such, but I just could not stand the people that I worked for. Not worked for, I mean, I should say worked with. I got out of it because I have flat feet and I just can't stand all day to do the work. So I did it for 2 years and hung it up. But I would say, had they said to me, well, you can do this here and the other, I probably still would have been like, no, I don't want to deal with these numpties. That reminds me of our GTs that come around here. They think they're smarter than they are. So has anybody tried to present any evidence for the globe around here today? Or have they, like the others, found themselves denied?
I've only been on for about half an hour. I haven't heard anyone yet. But there's always time.
Yes, indeed. There is always time. I just wonder who's going to be the next contestant on The Flat is Right.
Well, Santo was up a minute ago. Kind of fell short. Maybe he had to go.
I was just asking questions. Like,
yeah.
What's the best? What's like the best argument for the flat Earth? Like the absolute critical.
The best argument for flat Earth. How about this for an argument? It's measured flat. There's no measured curvature.
What's like the best?
Would that suffice?
What's like the best measurement?
What's like the best measurement?
Like the best measurement, the best experiment, the best.
It's measured flat. No experiment, measured. You get a laser, you point it across the surface. Now you have two options. Number one, if it's curved, that laser will be a tangent to the ball. Number two, if it's flat, that laser will run parallel with the surface. Now, when we measure the opposite end of the laser, the distance does not increase. So, if it's a tangent, as you get further away from the tangent point, the distance from said sphere to the tangent would increase. We call this drop over distance. Now, when we measure for this, It is non-existent. Zero. None.
Show me like the best test, like the best experiment.
So you just want to see a laser test?
I want to see the best one, bro. The first one, the most.
Well, that's subjective. Some people think the best one is the best one because it goes for 30 seconds. Other people think the best one is ones that go for an hour and a half because they've got all the details, not just distance, elevation, and hey, you can see the laser. Everyone's got it's subjective. What do you define as best?
So just give me like whatever one you think is best.
Just a laser test. How about I just post a couple up and you can just check them both out? That'd be easier. I'll just go and grab you one.
I just want to know like this and then figure out what's wrong.
Laser test. There you go.
Yeah, perhaps the one. Yeah, perhaps the one with the furthest distance, maybe your best one because it's the one that's arguably
Finland 21 and 28. I'll give him. Copy. Where are we? That channel. Oh, what's going on? Why didn't it post the link? I'll have another go.
I'm just trying to find the most definitive proof of flat Earth.
Well, how about instead of finding definitive proof of the flat Earth, because obviously it offends you by the way you say that, and you can hear it in the tone of your voice, how about you go and prove curvature? Instead of just jumping on the coattails of gravity, photos of space, and all these other things, why don't you actually go and try to prove curvature and see how you fare?
But if the Earth is flat, doesn't that just mean there's no curvature?
Hallelujah, he gets it.
Yeah, so...
I have a question about the flat Earth. So, the Earth is flat, so does that mean that all the other planets are flat? Like Venus, Mars, Jupiter?
Mick, you can answer that on fetching stuff.
Why does specifically Earth have to be flat?
I don't believe in other planets.
Hang on, what was the question?
If the Earth is flat, does that mean all the other planets are flat? Like, for example, the Moon, Mars, Venus, Jupiter, Neptune?
First of all, do you qualify the Moon as a planet?
Well, you could say it's a planet.
Okay, well, I mean, that's neither here nor there, but you're pre-assuming that Earth is a object in space, similar to the things that we see when we... All right, so you're kind of baking into your own question at least part of your conclusion.
So,
right, so when we were all told, check this out, right? We were all told that when we look up and we see things that don't exactly look like just lights, really bright stars and shit like that, we were told that they're physical bodies, right? Spheres or spheroids of sorts, right?
Yeah, stars are stars that have supernovae and reach billions of vapors.
Right, so I understand the story, right? And then we're told that planets like Jupiter, Mars, etc., some are giant gas balls and others are giant rock. Correct? So for you to assume we too are a giant rock floating up there, and then you come across the notion that we are measured flat, you're going to jump to, oh, well, those rocks might be flat also. And that was what your question was, right? But who's to say in the first place that those are actually giant rocks or giant balls of gas to begin with? Let alone similar to us insofar as our, orbital path around a sun, so to speak. Right? So all you're basically, in a long story longer, your question is heavily loaded. And I'd request that you reconsider its formulation.
Oh, because I was just confused. If the Earth can be flat because you guys are flat earthers, then that means many other planets can be flat earthers. Well,
Again, right? Well, that's the thing, right? So you're pre-assuming that we're a planet in the first place, and you're pre-assuming the nature of those things that you see in the sky.
Well, if one thing can have a different shape, then could be a possibility for all of them will.
Sorry, we're being interrupted. What'd you say?
I mean, if one thing can have a different shape, who's to say that not that everything can have a different shape?
But I mean, it's a good question, but the reality is we don't actually know. I'm not sure if we really can know, but you are coming from a premise of assuming that we are like what we see in the sky, right? So how would you even go to verify that? How would we go to verify that?
Hello, Mike.
What's up? Oh, the other guy, he deafened.
I mean, can't they use like spectrometry to see the makeup of different faraway planets?
It might be your best guess, but it's only then a guess, right? And there's issues with that because you would think that, number one, if you see a gas when it's lit up and it's blue, right? Does that mean that everything that you see that is the same color as that blue is that gas? No. It can be, but upon verification, it may not be.
Sorry, I'm back.
Mike, I have a question for you.
Well, fuck. I mean, I got 3 going on at the same time, Cardius. One at a time, please.
Can I ask a
Saddam
question,
was
or
going
you guys want to go?
Saddam was at it. Did you catch what I was saying, dude?
I guess. I mean, I had to go AFK for a quick minute.
Basically, all I was saying, dude, is your question is kind of preloaded, and I'd request that you reconsider your premises because we can't know that, right? And nor is there really an appropriate answer to that because our models are not really compatible, right? If you're picturing that we think, like if you think that we're picturing in our minds, oh, this is flat, we're a giant disk floating in space around the sun in a similar heliocentric model as presented since we were kids, but we're just the only pizza and all the others are balls. Well, I mean, that's where the issue arises because that's not exactly the worldview.
Okay.
All right.
Follow. Alrighty. Does anyone want to take the next one? I'm gonna.
Yeah, I have a question to ask.
Getting ready for something.
Are you about to leave, Mike?
Well, I mean, quickly there, but I am gonna get ready to. I'm gonna be listening in, but I have to do some shit. So I'm gonna start getting ready. Dandelion or Heretic, Casey, if you want to grab it.
Dandelion,
I'm here. Hello.
All
right, so I'm new to this server, this politics server, and this catch my eye, the 24/7 flat Earth, and I see you guys have your own server too. So are you guys like flat Earth believers? Like, what are you guys basically?
Yeah, we understand and know that the Earth measures flat, that there's zero evidence of curvature in the globe. So sometimes people, especially new people like yourselves, will call us believers. But when you look into the topic a little longer, perhaps you'll see that it's the globe that requires belief. Do you believe in the globe?
Yeah, I guess. I guess I was indoctrinated by the school to believe it's a globe. Again, I'm open-minded, so I want to hear all the things you have present for me to change my mind.
Yeah, okay. Well, Matrix put 3 good laser tests there, so you don't need to look at those right now while we're talking, but you could open them up and look at them later. Can you see the chat that goes along with this?
Yeah, I'm on my phone. The side server or the side chat I see. Yeah. So I guess one of my main questions to you is, when it comes to like space exploration, well, I mean like going to the moon, was that all fake in your opinion, or?
Yeah, I mean, I've known that since I was a little child. It was a PhD pharmaceutical researcher that was a friend of my dad that explained that to me. There's most people who have like a tiny bit of intellectual sense and analytical ability, when they look at the evidence, they realize there's no way we went to the moon. That's just a complete fairy tale. So yeah, I mean, that's a good start. If you haven't even looked into that yet, I could recommend another video for you, a funny thing that happened on the way to the moon, because, you know, it's a lot to realize that the whole globe models, you know, like you said, you understand, you've been indoctrinated, and your teachers were indoctrinated also. So it's not like they were purposely trying to deceive you. It's just that everyone assumes that somebody else smarter than them checked it out. But then when you actually go to try to find this predicted drop over distance that there would be if you lived on a sphere, then you realize that it's not actually there. I mean, what's your position on the moon landings, for example, that you asked about?
Well, I guess it's real.
What makes you think that?
I mean, I guess societal, everybody just, the majority of people agrees with it, right? Just as you stated, everybody, that's kind of like the mainstream view that we all live on a globe. We live in a planet, right?
I'm just getting that moon thing for you. You could watch it later. You might find it interesting. So yeah, I understand. Yeah, when you come out of regular, pretty much any, school teaching, you are indoctrinated into these ideas. And then when you come out of that, especially with the wide world of the internet, where there's all kinds of information available for you, now you can go and you can look at the other side of the story and you can decide, is there evidence for this globe? I mean, you could go and try to find some evidence for the curvature if you want.
Yeah, so my other question is, hold on, I have another question. So my other question is, the Pacific Ocean, like from California to Japan or to China, like how does that look like? Is it like we go, the opposite? Like how does that make, like, you get what I'm saying, right? If we're on like a disc, can we go from California to China, due west?
Yeah, I mean, when you're talking about, yeah, you can. I mean, people do it all the time, right? Yeah, they get on a plane or a boat and they go over there. Yep, no problem. Yeah, you don't need a globe to travel west, do you? You can travel west. You don't think about, if you're going from New York to Michigan or something, you're traveling west. You don't think about the globe. Yep. It's no different if you're going from California to Japan. You're still just traveling west. That's right. There's no need for a globe to do circumnavigation. It works well on many different types of surfaces.
So it's like China, like underneath the plate, like the flat Earth, or where's China exactly? Because when we look at a globe spread out on a piece of paper, South America, North America is on the left, right? You got China, you know what I mean, right? You got Japan on the right. You know what I mean?
Yeah, so it's not possible for you to imagine you're in Nebraska and you travel west to California. That's perfectly fine, right? You don't think about the globe if you're doing that. And then you just got in a boat and you kept going. Like, at what point do you need to start thinking about the globe when you're just traveling, right? What point do you need to? You don't need to, because it's not there. It's only in your imagination. Yeah, but I got to address the plates.
I'm trying to understand.
I understand that you're trying to understand.
Wait, can I turn on my camera to kind of show because I'm not smart.
I totally know exactly what you're imagining. What I don't get is why you can't, just put your hand out straight in front of you and, down by, the right side of your palm there, there's California they mentioned, and then over on the left side of your palm, there's Japan. What's the problem? Why does it have to be a globe for you to get from California to Japan? I understand that you think it has to be because you've been so deeply indoctrinated that you can't even imagine it any other way. I mean, do you play Minecraft?
Wait, so no,
But we got. Hold on. I know you have another question. Please keep a pin on it because I just have to address the plate because I think that's part of our problem here.
Yeah,
so,
the plate.
yeah, you said a plate. Yeah, we're not claiming a plate. That's usually a misrepresentation.
Well,
that
it is
you'll
a flat
see.
surface.
Yeah, but it has plate. It implies that there's some kind of thickness to it, or that it's just a thing, and oftentimes when people say plate, they're thinking of just a smashed out planet, like as if we accepted all the other parts of the heliocentric model, such as the fantasy medium of outer space, the rotation around the sun, and so on, which we have no reason to accept that since it's never been conclusively proven. So therefore, we do not accept that. So therefore, we are not claiming a plate. But if you want to think, I mean,
a lot of the ideas. So just so you know, guys.
Oh, Matrix was going to add something.
A lot of the ideas that you get force fed through the media are from a group called the Flat Earth Society, and the majority of you have heard of those. Now, what they do is they put out stuff that is so ridiculous and so stupid that the majority of you guys will look at it and go, Flat Earth's retarded. These guys are stupid. And you won't even consider looking at the information. And that's what their purpose is. Their purpose is to put forward the pancake in space. Dinner plates flying through space, shit on the back of turtles, and all this completely ridiculous stuff to the point where you guys just instantly align those images with absolute stupidity.
So
and the problem is, there's none of the
Matrix is still
ground.
talking.
There's none of the other things. It's just you get these stupid images, and they'll go, "This is flat Earth," and everyone associates that. We are not the Flat Earth Society, please. So those images, I get it. You've got those in your head, but we are not a cookie in space. So please, that guy that was going to ask a question, go for it, man.
Yeah.
So we were talking to Sega. Yeah, and MX Dev keeps interrupting, but yeah, go ahead, Sega.
So like, okay, so it's not like a pancake in space. So like, I see this picture Sasha's posted. So what does Earth look like if it's not a sphere exactly? Like, in your own image, which one is Earth when I'm looking at?
Okay, just a minute before I do that. You want me to delete the posts that have your @ because you just don't want your @ here? Is that what you're saying? Is that what you're asking me to do? Yeah, okay, that's no problem. Yeah, I don't mind doing that.
Yeah,
Okay, I will
so
do that.
how does Earth look like? Is it
Brother,
like
you never seen Earth? Like you've never seen mountain ranges, beaches? You never seen Earth?
No, what do you mean? Like just going outside or like?
Yeah.
No, I'm saying if it's not if we're not living in a sphere like what we see in those space movies, because that you guys said that's wrong, right? The sphere, like, so what does Earth look like exactly?
It looks the way you experience it. It looks just the way you experience it. Like Sega, if you were just here, if you just arrived here and no one had told you you lived on a spinning globe, like what evidence would you find in the world that would make you think that? You just live in this realm that keeps going. There's no drop over distance. It's not curving. Nothing's disappearing behind this curve as it would be predicted to be by the globe. That's what those laser tests that Matrix put in there, as well as the long distance observations, demonstrate. So it's an Earth. We don't know how deep it is because the deepest hole that's been dug in the Earth is 7.6 miles until the equipment failed and they couldn't dig any deeper. So anything. What?
Well, isn't like the Russians did that or something, right?
Yeah, I can find that for you. Anyway, we don't know how far down it goes. We don't know how far out it goes. We don't claim an edge. We just accept the world the way it presents itself to us. And there's no conclusive positive evidence of the globe. I mean, have you ever seen a globe or curvature in the real world?
I mean, what they tell us. Yeah, I'm not a scientist, right? So when I'm when I'm looking outside, you know what I mean. What I was taught in school is they say every 8 mile is a curvature, right? Right? Is that what the mainstream media says? Is that what everybody says?
8 inches per. No, it's 8 inches per mile squared. So what that means is, for the first mile, just be 1 squared times 8 inches. Only be 8 inches, you'd hardly notice it. But because it's per mile squared, there's exponential growth in the rate of the curvature. So when you get out to 10 miles, you should have 66 feet of drop. When you get out to 20 miles, you have 266 feet of drop. A lot of the laser tests are more than 20 miles. So the target that the laser's hidden, the target that the laser is hitting should be hidden behind over 300 feet of drop for many of these laser tests. So you can understand, that's like a 30-story building. It's very tall. And then you get even further than that, 52 miles, we have observations of the Chicago skyline, where it should be hidden behind 1,800 feet of drop, meaning the tallest skyscrapers should be hidden. And yet we routinely can see that observation as well.
Also, if you were doing the laser test, the thing about the laser test, if you were firing a laser and if the Earth was flat, you would have one contiguous intensity. Like if you shone the light directly at the camera, it would have just been one giant green light. But
wrong. Why would there be one? Why would there be one continuous intensity? The shape of the ground has The shape of the ground has zero relevance to light divergence and light spreading. So light spreads, we know that. So as we know, the beams diverge. They've got most of the high-end ones, they put a accumulator on the end of it to focus the beam, very specifically to mitigate this divergence. So the shape of the ground has absolutely nothing to do with the way the beam operates. So that is the most ridiculous claim I've heard today. And in saying that, I've got to go to work early. So you all have yourselves a great day, and I shall catch you later on this afternoon. Peace, guys.
Yeah. Hi, Matrix.
So to follow my other question for Dandelion, so you guys don't have like a perspective on how the Earth look? Like there's just no evidence? Is that your point?
Yeah, we have lots of perspective on it, and so do you. We go out there, we look at it, and there it is. Yeah, like, what's the problem with that? What's your argument against accepting the Earth the way it is? We go to the ocean. Have you ever been to the ocean?
I've been to beaches. Yeah, I've been to South Carolina.
Cool. Yeah, so you go there and you look out on the water. It's flat as far as the eye can see. The horizon's flat. If you sailed out there in a boat, it would just keep being flat. You went a little further, still looks flat. At no point would you observe this curve, which that's what I was just explaining to you about the rate at which this curve would develop means that you would see it. You would be able to see it.
My question is for the flat earthers community in this VC. Like, I asked you, like, how, like, in your imagination, how does Earth look? Say,
this is the issue that we're trying to tell you, right? Maybe right is that they've told us all an imaginary world, and that this is what reality looks like, and this is what the world looks like, and you've only ever seen it through their eyes, right? So now so
you're saying like a different like format. It's not even like I can't comprehend it, basically, right? Is that what you're saying?
No, you can comprehend it. They've told you that you cannot comprehend it. This is the point. So imagine you, a human being who's lived on Earth your whole life, and imagine you're like some of us. You've traveled around the world, etc. And you come into a room and say you have no idea what the world looks like. They got you, man. You know what the world looks like.
That's such a great point. I love that noting. Let's not go back to MXDev yet till we just kind of like highlight this point, because I really like the way you said that. It's like
sounds like a conspiracy.
You're trying to say the globe is a conspiracy. That's right. You're trying to say that
Flat Earth is a conspiracy.
No, it's a measurement. You're trying to say you need somebody else to tell you what the world is where you live, as if your lived experience, wherever you've gone. I mean, different people have traveled different places. You said you've been to South Carolina, assuming you mean that you're not there now. So you've been to different places. You've seen what the world looks like. You've seen the flat ocean. Yeah, that's the amazing world we live on, which has not been fully explored. There's lots more to find out and discover. It's an amazing place. Yeah. And they've got you looking out into their science fiction outer space vacuum with no plants, no animals, no life, thinking about that as if that has any relevance at all to the real world, when in reality it has no relevance. It has zero relevance.
Wow. So overall, like, the conclusion, I'm sorry for asking you like 10 times. So the overall, like, we're still exploring, we're still finding things, we don't know the true answer. Is that the underlying case? Is that the answer?
We don't know the what was the last word?
So I said, like, so the truth of the matter is that we really don't know how our Earth looks like. Is that overall? Is that
No, that's what No Tanks was trying to say. You know exactly what the Earth looks like. It's the Earth that you live on when you go outside every day, walk upon the ground, and sail upon the water. We don't know how far out it goes because there's limitations on travel, but I'm really not even that interested in going, out there. It's like there's so many things I haven't even seen within the known world that's much easier for me to get to. Like, how could
So you think there's more to it,
how could
like there's
anyone in
more
their
to Earth?
lifetime, no one in their lifetime could possibly explore every inch of, just the known world, let alone the unknown world. Yep.
Oh,
What'd
so
you
you think
say?
there's more to it, like a lot more to Earth, like different continents and different areas.
I don't know. I'm saying that's what some people speculate about. Where's the edge? What happens down there? Why are they hiding it? Why is the Antarctic Treaty restricting travel down there? I'm saying for me personally, that's an interesting question, but I'm like, it's not a priority for me because there's so many places I haven't gone in that I can get to much easier. They don't have to pay a ton of money for. They don't have to ask the government for permission, so they can have me go in this tiny little approved area in their tiny little approved place. I'd rather just explore places where you can just roam free. I'd rather do that myself.
I know that voice.
It's Neil. Hey there.
Wait, can I have camera perms? Is that possible or no? How do we get the rules for that?
No, I think we discourage people for the camera because limiting the room. Yeah, and I don't know. Like, I'm not in charge of giving out perms in here, but I think most of the time when I've heard people talk about it, they discourage it. What is it you would like to tell us? I mean, what you can't tell us a thing without using the camera or show us? You couldn't show it in the chat, whatever it is.
I mean, can I post on chat?
You should be able to.
No, I can't.
That's how long. Oh, you just joined the server. That's what you said,
Yeah,
right?
I'm new to the server. I see a lot of
yeah. See, I think that's the thing is because you're the number 2 level. It's like it's because in this server they automatically like rank you up. I think like every month or something. So you just have to like stay here and like do stuff, and then you'll just kind of get more permissions. I think that's how it is. But what was it you wanted to show us?
Yeah, nothing. I guess just to further. Again, I'm not a prolific talker, so I don't know how to really, make it make sense for other people. I was kind of still like a demonstration, I guess.
Yeah, I mean, if you wanted to share something with the group, you could message it to me, and then I could put it in there for you if there's something you think would help us understand your question better.
I could give you like a demonstration that you'd just, you'd have to hold it in your mind, I guess, right? But the demonstration would be that if I had we had a big lake, right, and then it was like a huge lake, and then we put a house in the middle of the lake, right? There's sandbars or whatever. We built some houses there, and that was like just the world that you lived in, little Hobbit world. And then you put another lake right next to that lake. That would be at the same elevation as the lake is connected to. Then put another lake against that, and another lake around that, and now you have like a whole state. And then you just keep doing that, and that's the world that you live in. There's a bunch of lakes that are at the same elevation, and then the dirt, like the earth, the physical dirt, will be up and down relative to that baseline of level or horizontal that typically we call sea level, right?
So if you can like draw it out on like say a picture, how would that look like?
Just draw a lake, and then draw like a kid next to the lake flying a kite. And then draw like a couple people riding bicycles, somebody walking their dog, and then connect a bunch of lakes, and then just draw that picture 1,000 times and lay them all next to each other. Yeah.
Wow!
But put it in 3-dimensional. Yeah, put it in 3D.
3D.
Well,
yeah, I mean, he's trying to get at yeah, like that's why I asked you if you went to the ocean because the ocean we know covers over 70% of the known territory of the earth, and the ocean and water lies flat in its container. So that's why, to me, if somebody has been to the ocean, I feel like it helps them to visualize and to get that indoctrinated subliminal propaganda of the globe that's been pushed on you since birth, out of your head, because that's not our world. That's just a story they told you on TV.
Yeah. So what about the moon? Like when people come in this channel, when they talk about the moon, what's the response you guys give?
Depends on your question. So but do you imagine anything else other than elevation measured in the vertical from sea level? Like a building is 30 feet tall, and that's relative to a horizontal baseline. and that elevation, that level elevation is just at the same level. Do you imagine like a different world than the one that we all experience? Like when you say you need a picture.
I don't know. I mean, I don't know because what I know is what I've been taught at school. So you know what I mean.
I think what you're trying to ask for, if we had like a whole world map or a whole picture or something, we don't know the ends or something like that. It's just the topology of the land that's flat. It's not a shape. Okay, flat is not a shape. That's what it is. That's what your question was.
Oh yeah, that's the old flat is not a shape. I think that is the problem.
I'm lost. I didn't really hear the guy. What did he say?
Yeah, it was kind of low. I don't know if Casey can turn up his mic a little bit.
Yeah.
Did you? He couldn't hear you.
Like, the whole world, they see Earth as a globe. How do you guys see Earth? You know what I mean? How do you guys picture Earth? I guess that's my overall question.
I mean, I could hear Casey. He was saying that flat's not a shape, that we're just talking about the topography of the land and how there's no curvature measured, because that's the main thing. If you go and look at some of those laser test videos later, you'll see that's, we're testing for the predicted curvature that would be there if we were on a sphere, and we see that it's not there. So then we know we are not on a sphere with the radius of 3,959 miles as claimed. So then we just accept the Earth the way it's presented to us, and we don't think there's some trick being played on us where, even though we feel like we're not moving, it seems stationary, seems like the sun and the moon are moving above us and so on, and it seems flat. We don't see any curve anywhere. Nothing ever disappears from our view around this imaginary edge. So that's what you've lived your whole life. It's just that somebody at some point convinced you, oh yeah, even though you don't feel it, it's spinning really fast, and even though you don't see any curve, it's secretly there. They're telling you they have this secret knowledge of the secret world. That's how they started. It was a cult. It was the globe cult of Pythagoras back with the ancient Greeks, and that's what people in cults pretend. They have the secret knowledge, and then they've just managed to indoctrinate over time, especially accelerated over the last 100 years, more and more people into their cult. Sadly, they're indoctrinating children against their will, which is why we're here trying to allow people to live their actual life in the actual Earth where they actually live, not on a fantasy, outer space, science fiction spinning globe.
Dandelion, how do you know the Earth is flat?
Measured
You've heard it. Yep. Thanks, Neil. Yep. I mean, I'm sure you've heard it. You've been in here many times, Santo. The long distance observations, the laser tests demonstrated that it's measured that way, that the drop over distance is never found in reality, that the objects that should be hidden from our view are in fact visible, and that the horizon distance, which should be at a maximum distance of 1.22 miles times the square root of the observer's height in feet, is routinely observed at distances far beyond that. That's how I know.
Your accent and cadence kind of sounds like Neil Donald.
I look at the laser test, but like one thing that didn't make sense for me is like they're always over water. Like I get that's the easiest, but that just means we're flat.
Forget about the laser test. Anytime you're mentioning height, anytime you're using these things, you are coming from a flat plane of reference. It's an impossibility to make any measurement of anything unless you're taking it off a flat plane. You tell me how it would be done off a ball. It can't be.
Light can bend, what? Light bend.
He's coming at you from a different argument, so why don't you answer the question that Neil asked you? Did you understand the question?
No, I didn't understand our question.
When you talk about heights of buildings, heights of mountains, flying for 20,000 feet for over 10 miles, 20 miles. Are you kidding me? Do I have to break this down for you? You can't visualize that and realize that it's on a flat plane?
I mean,
the Earth is just very big.
Yeah, miles are flat, dude. Feet are flat.
Exactly, all flat.
Yeah, there's always
inches, centimeters, miles, acres, anything you want to say. They're all measured. It's all flat. You cannot get measurements any other way. when you measure it, you know something. We're trying to help you here. Forget about light bending. That's ridiculous.
Also, if the Earth was flat, if the Earth was flat, you just bring out a ruler.
No, the Earth is flat. You go
Are you
bring out a
saying it's-
ruler. Go ahead.
I mean, I'm
You
saying if
go
it was
get a
flat.
ruler and go measure the Earth. I'll wait for you.
Are you
Well, the
saying it's
problem is-
impossible to get a
the problem
measurement
is,
from something
though,
spherical?
The problem is if we had a Earth, like a ruler this length of Earth, it would go into space, because if the Earth was flat, it would just, part of it would just be hanging out over the edge.
Constantino, you're saying refraction doesn't exist, bro?
It was your claim, dude. If you,
I wasn't another VC. They gave me
your
a
claim,
hammer
then,
first. Now, how do you do it over here?
Did I say refraction? Did anybody hear me say anything about refraction?
No, that's their obsession. Yeah.
So,
I don't know
just
who
out of
somebody's complaining about being dropped in here. I don't know. Just why don't you just listen and see what happens? Maybe it'll be fun.
So, just out of curiosity, if I take a string and I wrap it around a sphere, and I take the string off the sphere and I measure the string, are you saying I can't measure the distance, the circumference of that sphere, because it's not flat?
Oh no, you totally can. I do that all the time. I used to do that all the time. Yeah,
Because it sounds like that's what he's saying, which is silly.
They wrapped the string around the globe and they measured it. Yeah, right. Now go look at how they measured Earth, and you'll see that it was from flat Earth.
No. It's just
even you did it, Lone. You even did it just now. You said you wrapped it around the string, around a ball, with no measurements. But then you had to lay it out flat to measure the length of the string.
Now
you did it. You did it yourself. You proved yourself that you have no other. Yeah. I don't know. That was your way, and you proved that you had to.
Way?
You proved that you had to measure it flat. You just did it.
No, but I was showing you the fact that you can use a straight line measurement to measure something that is spherical.
Yeah, what tools are you going to use to establish a straight line?
It's just establishing the fact that we can measure something spherical with straight lines.
Yeah, but it hasn't been done. That's the idea, Lone. Do you think it has been done? Do you think it has been done, Lone?
What's a ruler?
Hold on, I'm asking Lone a question. Where has the curvature of the Earth been measured, Lone? Show me the measurements.
Good question.
So you want the measurements to prove that the Earth is spherical?
That's right. Yeah, that's what I want. Yep.
Sounds reasonable.
All right, let us know when you got them.
I still had my question about from California to Japan.
Yeah.
I kind of forgot. I kind of forgot what was the.
Well, here I can help you out, Sega, because I actually wanted to tell you like a tool that you could use to kind of get your bearings on where you're going to go. Right, is what you might want to use is a compass, right? And a key factor about a compass is that you have to hold it flat, level, and horizontal, and then you can get your north, south, east, west headings. But that requires the Earth to be flat. So then you can say, okay, you can go to a piece of land, and then you can say I went east this many paces, and then I'm going to call this place China. I landed on this place. I'm going to call it China, and then you'd make a map that way. Yeah.
By the way, all maps are flat.
Yeah. So you're asking. I guess you're asking Sega about what is the orientation of the land masses that we know about that, and what are they laid out in reference to?
I mean,
that's what you're asking.
If you go, you know how you said the compass must be flat, right? To point north, east, west, or south, right?
Right.
I mean, on a globe, right, with my indoctrinated mind, just keep in mind, get it? On a globe, right? So let's say I'm in Ohio, okay? So point Ohio, right? On a globe, it's going to curve, you know what I mean? I'm still going,
No, you're not.
I'm not going. Wait. Whoa. Hold on. Yeah. On a globe, if I go west on a globe, I'm going west. No, where am I going?
How do you know? You have never used a compass on a globe. What are you talking about? Every time you use a compass, you are on a flat Earth.
No. I'm assuming that we're on a globe. Again, I have an indoctrinated mind.
I know what you're saying, and it's never been done on a globe. So how do you know?
Why?
I don't know. I just follow what I've been taught.
I mean, why is there a polar and the equatorial circumference? You need two measurements to measure Earth. Why do you need those two measurements?
No.
I don't know,
If
but
you want
besides
to,
his scattergun nonsense, this guy just keeps scattergunning nonsense that he can't support. Sega, you can just
yeah.
know that you got to hold. Like, there's another tool that you can accompany it with a compass called a gyroscope, right? And a gyroscope, you spin it and to its orientation, and it'll maintain that orientation as you travel, and it won't, it'll let you know if you're going up or down relative to that orientation. So that's the same thing, the same principle that holds with the. This is in an airplane they put a compass and a gyroscope, so you know whether you're going up or down.
Yeah, I'm gonna be honest with you, right? Honestly, the best policy. I'm still kind of lost about, with the California to China thing. If it's not a globe, you know what I mean? I'm still lost. That's why I want to turn on my camera to try to show you what I mean fully, if you know what I mean.
Not a globe. I don't even understand what you're saying.
Because so what was the answer when I asked you guys?
It was what direction is California in relation to where you're standing?
Who gives a shit? It's on a flat plane.
But let's say I lived in California, right? On again, I forgot what you guys said on how would Earth look like for you guys. So if Earth was kind of in this like disc formation, this flat formation, right?
Flat is not a disc. Flat is not a shape. You gotta remember that.
Okay,
so that's the problem. You keep putting a false dichotomy together.
Can you
You're putting yourself on a globe? Why?
I mean, can you guys define the Thornton Bank wind farm?
Goodbye, scattergun guy.
I'm really I need to get camera perms to kind of show what I'm talking about here.
You're going to show us something on your globe. Do you know that there is no globe model? Do you realize that, right?
No, not a globe, but this glass table. When I'm trying to like role play it out for you.
You're saying on a globe.
Yeah, I know, but I'm saying on a glass, like on a table, right? If the Earth is kind of flat, right? I mean, flat, as you guys say. If I'm in California and I go due west, where would I go exactly? Would I go under? Like, is gravity a thing or what?
Gravity? What the hell does gravity have to do with measurements?
Neil, get him. I don't know what's going on here.
Who the hell? Okay, define gravity. What is gravity? You want to play this game? What's gravity?
The thing that pushes us down. No, again, guys, I'm not smartest in the room. I'm trying to understand.
No, that's out of date. That's not gravity. Gravity is the bending of space-time.
Oh.
You heard what I said, right? It's the bending of space-time. Now, doesn't that sound retarded?
That sounds like temporal physics, not actual physics. We're talking about physics here.
Oh, physics. Okay, so what's gravity?
I'm trying to turn on my camera to make it easier for myself.
I mean, can a flat earther explain the whole
gravity? I don't got to explain shit. Earth is measured flat. You got the extra crazy claim that freaking we live on a spinning water ball. So the proof is on you.
Okay, can you guys explain the Thornton Wind Bank farm? Why is it that when you literally look at from the Belgian coast, you can actually see the wind turbines? There's some that are higher, and there's some you can just beginning to see the edges of the Belgian coast.
So what are you saying? What are you saying, that it's going beyond Earth curve? What's the story? That we're getting blockage from somewhere? So you think the horizon's Earth curve?
So from the Belgian curve, from the Belgian coast. Sorry, let me finish. From the Belgian coast.
I tell you what, I ain't got the patience for these people. You have at it. I'll see you later.
Okay. Well, when you're on the Belgian coast, basically you can see the more distant wind wells look to appear that they're underwater.
Very nice, yeah. So, like, so for Sega, or you, I guess, right? Elevation. If you're saying higher or lower, that's going to be in reference to a horizontal baseline. That's then, like when Sega, I don't know what you're getting at exactly. Saying is California under you? So elevation is relative to, is relative to a horizontal baseline. Now, a tool that we use to establish horizontal is a water level. So water, provably, is when at rest, forming a horizontal plane of reference. So in relation to from wherever, New York to California, the up and down gravity, I don't know what you're saying, but up and down, like which one's higher or lower, would be in relation to sea level, which is a horizontal plane of reference. So I don't know, you would have to look up the elevation of California and the elevation of New York, and they'll tell you in reference to sea level, it's going to be, this amount of feet above or below sea level, and those are both on the coast, so they're both above.
Okay. So if just so I can just shut
They
my
could,
mouth.
so they could literally be, they could be at the same elevation, meaning you could in reality go in a straight line, and that straight line would be the shortest distance between the 2 points, one in California and one in New York. They would just be a straight line connected.
All right, I'm gonna just to finish off my question again. I'm sorry if I'm not making any sense here. So if I'm on California and I wanted to go to Japan on the Pacific Ocean, right? How would that look like in your view? Due west.
Yeah, west is what if west is a straight line, you'd have to find that out. Is west a straight line, or is it curves?
So what
I know, I'm just pointing out that you're asking where are these things.
Do you want me to use what I know? Do you want me to use what I know?
I guess.
Okay, so what I know, right? Again, I'm not a science on this, so might make some few mistakes here, right? I'm not a scientist nor a genius. So what I know, my indoctrinated mind, right? Because I went to elementary school and then high school, is the 8 mile curvature thing. So from our perspective, right, in Earth, we really can't, we don't get curvature. You know what I mean, right? And
curvature of what? I don't know. Curvature of what?
Of the globe, the Earth, just how the planets are.
So the curvature you're talking about, because the land, like I was telling you, like California, New York, it's got buildings on it and dirt that goes up and down. That's topography. When you're saying there's 8 inches of drop per mile squared, you're saying that level drops. But what is the tool that we use to establish level?
What is it?
Yeah, water level. Water level is a tool for establishing level, which is provably horizontal.
Okay, forget about the Earth globe thing. On a flat, how would that look like if I go west?
Yeah, well, you would. All right, so you could imagine that a compass points to the north, right? And you could imagine the north as a point, if you'd like. You'd have to prove it, but you could imagine, right? Everybody holds a compass, and it's a piece of metal all floating on water, or whatnot, magnetized, and it points north. Right now, if that's a central point, west and east would be making circles around the central point, right? Or north, south, east, west are perpendicular and straight. Okay. So you would have to determine your reference grid of what you're going to use to get your heading north, south, east, west, and then you'll say, okay, well, this is 30 degrees west of my current location. It would just be an orientation and direction, and it is where I would say it is where it says it is, which is if you follow a compass heading of west, from New York west, you'll get to where you're going, but you'll have to hold the compass horizontally, and the shortest distance between the 2 points would be a straight line at equal elevation, which is flat, and the compass has to be held flat in all these things.
Yeah, we get it that, when you're like just realizing this, I guess what I would always ask new people is just.
I just want to turn on my camera because I learn faster when it comes to demonstration.
I know you keep saying that, but that's not, it's not that's a politics server thing. We're just like a guest channel in here. We don't have to do with those permissions for but anyway, what I just wanted to say real quick, because we also have Default Name who's waiting to ask a question.
Yeah,
I just wanted to say, that you just imagine, that it's possible that you don't live on a globe. Like we understand, like just even getting to that point, like a lot of people just can't even get to that point, which is funny. Yeah, I know. Because like at first, especially, it's like because the indoctrination's so deep and so strong and has been going on for so long.
So who do you think is indoctrinating us? The Jews or who?
No, I don't think that. But Default Name's been waiting. So go ahead, Default Name.
It's somebody else's turn.
Thank you. So no, I just wanted to ask, like, real quick. I'm just starting with a standpoint where we have these footages from the space and stuff. Like, how do you explain that? And like, you come with conclusion that it's fake, or
they're about as good as the movies, like Interstellar or Gravity with Sandra Bullock. They're on the same level. If they can make movies like Interstellar, then they can also do whatever the hell NASA's doing, bro. It's same shit, basically. Movies.
So you say it's like all made up footage.
Well, there's a reason. Yeah, and there's a reason you could say that. But
Are you hold on? Are you saying that Interstellar is real footage?
I'm just saying, like, for
Have you
example,
seen that movie?
SpaceX and stuff like that. No,
Have you
actually, I
seen
haven't
Interstellar?
seen. No,
Have you seen Gravity with Sandra Bullock?
no,
Have you seen any space movies?
no. I'm not into it really, but I just saw like the footage from the international.
Well, the
Space
point is that
station.
none of those are real footage. So if they can do that, then NASA can do that too.
But for example,
Easy.
like we could spend like, for example, few $1,000s and prove it for ourselves.
Not really.
Yes, you can.
You
Not
can buy
really.
a rocket and put your camera on and prove it for yourself. Like, I think it
Where
would
are
be a
we
cool
shooting the
project.
rocket?
Sorry, what?
Where are we going to shoot the rocket?
Straight up.
And then what is the rocket going to see?
Yeah, that's what we're gonna see, the footage,
Find
and
out.
then analyze it if it's
Yeah.
flat or not.
We're gonna see if it's a globe or not.
How
Is it
high do you
spinning
think the
globe?
rocket needs to go? Like, what? How high do you think the rocket needs to go? Just whatever, or like, do you have a number in mind?
I don't have exact number, but
The
we can just
output
compare it to.
Because people have already been up high in the sky, bro, and it's still flat from up there. So I don't think we need to keep doing the same things
I
over and over
mean,
that we've already done.
when they show footage up there, it oddly curves, you know.
Mm-mm.
No, it
From how
doesn't.
high?
Footage in a hot air balloon does not show curvature. Try again.
Yeah, how high are you talking about, bro? Whoever
Usually
just said
about
that.
25 miles. Usually they're 25 to
25
40.
miles.
Yeah, on average.
25 miles. There's a professor from a planetarium who works as a director. Yeah. And he says that at 250 miles, it's still flat.
Which professor is this?
Well, it doesn't really matter. Like, I'll post it for you. It doesn't really matter. Like,
No,
who
but
said it? It's
this.
mostly
I
about
mean,
the math.
if who is it then? If you're going to claim
His
who
name
it is.
his name is Paul Larson. But I'll post it for you, bro. It's not really because he said it. It's more about the math that seems to be correct. Than just like because he said it, then it's true type of thing.
And in theory, you could go infinite distance as long as you have battery or the vehicle doesn't self-destruct. As long as you have
we
a
shouldn't
connection
use-
to satellites and
We shouldn't use
real-time footage.
hypotheticals.
But no one, it is hypothetical because you don't know if it's flat or not either, because you haven't been up there. So how do you know?
No,
it's
here's
flat?
the thing. Here's the thing. It's just like measuring your foot when you go to the shoe store. They go down to your foot and measure it directly. They don't need to
But you
go
still haven't been
look at
up
the
there.
security cameras. Hold on a second. I'm trying to prove the. I'm trying to show you that you don't need to go up. You go down. If you want to know what the surface is doing, you go to the surface directly. Just like if I want to know your shoe size, I go to your foot directly and measure it down. I don't need to go up in the sky and hover above you or look at the security cameras in the ceiling. I go down to the thing directly that we want to measure and measure it. So on the earth, we go down to the earth directly and measure it. That's how we do know it's flat, 100%. We measure the surface. Going up to the sky and launching yourself up isn't really doing what you think it's going to do. In fact, when they do launch themselves up, they don't see curvature. It's always flat every single time.
yeah, up would be in relation to a horizontal plane. It would be vertical. So it'd be like, how high are you going? That would be in reference to the surface being horizontal. Yeah, no matter how high you go up in the air, if you measure something to be if you measure your table to be at 10 degrees, tilted 10 degrees, no matter how high you go, your table is still going to be tilted 10 degrees. Doesn't matter that I went higher than the surface of the table. The table is still measurably on a 10-degree tilt. Yeah, I don't know how it followed.
The previous request of me, specifically, is this how do we measure curvature? What is the mathematical formula? Or how do we measure the curvature of the Earth standing on the Earth?
But you can put forward how you did it if you like.
I mean,
So you
Yeah,
know
that's
the
what-
standard. Yeah, no. So you know the standard mile apart, shine a light do, because light is another tool for measuring what's horizontal, not just water. There are many other tools that we can use for what is horizontal besides water. And if you shine a light through a pinhole or a hole in a box, and it's a mile apart, there's another box with the exact same hole in the exact same height on the cardboard cutout. You don't see the light shine through. Then you can figure out from which point you see the light, and it disappears. And then you can use the formula to then go, okay, why is this the case? And there is the curvature, the angle. And you
that
can
doesn't mean
figure
it's
that out.
curved, bro. Just because you
Oh, what
fail
does
at
it mean?
shining a light through a fucking hole doesn't mean it's curved.
What does it mean?
I mean, it sounds like a faulty test, low key.
Okay, then what does it mean? Why does the light? Because light is light horizontal.
Are we talking about?
Is light horizontal?
Water, by the way, are you talking about?
Is light horizontal?
No, light diverges.
Okay. So light is not horizontal. It doesn't go in a straight line.
Especially a flashlight. Especially a flashlight is very diverging. Yep.
Okay. I'm
But
glad
also, are
we
you talking about doing this
established
over
light.
water?
I'm
Yeah, are
glad
you
we
talking about doing
established
this
light
over-
isn't horizontal.
Okay. Yeah. Well, it's not curving, so there's that.
Like
But
a light bulb or a lamp? What's this guy talking
He's talking
about?
about a
That's crazy.
flashlight. He's talking about the Jeranism thing, bro. It's cat, bro. It's bad. But are you talking about doing this over water? Water?
You can do it over water if you like.
Wait, was it done over water? This example you're
Well, I
referring
mean, you can. I mean, if you want to do it over water and you think this will give you a massively different
I'm
result,
just asking.
then do so.
I'm just asking. Was it done over water?
Not that I could think of, but
Was it done over
if you
land
want
or
to,
water?
you can. And if it gives you a different result, I would love to see it.
You got to slow your roll. Are you referring to the Jaren example, which we've all seen like a billion times?
Yeah, of course I am. You know
Was
I am.
this done over water or over land?
Like I said, from what I know, no. But if you want to do it and it gives you a
was done over
drastically different
water.
result, the Joan result, no, it wasn't.
Was it not? Cat,
Unless I'm
Cat, am I
talking
wrong
about
here?
a different one.
Cat.
Talking about the
Yeah, I'm
Netflix, he's talking about the Netflix mockumentary. Yeah, I mean, this guy, I sent him off. He said he could find curvature. He said, yeah, do you want me to go find curvature proof of the globe? I think it's funny that the best thing you could come up with was a Netflix entertainment
no.
piece from 2018, which did not prove curvature and
what does it
was
prove?
highly questionable in any way. It proves
does it
that modern American media will come up with an idea ahead of time and then edit footage to
Have you tried it
give
yourself?
off the
Because fun fact, I learned this in school.
impression that
not
they
of-
wish to give.
I learned this in school, not a Netflix documentary, and it's been something that has been studied for ages, not just on Netflix. So if you do want to test it yourself, it is very easy to replicate.
Yeah, we all appreciate that.
In case you think like some Netflix.
No, we all appreciate that.
What are you referring to?
Yeah, no, I'm just saying that you can test it yourself.
He keeps saying it. What are you referring to specifically? You need to be specific about what you're saying. What did you learn in school
I
specifically?
gave the parameters of what to do when I initiated this conversation.
You're saying you learned
get two cardboard cutouts, get a hole in the cardboard at the exact same height on both of them, put them a mile apart, shine a laser through.
What was tasked to you was how are you going to establish points of equal elevation to know whether something's dropping or rising from that, i.e., curvature. So what tool are you going to use? And you came with a Netflix documentary.
Again, this
Yeah,
is
and there
something
was no
that
laser. You said flashlight, now you're saying laser. They were originally planning to use a laser, but supposedly the laser broke, so then they used a flashlight. But even with the flashlight, they did not prove Earth curve. That was just an implication that you were given due to editing, which was ahead of time decided how they wanted to portray it. I mean, if you're not familiar with how propaganda is, if you're not familiar with how propaganda is produced, that's not really our problem.
What is the government hiding? Why can't they tell us?
Okay, am I going to tackle one point at a time or 4 different points and keep getting muted?
It's the same point, dude.
So no. So first of all, I never said flashlight. I said light. I'm very particular.
You need to be
And
particular. What
laser
kind of
is a light. I said laser. I clarified
didn't use a
just for
laser.
you. No, I'm saying you can test this yourself.
So then do it.
I have in school. I've said this multiple times. I've tested this in school. Are you actually listening, or are you just muting? Okay, you can go outside, right, and you can do it yourself if you highly doubt me.
All right, how
Do you
did
have
you
any
in
evidence?
school?
Yeah. Do you have any test results? Like, did you
No,
post
sadly,
anything?
sadly,
Well, you
I
just did it,
didn't
and then
have a camera
your
recorder
dog did
in
your
high
homework.
school when
Got it.
I
Your
didn't have a
dog did your
camera
homework, bro.
in high school when I tested this, but you can do it yourself.
I do. All right, cool story. Why are we talking straight through each other?
So-
Hey, why are we talking straight through each other? Hey, you, shut your mouth. Why are everybody talking through each other?
Because I
Boring,
keep
annoying.
getting muted.
Yep, facts.
You know why? You know why, dude? Because you keep talking straight through people. Maybe that's why.
This
Goodness
I have
sakes,
a
dude.
substantial amount of proof to prove why the Earth is actually a
Hey, I didn't tell him to shut up so you could speak. Okay? We'd like to get to the end of the point with that guy without the audience on the stream hearing two people literally talk straight through each other so we can't understand what either person is saying. So you got two options. You either relent or you get muted. Which one it's going to be? Okay? Point, counterpoint. Counterpoint, rebuttal. Not straight through each other, for goodness sakes. All right, for the love of God, let's see if this kid can actually behave himself and allow someone to speak longer than one sentence before he interrupts.
AI, is there something specific you want him to react to? Because if he's saying he did this in high school, I want to see some results, some evidence, some something.
Yeah, the particulars. The particulars, right? Instead of a claim, right, the data points.
Yep.
What was the range? Where were the objects set up? How did you validate the differentials in the height? How did you record that that actually happened and you didn't just claim it happened? How did you prove what you were saying rather than just draw it on a piece of paper, et cetera, et cetera? Like, you know, the actual data, the actual particulars, instead of just repeating the claim over and over and over again. All right. So let's see if we can unmute him and he'll actually get right into the data points. Probably not, but let's give him a chance.
All right. Go ahead, Loner. You're unmuted. Can you post anything from your high school test, bro?
Okay, am I unmuted? Oh, there we go. So no, I can't post anything from my high school test, but what I can do is go through the exact same process in which I did it. Is that sufficient?
Step one, how did you establish points of equal elevation?
You would use any form of basis that 2 points opposing each other with 2 lights shining would be elevation enough. You would have to go with the baseline assumption that... Sorry, what was that?
That was laughable. Try again.
Sorry, I was muted because I was being overtalked, and I do believe that that goes against
Just
your
continue.
tangential
Just
argument.
continue. Just
Okay,
continue.
so no, wait. Just out of curiosity, how else would we measure a horizontal plane being equal?
I didn't do it in school like you. That's what I'm asking. How did you guys establish 2 points of equal elevation to then debunk the elevation?
Well, what do you mean? So there's a mile apart. There's a flat road that we're on. Are you asking how do we know that that road is horizontally flat?
A flat road?
Yes, a flat road.
This was your proof, man. I'm giving it to you. But step one, right? Because we know what it's going to entail. You need to just lay it out how you establish points of equal elevation, to then show that there's a drop over the distance in elevation. So how did you first establish points of equal elevation?
I can't actually remember that. I don't even know. I don't even know if we did.
Creation Bear, anything?
I don't know.
I can't remember if we did.
He doesn't
So,
have any,
but,
he doesn't even remember this shit. I could just make up and say, well, in school I tested it and it was flat. And you'd ask me, well, do you have any like stats, details, any facts? And I was like, no, I don't remember. Then what? Why would you even bring it up? There's no good for anybody.
How is it no good?
Well,
Yeah, I mean, it's weird. Yeah.
Go ahead, Daylight.
Keep going.
No, go ahead.
Well, I mean, I was just going to say just a little, commentary. It's just kind of odd, like that you came in and I asked you what your, I asked you to find measurements for the curvature. And you said, do you want me to go find measurements of the curvature of the globe? And I said, yes. Then you went away for like 5 or 10 minutes. I assumed you were researching it. Now you come back and tell us that you proved the globe in high school. Like, why didn't you bring that up when we first started talking? But nonetheless, all of these claims are just claims.
The specific reason I didn't bring it up 5 minutes ago was because I wanted to find a specific formula in which we used to do so. Because believe it or not, I don't have it off by a rip.
Yeah, so wouldn't you think it'd be easier to find, like, a lot of times when we send people off to find that, they just don't come back. So I applaud you for actually coming back and making an attempt. But, when we show you the flat Earth measurements, observations, laser tests, and so on, that demonstrate the drop over distance expected on a sphere is never found, I'm getting to the end of my sentence soon. Believe me, if you stop interrupting me, it'll happen faster. We have, meticulous documentation, observer height, distance, weather condition, often refractive index, and so on. But we're just supposed to believe you did something in high school that showed it was a globe. So do you understand that the standard of evidence here that you're presenting is extremely low? So you can take some more time to research if you need more time. We probably have other people with questions.
Again, I've not been presented with any of this. You asked me to go back and do research, and I'm coming back with you now with the formula that I used and the exact same measurement. So real life example that we used to factor in and use this equation to plug in the numbers that we had and show how we got the curvature and how we measured the curvature.
Yeah, so are you curious then to know about are you adding something, Overlord?
Yeah, I'll take things that never happened for 10,000, Alex.
Yeah, exactly.
Based on?
You're not presenting anything. What?
I mean, here's the
You got the
alternative.
exact same result. Dude,
Here's the thing,
hold on,
though.
hold on. You asked the question to me based on what? Because he said he got the exact same result. The only way to get the exact same result is to have the exact same setup as in the Netflix documentary, which means he's cherry picking a perfect option that somehow his teacher knew to do years prior. The statistical impossibilities of that are so great that I must call bullshit on its face.
You do know this.
It's intellectual dishonesty at best.
He has nothing to present. He's presented literally jack shit.
But the thing is, though, even when someone provides evidence in this channel,
he hasn't.
They get muted, though. So, like,
that's not true. That's not true. That's not true.
Give an example of that.
Yeah, exactly.
Lone was just muted just a couple minutes ago.
What was his evidence that he was muted for?
Again, I was given an in real life example, and before I could even finish, you jumped to flashlights, you jumped to a Netflix documentary where this example has been a working model for ages. It's not suddenly invented by Netflix. I don't know where that came from.
So that's great. That's great.
Wait. So I wasn't finished. If I can prove that it was a working example before Netflix documented it, would you concede that point?
Go ahead.
I don't care, dude.
Go ahead and prove it, bro.
He said he got the exact same result, not used a similar example with a different result, but congruent with the gold model. Those are two different claims, homie. In case you didn't know. So why don't you, Mr. Lone, who wanted to speak up, why don't you bear the burden of providing the particulars? Give us a demonstrated, validated example of when this methodology was effectuated in the field, and has a recording of the data points.
I just saw Lone. Lone just got muted. I just saw that. So
He hasn't
I
presented
just-
any evidence, dude.
I just want to highlight that when I said, if I can prove that it was a working example before Netflix, you
ahead.
said it doesn't matter. This is crazy. So when I was, okay.
Can you
Yes,
prove
you didn't
it?
listen to a word I said. Yeah, but it's irrelevant. You didn't listen to a word I said. It may be the case that the structure of the example is a methodology that's been used in the past. The difference is doing the exact same numbers. That's the difference. So what I then asked for is a broader scope, which is any example of this methodology actually being recorded, being effectuated in the field, which means the people actually went out and did it, and you have the evidence from that excursion where they actually accomplished it. That's what you were then
So,
asked for.
when
So
I
if you don't
say
have
exact
that,
same,
hold on, brother, hold on. If you don't have what I just asked for, you have nothing.
so when I say exact same numbers, what was I referring to?
I mean, you tell us.
Well, no, because you already made an assumption, so I'm asking what that
No,
assumption
go
is.
ahead. Just tell us.
Dude, I mean, it is, dude. It is on the recording that you didn't say you were talking about you. You said yes, I'm talking about the Netflix. You admitted it. When I said to Creation Bear, what is this guy talking about?
Yeah, it doesn't matter.
The Netflix,
It doesn't,
and you said
yeah,
yeah.
but it
Netflix.
doesn't matter. It doesn't matter.
No,
We're
I want to
on
hear
the
this.
table now. No, it doesn't
No,
matter.
I want to hear what it said. Sorry, could you repeat that?
No, not wasting our time with it. Okay, where we've arrived at is it's time for you to pony up an effectuated example that actually occurred in history that you have the evidence for. That's all we're asking for. If you don't want to talk about that in particular, where you provide that evidence, then you have nothing to talk about.
but but this channel mutes people that provide evidence.
He doesn't have anything to talk about yet.
No
Try
evidence
again.
has been provided.
This was your first try, Lone. Maybe try again.
Yeah, so Lone and MD Tofu Dove Avatar. Why don't you two guys do a little symposium, go find the evidence, and then when you actually have evidence to talk about, then you can talk about it. You're not getting muted because of the evidence you present. You're getting muted because we keep talking about not presenting the evidence. For goodness sakes, dudes. So I'm going to mute you guys. For the love of God, if you don't say, hey, I do have an example, let me go get it. And until then, I'm just going to refrain from talking because that way we actually have the data points to talk about rather than just conjecture and imagination. For goodness sakes. You guys not know the difference between evidence and actually just repeating the claim ad infinitum? For goodness sakes. All right, let's unmute these guys and see if they learned a lesson. Or if they're still as dumb as they were 5 minutes ago. Go ahead.
Oh, I've been unmuted. Sorry, I wasn't paying attention. So I'm going to give you the working example and how I got the numbers. Would that suffice as evidence, or do you want me to prove in high school that I did it?
No, I don't care whether you did it or didn't. And I don't want an example that's a hypothetical. Yeah, because the problem is you weren't paying attention and you didn't listen to what you're being asked. So I'm going to leave you off server mute. I'm going to ask you to shut your mouth hole and open your ears so you can actually listen. Since you're too undisciplined to listen while you're on mute, and I have to allow you to be off mute so you can talk straight through me, I'm going to do my best to say what I'm about to say uninterrupted. That way your feelings don't get hurt. Okay, fair? Now, what I asked you for is an effectuated example that actually occurred in history. Okay, not the math, not a hypothetical, not a shoulda, woulda, coulda, but an actual effectuated example that you can show us that somebody actually did. If you don't have that, then we're all wasting our time here.
Okay, yeah. Give me a second. Let me look.
Absolutely, brother. I'll give you all the time you need.
Yeah, so while he's looking, if anybody else has a question, that would be a good time. I don't know if Default Name has any other questions. Some other people have jumped in here. Good to see everybody.
Yeah, I don't know if Default Name got his question answered. Well, his first one was pictures in space or something. Oh, he's off mute. Go ahead, Default. Sorry, man.
Yeah, that was what I was curious about, and like it seemed like unbeatable evidence would really prove the point for it or against, flat or round.
Thank you for pointing that out, No Tanks. I think you're right that his question kind of got lost in the shuffle there. Yeah, so default name, the reason why there's so many reasons why we wouldn't accept pictures from space as evidence of a globe. I mean, the number
I think it's
one.
because you're on a live
Hold
stream
on.
and it
Oh,
would
is
debunk.
somebody? Oh, somebody's interrupting me. Is that the same person who keeps claiming that we mute people for presenting evidence? So when I'm going to give my answer to the question, you think it's a good idea to talk over me? Is that proving your point somehow that you've been unjustly muted? Or are you just trying to demonstrate that indeed we're actually trying to produce a program here? So people who are rude and interrupt when they clearly are not the person who was asked the question might occasionally get muted. All right, so anyway, back to the question, great question asked by default name. Happy to see that MX Dove has muted themselves instead of getting muted. Good news here. Maybe we're making some progress. 44 minutes after the hour, Robert Simon, he's a NASA employee, and he has, it's right on the nasa.gov website where he explains, like you see there in the image, that he's taken images, which are flat images of the Earth's surface. He took, the hard part was creating a flat map of the Earth's surface with 4 months of satellite data. We wrapped the flat map around a ball. My part was integrating the surface, clouds, and oceans to match people's expectations of how the Earth looks from space. That ball became the famous blue marble. So yeah, this is one of those images that you think proves the globe, but right on nasa.gov, he tells us that this is not a snapshot of the Earth. This is, stitched together images using Photoshop and CGI. So the reason we don't accept those on a broader sense is, as well as the multiple discrepancies, the admission to CGI and artistic rendition, which you can find on the NASA website, the images themselves show outrageous discrepancies between images in terms of the sizes of the continent in relation to the degree of curvature. And just the fact that on Earth, we don't measure any drop over distance, and we can't go up there to their little fantasy realm of outer space and take any of these photographs. So the fact that they're all incredibly inconsistent, multiple discrepancies, very, very shady stuff going on, as well as them admitting they use CGI and artistic renditions. That's the reason why we don't accept pictures from space as solid evidence of the globe claim. Does that make sense to you, default name?
Thank you very much for follow-up. Yeah, I mean, I would like to go to my second point. Like, why wouldn't, there's a bunch of people who are interested in this topic. Why wouldn't we do our own research or even finance it, to do some own evidence?
Yeah, we have. Like earlier, I guess, that must have been before you came in, where we were talking about the laser test. There's a lot of different examples of laser tests. New ones have been done all the time. So basically, what they're doing with these laser tests, I'll put those a couple of those examples into the chat. They're calculating what the predicted drop over distance would be if we were on a sphere. And then they're testing to see, is that drop over distance actually observed in reality? And what we're finding is that it's not, that the laser is able to hit the target at distances which it should not be able to hit if we were on a sphere of the dimensions claimed. So the first one I put in there is FE Core, which we also have PDF documentation of their setup and their measurements, the refractive index expected on that day, and so on. And then the next one at 47 minutes after the hour, Dr. John D. He also, like many of us, set out to show that flat earthers were wrong. That's how I got into this. And same thing with him, although he actually went ahead and did laser tests. I've done long distance observations. I haven't been privileged enough to do a laser test. But yeah, his laser tests demonstrate conclusively that expected drop over distance is not measured in reality.
Thank you.
Can you see those?
Yeah,
default
yeah,
name? Yeah, good.
seeing now in the chat. Thank you so much for
Yeah, you're welcome.
joining.
Yeah, and if you like that Dr. John D one, I'd recommend going to his channel because he has a lot. Other ones that he has are Horizon observations, which that's kind of a different argument than the drop over distance, but it's still a mathematical argument that can be disproved through a counterexample. And we have a lot of Horizon observations that also disprove the claimed geometry of the globe.
Yeah, I'll go through the videos and make my conclusions.
Good idea. Yeah, that's what we want everybody to do. Yeah. So, yeah, another one I really like if you're interested in the part about the horizon. I mean, we have some oil rig observations, which we haven't shown yet here recently today that we can get into. But Dr. John D also does black swan observations of the
Is there
horizon.
proof he's a doctor? Otherwise, doctor is just a title that anyone could assign to their name.
I mean, you can write to him if you want. I mean, he's there on YouTube. I don't personally have access to his papers. He's been around for years, so I can't imagine that he would be. That I imagine that some Glober would have called him out on that if that wasn't proven.
Well, what's his last name? Dr. John D. Sounds
Yeah,
kind of
I've
like
heard
John
his last
Doe.
name. Now I can't remember what it is. That's a
John
good
D's
question.
John
No,
Doe.
these are totally valid questions. I mean, like
Yeah.
Flatloyd put in the chat, like he said, like Prof. Dave, Professor Dave. Sadly, Majin says it's a pseudonym. Yeah, that makes
it
sense.
is.
Oh, and Majin
John
said.
D's.
Yeah, Majin said that he's able to be contacted. Yeah, so the thing of it is, I know you're not asking a serious question, MXDev. You're trying to ask a gotcha question, but just for the audience. There have been multiple people, who do these flat Earth observations and measurements, and they're putting themselves at risk, because of people like MX Doves and others who are disingenuous about the topic. So, yeah, I mean, it's totally possible. It's totally possible that someone wouldn't want to risk their living.
Why do they want to use a pseudonym? I mean,
can you not hear me still talking?
Why does someone have to use a pseudonym?
Can you not hear me? I'm explaining. I'm answering that question. Amazing that you would interrupt my answer to ask the question that I'm answering. So, yeah, some people, even though they care enough about truth to put themselves out there in a highly controversial topic where it's been documented that many people have lost their livelihood by putting themselves in public, by putting themselves at risk, to try to get the truth out there, to try to make some kind of difference in this world full of deception. So, yeah, you might have to use a pseudonym because of people like you. That's my answer, MX Doves.
A real doctor puts their name out there so they can actually they're credible. No.
Do you have any real question or any proof of the curvature? Or are you just... you could look at his information. The other reason that happens, you know why? The other reason it happens.
Okay, I do have a question.
I got another answer. You don't want to hear it. I can tell you don't want to hear it.
Dr. John
But I'm going to say it anyway. Yep, MX
I'm going to answer my question.
Hey,
does he have?
I got
Does this Dr. John D? Does he have a PhD?
Can you be quiet? Are you able to be quiet? Are you able to be quiet? The other reason is because many people, because they've observed how, since this information has come out, and since we clearly know, as was discussed earlier, that it was first, many of the ways that it was first introduced in terms of mass media was through the controlled opposition fake organization named as the Flat Earth Society. And then they've observed how other people who try to, let's say, put themselves out there and maybe, gain a YouTube presence and so on. It makes people focus on the personality, right? Instead of the information. So if you were a serious researcher, you could look at Dr. John D's video and you wouldn't be asking these questions because you'd just be like, look at this. He very carefully documents everything, both with his measurements and his photography and so on. So you can check his work. You could even, if you cared enough, go to England and redo it. You care so much about whether he's truthful or not, or you could do your own observations. So the work speaks for itself. That's why many of us here on this channel, we're using pseudonyms here because it's not about
us. It's about the information. It's not about what degrees we have or don't have or what our names are, what our jobs are. It's about the information that you can check and do yourself. So there's the reason why somebody might use a pseudonym.
Okay, does he have a PhD though?
Yeah, this is what you can do, okay? You can use your idea that you just said. Unless they have a doctorate, you don't have to listen to them. So now you throw out all of Darwin, you throw out all of Newton, all your YouTube anti-flat earthers, they're all out. You're out. You're done. You don't have anything at this point. You got no gravity. You got no evolution. You got no Baltard. None of it. It's all gone. All of it is out.
Yep. So we got Majin, I appreciate you chiming in on that, because the other example, which is the one I was thinking of, but since Majin put it in the text there, I'll just read it for you. Yeah, if you look at academics like Brian Mullen and how he was treated by some anti-flat earthers, contacted Board of Engineering Ethics inquiring about some content he was making on YouTube and tried to get the guy fired. So yeah, that happens. Usually they don't get very. Like, we had someone on our home server who was working at a school, and he kind of laughs about it because he's like, oh yeah, some of those, and he used his real name. So it's like, yeah, some of those anti-flat earthers, they called the school and they were like, do you know this guy is into flat earth? And they're just kind of like, okay, like people don't really care, but at the same time, you don't want these little crazy anti-flat earthers harassing your workplace, It's just like, because people go nuts about this topic. So like, if you have a real professional career, like, you don't want to deal with them. Even if your place of work wouldn't care, like, why even put yourself out there? Because they're losers and they don't know how to follow evidence and look at the information. They try to make it about the people, because that's all they have left. You guys got no proof of curvature. You got no evidence. You got no arguments. So all you got left is trying to create drama and attack people. It's sad.
Can I ask
really.
a question?
It's sad. Go for it, please.
So, what is can I ask, like, you believe in flat earth, right?
Oh, cute. I'm sorry. These other people have gotten me all agitated. I didn't mean to be like hostile to you.
I imagine if you have to do it a lot.
I'll try to give you the benefit of the doubt. I do apologize. They kind of got me on a little
My
tirade
thing is,
there.
I don't know which version of flat earth you support, so I don't know if this argument is illogical or not. All I'll ask is, like, how do you explain, like, let's say you're in a plane and, like, you fly from one side of this, like, flat area to the other, and then you reach back to, like, another place. You know what I'm saying? Like, you go all the way around, or flat, or whatever. How does that work in terms of that theory? Like, is there, like, something stopping that from happening? Or, like, does the plane, like, go somewhere else? Or, like, are they being misdirected? Do you know what I mean?
Who does that?
Yeah,
sounds like a rabbit hole.
Well, let's say if I was going from Japan to, like, fucking, I don't know, the UK, and then I go from the UK to Japan, I go the other way, like, past America instead.
We understand that you think they need a globe for that, but in fact, you do not need a globe for that. You
how
can
would it work?
accomplish that. You don't need a globe to do circumnavigation. Like, for example, you can circumnavigate your house. You can go out the front door, go to the right, go all the way around the house. If you're going east, you're going east, and then you end up back at your front door. I mean, and it's just on a larger scale. Like, you don't need a globe to circumnavigate something, right?
So it's just like a smaller loop than what we're led to believe, basically.
Well, I don't know about what you mean, like a smaller loop. I guess
Well,
when I've
like,
looked at, I haven't, yeah. When I looked
only
into
mean,
flight
like,
paths,
sorry,
usually the flight paths make more sense on a flat Earth than they do on the globe. It's usually the globe that makes it look like they're going way further. I can find some pictures example for you if you want, but yeah, it's the globe that has a trouble with flight paths, not the flat Earth. The flat Earth makes perfect sense because that's what it is, and that's what many pilots have testified that it is, and that's what anybody with any sense sees that it definitely is once they look into it. I'm not saying like instantly, because we know there's the indoctrination, but yeah,
that's all I was curious about.
Yeah. Okay. Well, I will
find those for you. I mean, if that's what you're interested in, flight paths in
Would there
general.
be like a video for it?
Well, I know the video. I know a video that's 19 pilots explain how the Earth is flat. I've got that video for you. I feel like I'm trying to remember if that one would. I feel like that would get you started in the right direction. Yeah, I'll find that one for you.
Thank you.
Oh, fuck off, bitch.
Yeah, thanks, Cucker. Yeah, I can see your name checks out there.
Oh, you
Do
can.
you have any other questions, Cube?
I have no idea why. Hey,
I appreciate your answer.
I would like to add up something like, for example, if we could verify that footage from the space is genuine footage of, from both sides, would it be undisputable evidence, or would there still be some space for it to be disputed?
Well, that's just like it's just like a what if, right? And you're saying like, what if people can go to this thing that they call outer space and exist within outer space, and take a picture of the entire Earth, within their field of view? I mean, that's just a what if. Somebody had asked earlier, like, how high would you have to? What's that?
If we could fund the project, that would be undisputable, genuine footage of the Earth.
And that would not debunk. If I measure my table, which I can do, and I have done, to show that all points on my table are at the same elevation on the surface of the table, no matter how high up in the sky I go, it's not going to debunk that the table's flat.
Right.
Yeah, so now if you think you're going into outer space, I don't really love the argument. Maybe somebody else wants to take it over, but if you think that outer space is a very low pressure system, adjacent to a high pressure system of 14.7 psi here at sea level, then you'd have to really demonstrate that that's even a place where people can go to take the pictures.
But my point is, like, would footage be distorted in any way by light or by any other means? Or
yes.
So you say yes.
Oh, yeah.
Okay. Yeah.
Oh, yes. I mean,
that's what I'm saying. Maybe I was coming with the wrong assumption that it would be that proof, of flat Earth or round Earth,
Yeah, even even just the standard camera that people use when they say they use like the Hero Pro, GoPro cameras, fisheye lens cameras that gives you, my backyard looks like a globe through my Ring cameras, and that's the same cameras that they use. And they go up high and say, "Look, the Earth's a globe." Now you may have seen like the Red Bull jump footage, etc., when they say they went like 100,000 feet in the air and captured the curvature of the Earth. But what that's just at a glance, and then they show you that they have onboard footage with a different camera that has less distortion. It's not a fisheye; it's just like a standard camera. Still has barrel distortion no matter what camera you use. But then it shows that the horizon is at the same elevation the whole time, and there's no curvature. So we're getting tricked often by what they're saying we ought to see from a place that they say exists right next to the high pressure system that we have here on Earth.
Yeah, so you would say like these laser measurements are more credible evidence than the footage would be that we could.
I mean, we go down to like a pro and con list. It's repeatable. The laser experiments are repeatable. The high altitude footage, we could go down like a con list. You have to use distorted lenses. You have to. There's perspective. There's magnification and lensing going on with the attenuation of light through the atmosphere. There's a whole bunch of things going on that you'd have to like kind of account for to then say, well, there's the Earth curve.
Yeah, but if we could set it up for it to be as accurate as possible, like it still wouldn't. If we could set up the cameras, before we do this project, and
people no. If you're saying do so people have done, and it's like a big proof for people, or like an eye opener for people for flat Earth. I put a picture and I'll put it in again in a second. But people have put up a camera on a high altitude balloon and gone up as high as they could go until the gas that was within the balloon expanded and popped the balloon. Because gas expands to fill the available space. So they've done that. Plenty of people have done that, and it's a pretty big eye opener for a lot of people in regards to the Earth being flat. I'll post a picture. There you go. There's 120,000 feet.
I can see it.
Yeah, so that's kind of like what I was saying earlier. There's such conflicting stories from there, conflicting images. Some that show flat, some that show curve, but the degree of curvature is varying all the time in terms of how much of different continents are in there in relation to the degree of curvature that's being shown, or how many continents are on one face of the Earth. So, when you look into it in more detail, like you said, you were going to look at some of the information videos and so on. I'll give you a link to a summary of many different observations, which then you can see how, unlike some of the claims that have been presented here today about the globe, which do not have any measurements, don't even have anything really, except for somebody just saying, yep, there's curve for sure. I measured it in high school. To the contrary, if you look into the flat Earth observations, they're very carefully documented, because we live in this highly controversial topic where we have to very carefully document everything because people fight this so hard. But once you actually look at it and you let yourself, even entertain the possibility that what we're saying might be true, then you see, oh, there is really something to this. I mean, that's basically, you're welcome. That's basically what happened to me. I was trying to disprove flat Earth for a term paper I was writing, and the more I looked into it, the more worried I got. I didn't instantly decide. I just realized, oh, there's all kinds of questions I can't answer. I'm not finding good answers. I'm finding contradictory answers. This is way harder than I thought. So before I made up my mind, which was when I saw the mathematics, at the beginning, I just thought, oh, I can't, this isn't a joke. People shouldn't be making fun of this. This is a serious inquiry. So pictures from space are not necessary once you look at the mathematical argument. You don't need to go up there to confirm it. I wouldn't go up there. Somebody could offer me a trip. I wouldn't go up there. No way.
Yeah, it's not worth the risk, I guess. I was just trying to say, maybe all this project of trying to prove it by this space flight would be a waste of money if it couldn't be.
This is the thing. It's been proven. The issue is, and it's the most amazing thing. I think that flat Earth is one of the easiest things to prove, but it's the hardest thing for people to accept. How hard is it for me to prove to you that I can get some Earth, make it flat, and it exists? How hard is that to prove? It's very easy, right? They do it all the time in surveying, and they'll survey the land, they'll excavate the land, they'll flatten it out, the dirt. They'll use the Earth. They'll utilize the Earth to be flat in 100 square miles. Now I don't know how they do that exactly, as far as 1 foot by 100 or what, but so they say 100 square miles. They utilize it as flat. I mean, it's proven, but it's hard for people to accept it. What would I have to do for you? Imagine, you're saying right now, I would have to go to this thing that we've all seen on TV and Star Wars to prove to you what I can just show you right here on the ground. It's so easy to prove, but hard for people to believe it.
So you're saying because that we measure land in square footage, the Earth is flat?
What would you say? Well, you're like, if I rephrase what you said, if I was to ask you the question, are you saying just because we utilize the Earth to be flat and measure it to be flat, that means the Earth is flat? You hear what you're saying?
Okay.
You know what I mean? It's
So,
like kind of
no. I mean, no. That's a very dumb analogy. So we use square footage, right, in all sorts of complex objects. We use if you have a house and the house has a slope in it, or house have a divot and the house has a curve in it, you're still going to use square footage to count how much footage you have in that house, no matter the geometry. That's how we do things, right? It just seems like, it's you can use square footage so all square means is that a length times a height, right?
With
two dimensions here. But
so when we're doing that, sorry to call you dumb, that's not nice, but it's just saying that any geometry you can measure it in square footage.
Now, Euclidean geometry is what you use, and those are straight lines. And what we use to implement, like it's not just the concept or the calculation of trigonometry or whatever you want to use. It's not just the concept; it's the utilization of the tools, being a plumb establishing vertical and a water level establishing horizontal. That we can utilize that perpendicular relationship to then get rise over run or square footage of the Earth. So utilizing the surface of the Earth in a planar over 100 square miles is just like admitted to in mainstream, text. Yeah, and if there's like some other way, like so, if it's the case that universals apply universally, that a straight line distance is the tools that we use for establishing that is a water level or just level being perpendicular to vertical, and that applies everywhere on Earth. Then yeah, that entails that the Earth is flat.
So it's relativistically, right? Like, you probably heard this a million times, but the Earth is pretty big, right? It's not small. And when we're doing a plumb or a bob or something, we're fairly small in comparison to it. So flat works. Like, this is an engineering problem. We're not doing it at the micron level, right? Even if you ever do any engineering, right? Like, the joke is that, the mathematician will say pi is an abstract number. The chemist will ask for significant digits, and the engineer will ask whether we need to be conservative or liberal in our estimation, right? So it's not absolutely level, or not absolutely level, but it's not absolutely like, we assume in order to get a calculation that we can use.
It's not perfect, but the approximation would be like a value that lies between two parallel planes.
I also find it interesting that, see, for me, if I saw, in a book, and this book believed that the Earth was round, and it talked about, 100-mile square sort of dealio where you're getting the square footage of it, I wouldn't think immediately that that's a contradiction, especially if so many people saw it there. I might think, okay, what do these people know that I don't know, right? Especially since, like, there's no person, like,
cut out.
Yeah, I think he cut out. Yeah, who was that? He was down there at the bottom. I don't know. Maybe he just had to leave.
I think it was War's Peace. He's still down there, but he's not flashing anymore.
Okay, War's Peace. So
Hopefully you will return.
Yeah, so like, I don't know, for anybody else, to imagine that there's something else. So like, if they say they use they'll utilize the planar surveying for 100 square miles. So now so now that's just one guy. So now put him next to another guy he's utilizing within 100 square miles. Now everybody's utilizing it together as flat for 100 square miles. Where does the curve come in? When everybody's utilizing their plot of land within 100 square miles to be flat.
Sorry, I got disconnected. I was just saying that there's no person that I can think of that wrote a textbook that believes in the flat Earth. Right?
They
It's
all
not.
do. Like even the engineers that you're citing, who will give you like a tolerance that's located between two parallel planes of to get as precise as they can. I mean, they don't. Whether they believe in Santa Claus or not is irrelevant. They are asserting it. They are implicitly asserting flat Earth when they say, "Well, the building is this tall." Well, that's in reference to a horizontal baseline to say that its vertical height is this tall. They're implicitly affirming it. They don't have to outright say what their belief system is.
Yeah, I mean, and that's what I mean. Just to summarize real quickly, and there are many documents showing that NASA government and NASA documents treating the Earth as a flat, non-rotating sphere. I mean, what he's saying is most people who are doing their jobs, like they're not sitting around thinking about whether it's flat or globe or not, but they're just treating it as flat. They're not taking curvature into account, and that is oftentimes in situations where they should be taking it into account if it existed, such as we've heard from long-range snipers, pilots, builders, surveyors, like he was just talking about. So it doesn't mean that those people, like you said, you don't know of any textbooks being written that acknowledge flat Earth. They don't need to, because that is just the way people are treating the Earth. They're only treating it as a globe, as an abstract concept or picture that you see on TV. In reality, they're not using it as if there were this curvature that the distances we're talking about would need to be taken into account if it existed.
Have you ever so you have a square piece of paper and you cut off the corners, right? And you cut off the corners of those corners. And you cut off the corners of those corners of corners. And eventually the square piece of paper looks circular. And you never made a curve cut in your whole entire operating of doing that. Same thing with calculus. In calculus, like Isaac Newton, I forget the whole thing, but basically these tiny little cubes is how he can approximate certain volumes of trying to circle the square, right? And the idea is that the point I'm standing at, it's going to look flat because it's a pretty damn big circle. Just like you cut that circle in a straight line. So it's not necessary for me to treat it as that unless I'm, doing some calculations at a, astronomical level. So it doesn't make sense to, treat the Earth as the other things if we're working on a smaller scale.
Yeah, I don't know if you were here when we were explaining about the horizon observations and so on, which demonstrates that the predicted curvature is not observed in reality. So, yeah, I mean, even though I'll just put an example here in the text chat. So, even though this claim is sometimes made, the Earth is too big, we wouldn't see it, all these things. In reality, you would be able to observe it. So are you familiar with the calculation for the maximum horizon distance for the horizon on a sphere?
No.
Okay.
So that comes from the Earth curve calculators. It just comes from the actual geometry of a sphere, which would mean if you were standing on this sphere and looking to the distance at a given point, this geometric horizon would be obscuring your view, and it would be doing that at a consistent rate. So and the calculation is 1.22 miles times the square root of the observer's height in feet. So this particular image of the oil rigs I put in there at 17 minutes after the hour, where is the horizon located in that image?
Oh, I've seen this one debunked before.
Well, you haven't even heard. You haven't even heard. You told me you didn't had. You told me you had. You told me you hadn't. You told me you hadn't heard the horizon argument, but now you're telling me you've already heard it debunked. So that's interesting.
Right. So I'll explain.
Yeah, I don't think so. I don't think you're going to explain before the argument's even been presented.
Interrupting me.
Oh, that gosh, we're getting feisty now. He was fine when we were talking about his piece of paper, but now that we're looking at reality, you don't like it. So you can't. War is peace. War is peace. You can't answer the question
because I'm going to mute you, and I'm not going to listen to you.
No, you're not allowed. You can't do that.
Be disrespectful towards me.
Yeah, that's going to be the end of your time here if you do that. So you choose.
So I will be willing to let you present your rebuttal that you say you have, but you can't present a rebuttal before the argument has even been presented. So surely you can understand that war is peace, can't you?
You asked me a question and you didn't let me get your answer.
What question would you like to answer? By all means, go ahead.
Okay. So I seen the video. I didn't remember the exact equation, right? Because I'm not a mathematician, I'm not a scientist, and I don't do this for a living. So when you asked me if I was familiar with the equation, I wasn't being dishonest. I'm not familiar with the equation. But I am familiar with this video. I've seen a couple things on the internet about, flat Earth and stuff like that. And I've seen this debunked. I don't exactly remember how it was debunked, but I remember seeing it and seeing it being convincing. So that's what I was saying. And I don't appreciate being called dishonest when you didn't even know what I was trying to say. Please please participate in this conversation with good faith.
I'll do my best. Yeah, but when somebody, before I've even presented something, says they saw it debunked, when my impression, I may have misheard you, was that you had not seen the argument before. So I understand that you then, when you saw or heard more details about it, now you think you have seen it. So that's fine. Yep, I can take that at face value. So I'm going to present the argument. Maybe, after that, maybe it'll ring some bells for you about what your debunk is. So you wouldn't answer about whether the horizon, where the horizon was. You wouldn't answer. I mean, I guess that's what kind of made me wonder about you, because I just asked you where the horizon was, and you didn't answer that direct question. So if we're going to go back to where the conversation went off the rails, I'm pretty sure that was the location.
Would you like me to answer that question?
If you would like to not take any responsibility for it, it's fine. Yeah, I would like you to answer it.
Would you like me to answer that question, or you want to continue being passive aggressive?
Well, I've already answered it for you because I got tired of waiting for you. The horizon is behind.
I wasn't listening to you. I muted you while you were over talking.
Oh yeah, okay. Well, I'm a mod here in this channel, so as Heretic mentioned, please do not mute me because it will make the conversation very difficult for the rest of the audience. Thank you. So
it's difficult for me to talk to you too if you overtalk me. So
yeah, I gotcha. Okay, so the horizon is behind the platform. It's 10 plus miles away. So according to the calculation that I just gave you with the observer height of 8 feet, the maximum distance for the geometric horizon would be 3.46 miles. So here's one example of where the horizon is shown much further than it should be if we were on a sphere. So if you don't have,
the Earth is flat?
We know that it is. That's right. That's what we're talking to War is Peace is about. So War is Peace. If you don't remember the rebuttal, maybe you could try to dig it up because we can't really answer if we don't know what it is. But that's the argument.
I don't understand this sort of point. Like, I have no reason to believe any of your measurements, right? If you don't believe I think you should accept.
Well, the argument, war is peace, dude. The argument is if the Earth is a sphere with a specific radius of 3959, that means the geometric Earth curve horizon can be no further than 1.225 times the square root of the observer's height in feet. So what the guy did was he went out at 1 foot elevation and he sighted a distant marker at that was one was at 10 miles, one's at 8 miles, and the horizon is well beyond the markers. How does that affirm your position?
Why should I believe you're saying that this guy said that this thing was so far out? I'm going to invoke some skepticism here. I'm going to say there's no reason for me to believe that this measurement from this telescope was as far as it says it is.
Yeah, I'm going to. You don't have to ask that question again. I wanted to answer you the first time you asked it. So,
if the Earth was flat, why do stars at night?
Okay, we will be happy to help, sir, down there at the bottom. If you would just hold on a minute, we're in the middle of a conversation, but we would be happy to answer your stars question. If you could just patiently wait, Tartarshire, and we will get to it. All right. So anyway, yeah. Many things here. So one, this is a still shot from a video. You could, look at there's more in the actual video itself. There's more details into the measurements and so on. So I'm all with you about, show me, the information. I'm right on board with you that. And these distances, no one who disputes this observation ever uses the distances to the oil rigs. Any globe believer, they're just not going to use that. I'm just trying to tell you that as like a shortcut. Like you can go and try to find your debunks. I'm just telling you that's not one of them. But I see how when you first look at it, like you would wonder about that, right? So I get that. So it's you can find these oil rigs. They're off the coast of Santa Barbara. Platform habitat. You can, Google Maps distance can be verified if you use that measuring tool on Google Maps. So yeah, it depends on the level of scrutiny that you wish to do for this. If you have that kind of mind of scrutiny, I encourage you, don't go for this one. Go off and do your own observations wherever you are. If you really cared about it, you could go out to Santa Barbara. Many people have replicated this exact same observation. So, and the reason why it's not analogous to when we're questioning some of these images, like I was earlier questioning the images from space, is that I cannot go and replicate these claims. And so all we can do is test it on the ground, which is what we have done. And we have found that the drop over distance is not there and that the horizon is routinely observed at distances way beyond where it should be for the claimed geometry.
Oh, you could go to space. It's possible. It's not impossible. That's presuming you're right.
Why is that what you're addressing? Aren't you supposed to be addressing the debunk?
Why is that what you're addressing?
Or the affirmation of the horizon? Because that was like a throwing comment. She threw that in to say that's something we can't do. Here's something we can do, and you went to the can't do. That's not what you should address.
Well, it's because she was wrong.
No, it's much easier to just go wherever. I just go to Lake Michigan right down the street. You can go, but this one's in California. There's anywhere that you can find a large body of water. You can do your own tests much cheaper than trying to spend millions of dollars on a fantasy trip to space. Like, why would we do something very complicated, difficult, and expensive when we can do something cheap and easy and just show that there's no globe, so there's no reason to even have to go up there to check? Because there's nothing to check, because no curvature has been demonstrated. Do you have a demonstration of curvature, War is Peace? Do you have a measurement of curvature?
No, but I'm also, it's very hard for me to sort of just take your word for these things too. So I don't think we can go anywhere further. If I just have to take your word for it, if I have to go out to Lake Michigan in order to perform this test and do math.
It's kind of ironic.
Like that.
It's kind of ironic that you'd take that position on this when you've just claimed that you can go to space. It sounds like you're taking the word of strangers when it comes to space. but you.
That's not
you
what I
can't
was
do it
saying.
when it comes to
She
the
was saying
horizon.
it's impossible, and she continued to say it's impossible.
Yeah, and
which
you're
is not
saying
the
it's
case.
possible. Yeah, you're saying it's possible, but that's based purely on the word of others. That's you're taking that at face value. You're not showing the same level of scrutiny for that claim as you are for what you can actually observe on Earth.
Well,
I just find that ironic.
That's a good
A
point.
bit
Yeah,
of a double standard.
imagine saying I can't look at an oil rig. That's impossible, but I can definitely go to outer space. That's
Well,
more
that's
reasonable.
a lie, and now you're misinterpreting what I said, and you're strawmanning me. So
No,
please
that's pretty
don't
much
do
what you said. That's pretty much what you said.
Okay, now two people are strawmanning me. No, I didn't say
That's
it's
all right.
impossible to go out to an oil rig. I said that it is possible. I'm just not going to do it. Those are two
Yeah, but
different
you're like,
things.
but you're
If you
like,
don't understand
you're
it,
acting like going to the beach
which
and
you may be, you
observing the
believe the Earth is
horizon
flat.
is
Furthermore, I
crazy, but
didn't
you could
say
go to space.
it's reasonable to go into space. I said it's possible.
Well, how do you don't even know that
Okay,
it's
stop being
possible? You don't
stupid
know that.
and continue
You don't know
talking to
that.
be like
You don't even know that it's possible, dude. You don't even know that it's possible.
This poor guy might have to like undergo buying a extra large, pizza slice on the boardwalk and getting some cheese fries and a camera. That would sound unreasonably awful versus going to outer space. I mean,
Well, he just doesn't know that it's even possible. Anyway, sorry, Mary Mom, I didn't want to interrupt. Hello, everyone.
Cyclone. Oh no, that's fine. Yeah, I mean, I don't know if he's going to hear it from anybody else. He doesn't seem to be real receptive to what I'm saying. At least I got to present the argument.
You didn't present an argument. You said something could be the case, and then when I questioned it, you said do it yourself. That's not an argument. That's a command.
No, I'm showing you an example of how the horizon is shown to be further than it should be if you lived on a globe of the dimensions claimed. You are nitpicking the example, you are questioning the numbers, and I said to you, that's fine. If you have this level of skepticism, I applaud you. Go out and do your own test if you care enough. But you don't have the same, what I think Cyclone was trying to point out, that you don't have the same level of skepticism to the stories you're being told about the curvature of the Earth and the spinning of the globe when they're not giving you the same kind of documentation we're giving you, and they're also not offering to you that this is something within the realm of most people's experience that you could go and test for yourself. I don't have millions of dollars to go on one of these little fantasy space rides where the people coming back say they didn't even see any curve anyway. I mean,
It's because they didn't go high enough. So
yeah, that's right.
Yeah, space too.
Yeah, you can keep telling
So you
yourself
believe
that.
the people that say they don't see the curve, but you don't believe the ones that say they do? That's cool.
See, that's funny,
not what I fucking said, idiot.
That is
I
funny,
said
though.
that you need to go a certain number of. Here's the idea: if you don't go high enough, you're not going to be
I
able
was
to
talking
see
to Mary
the curve,
Mom, but okay.
right?
I know.
Yeah, that's another zesty glober. You guys are confusing each
He
other.
was fighting the glober. That was funny.
Yeah, you guys, this is the funny thing. That is the funny thing. I mean, because you guys come in and you all of a sudden act like you have some kind of skepticism. You've got some kind of standard of evidence when you don't. You're in here arguing based on government space cartoons that you've got no way to verify. You've never even tried to. You're just arguing from your appeal to authority. And yet, all of a sudden, when we show observations taken in reality, you're like,
I haven't even given
well,
my fucking
tell me
argument
the
for the
exact
globe. You're just
details of
assuming
this.
all
How
this
could
shit,
this be
Cyclone.
possible? How could you
That's
do this?
fucking stupid.
All right, okay, okay.
Assuming makes an ass out of you and
So
me,
do
but
you
this time it's
believe?
just
Do
making
you
an ass out of
believe the
you.
space? So you don't believe the images of the Earth as a ball from space?
I don't take it from authority.
So you don't believe those images. So when NASA show you an image of a
That's
ball
not what
Earth
I
in
fucking
space,
said.
you
Now
don't
is it,
believe it.
Cyclone?
So
I said
okay,
I
so you
don't
do
take it from
believe it,
authority.
right? So you do believe
do
those
not,
images.
It's a difference to say somebody's
So you
taking
do believe
something
those
from authority,
images.
not having any good arguments for it, than
Listen,
to
do you
say
believe
somebody
the
doesn't believe
images? Do you trust those
image. You
images?
said I don't have any good arguments for it, and I'm only taking it from authority. Those
Yeah,
are
you
two
are.
fucking
Yeah,
different
you
things.
are. Well,
Now, if you're
listen,
going to
let's
continue
see.
to
Let's see
conflate
if
and be
that's
stupid and
true.
illogical,
Well,
then
let's
I'd
see
rather
if
you
that's
be
true. The globe images that NASA show you, do you believe them or not?
Yes, I said I
Well,
did multiple
then there
times.
you
That's
go.
not the same
There
fucking
you
thing
go. So how
as
did
saying
you
I don't
verify
believe it
those were
based off an
true?
argument, and I don't
Okay, so
believe
did you
it
not
based
stop
off of
NASA like you
ad
did with Mary
hoc
Mum?
or
Did you
whatever
not stop NASA like you did with Mary Mum
bastardization
and
of
say,
that fallacy you
but
presented?
you said to Mary Mum, I can't believe this because you've just presented me an image. How can I just believe it? But you said you do that when it comes to NASA.
I didn't say I just believe it. That's not what I said for
Yeah,
3
that's what you
fucking
just said.
times.
You
Now,
said you
Cyclone,
believe it. I
shut up
said, do
and
you
listen right
believe
now.
the image? And you
I
said,
said
yeah.
I believe the image, but I don't just
Yeah.
believe it. I believe it
Yes, you
based
do
off of
just
a different
believe it.
argument,
That
based
is
off of
what
a
you're
better
saying.
understanding of the world.
You believing the
Right.
image
So I
is
don't
believing
believe
the image, dude.
Right.
I know
There's
you're
a
going to
difference
try and
between
dress
just
this
believing
up
it based off of
like you're
authority
somehow
and
doing
believing
something
it because
scientific by
of other
blindly
things.
accepting government
Like
space cartoons, but
believing
you're
it
not.
because there was no technology to fake the moon landing, like flat earthers claim that there was
Oh,
fake
they
moon
couldn't
landing.
have
That's just not
possibly
possible
filmed it
based
in a
off of the
studio, could
technology
they?
that
No.
you have in film rigs.
So
During the
that's why
time of the
you
moon landing.
believe those. So the images that NASA show you of a ball Earth in space.
Right.
Tell me how you verify those to be true.
How do I verify that there was no technology in order to
No. How do you verify the images that you see of a ball Earth in space? How do you verify that those are true? Because remember, when Mary Mum showed you the oil rigs, you can't believe it. You need to verify it. So how do you do that for the space cartoons?
First of all, I didn't discredit the image. I discredited the data. Right?
It's an image. What data are you talking about?
I'm talking about the fact that Merriam said that this was, I forget how many lines away from the shore, and I forget how far, and there was a bunch of math.
So she says the horizon's. She says the horizon's 10 miles away. The horizon's 10 miles away. That's the claim,
if the
and
measurements are
you
off
can't accept
any
that.
Slightly way, or if the math is off any slightly way, then
right. So when NASA says that they're taking one from 250 miles away,
given the curvature we're having, and
right.
I'm not
So when NASA say
the
then,
image, I have no reason to believe that's a false image. I'm
so
just
what
saying not
reason do you
everybody's good at
have to
math.
trust NASA's claim?
And not
NASA's claim
everybody's
you
going to
can't
give me
even
honest,
verify.
answers to.
It's a good thing you can go out and check for yourself.
Yeah, NASA's claim is a lot more far-fetched than what Mary Mum presented. She's just showing you a horizon with oil rigs that are a known distance away from shore. That's not a large or crazy claim. You can go and check that out. But NASA make large and crazy claims for stuff saying, oh, we're 250 miles above the Earth here, and you can't possibly verify it, and yet you believe those. So why the double standard?
A double standard because there's no reason. Okay, so let me put it in your words. This is all just a matter of phraseology.
No, you just conceded it's a double standard. You already know it's a double standard.
A known fact we've known since the ancient Greeks is incorrect because my friend took a picture of an oil rig.
Yeah, why not just say, like, you know what, maybe you guys have a good point. Why not just say maybe
based off of
why not just take the approach that maybe the guys have a good point and that you ought to check it out. You have everybody turn down war. What's going on?
Government service doesn't have enough money to fake.
You're just too emotional, bro.
Can you just mute him and then?
We're working and sending these images to people.
This guy's bricked.
So I could phrase it that way too.
You're just
talking
away to yourself. You're just talking away to yourself.
Any astronomical calculation, any global calculation.
What's this guy's name?
He's literally talking to himself. Just mute him.
Yeah, what's his name?
He did state war is peace. He did state earlier that if people talk, he'll turn them down. And then he was told that Mary Mom is a mod.
Yeah, that's
he can't
fine.
turn her down.
We've got a solution to that. There it is. Bingo. Peace at last.
Well, if you guys don't want someone annoying, grab the fiddle bonus here. If anybody has questions, comments, concerns.
Yeah, so War is Peace, you were talking over Wolfgang, over me, which you admitted that you muted me or turned me down. Yeah, we're not here to just listen to you, recite your globe religion. So you can verify, you could right now go verify where the platform habitat oil rig is off the coast of Santa Barbara on Google Maps. So then if you want to argue about Google Maps distances, go for it, but you're just kind of grasping at straws here. So yeah, if there's anybody else that has a real question, that's willing to have a back and forth, not talk over people, not mute and turn down the mods, that'd be cool. Yeah. Is anybody else here that has a question about Flat Earth?
Yeah, I'm surprised his carers let him on Discord. That's outrageous.
Yeah, he's real special. Real special.
I love it when they're like, "Oh, how do you know this horizon is real? But the space cartoons, I can believe those." Like, come on, dude. At least be consistent. It's not unreasonable to be skeptical of images and videos that you're presented. That's fine. But then to be like, yeah, but I can believe the government's videos and images that I can never verify. It's a blatant double standard and shows that you're not actually asking for verification from some kind of skeptical, honest point of view. It's literally just an emotional rejection that you're trying to dress up as skepticism. Because if we probe into your actual worldview, we find that there's no skepticism whatsoever. The 100% gullibility, appeal to authority, and statist cuckery.
Yep, that pretty much sums it up. Yeah, and I tried to give him a little help there. Like, yeah, he said he's seen some kind of refutation, which he could not recall or explain. But yeah, no globe believer has ever said no. If it were a thing where they could claim the oil rigs weren't at that distance or whatever, or it was a faked image, like, yeah, believe me, they would have claimed it. But that's never been claimed because it's a ridiculous claim because many people have observed the same and documented the same thing, and you could easily go and observe and document it for yourself, and you could see the horizon behind the oil rigs, So it's just silliness. Yep, it's just grasping at straws. They're not. I like how you said that. Yep, they're pretending to be skeptics, but they really aren't. They're only skeptical when it comes to something that challenges their worldview, but not to the thing that reinforces the globe fantasy.
Yeah, they're desperate for anything that agrees with them, but then they'll just dismiss anything that doesn't and pretend that it's a skeptical position. You're the least skeptical people on Earth. Ridiculous.
Yeah, he's still in there in the chat. He claims now he remembers the debunk. Amazing. And he's got his, I'm sure that, the ridiculous Apollo landing. That's probably, I bet that's the one. I haven't even clicked it, but it's probably where they said, it'd be cheaper to fake, it'd be cheaper to go than to fake it. I love that one. It's like, people, please. I haven't even clicked the link, but just from being PBS, I'm just assuming that's what it is. Does anybody else have a question so we don't have to talk to War's Peace? I don't know, Taco.
Hello, I have one question for the panel.
Go for it.
Yes, I see there are two YouTube bots in here. Like, what is going on with the YouTube bots?
It's streamed on YouTube, so say hi.
You don't have my permission to stream in here. You need my permission.
Yes, we do. We got it.
I need a consent form, or you're going to hear from my lawyer.
Yeah, the consent is when you came in.
We're not interested.
The consent was when you agreed to the servers, terms of services, and since it's right there, you're going to get recorded.
If I do not see a consent form in 24 hours,
well, that's called signing without reading, bro. You sign something without reading.
There will be big problem if I don't see a consent form in 24 hours.
Elbow, I feel like you're the man for this guy.
Somebody mute this creation guy.
No, I believe him. He sounds like the guy from Modern Warfare 2019 that kills the one Arab family. It's scary.
We got Gamer.
Like
all right, Gamer.
Creation Bear, you should go to the main rule page on the Discord, because when I post this, my recording of this conversation
the gamer
I don't have to have consent because I already have it, right? Because it's on the server, right?
Quiet, dude. No one cares. So who is the gamer guy? The Call of Duty guy?
That was the Napalm.
That was me. Hello.
All right, Napalm. What brings you by the Flat Earth chat?
I've been in here before. I'm just chilling. I like having background noise while I game.
Yep, I can tell you're a gamer. Do you have anything for the globe? Any good arguments for the globe?
Nothing I could think of off the top of my head, man. I don't know.
You believe it,
very
right?
good. I mean, for the most part.
What do you mean for the most part? What part of the globe don't you believe? The spin? The curve? The space?
Well, no, I mean, I believe
the spin.
I believe the all the fun jazz I was taught in high school.
All right, so you believe it all. So when you say for the most part, you just mean yes, I believe it all.
Yeah.
Okay, so what's the best evidence that they showed to you in school when they were teaching you it?
Best evidence? Can I be so honest with you?
Well, I'd prefer that you did.
I did not do very good in high school. I did not do very, especially in. Well, okay. Let me walk
Were
that
you not
back.
paying attention when they showed the globe proof? Are you saying you weren't paying attention when they showed the globe proof?
Not really, no.
Oh shit. Well, I've got some good news for you, Napalm. They never did show any globe proof. You didn't miss anything.
Okay. That's good to know then. I didn't really, exactly. Like you said, I didn't really miss much.
And if you're unsure about that, just Google it. Just say, what globe proof did I miss in school? And then tell us what they say.
I'm going to Google it right now. I got my phone.
Yeah, you go and Google it right now. What globe proof did I miss in first grade? Time to get you caught up with your peers.
I got an AI overview. Good Lord.
AI overview, there you go. That's what you need nowadays. The robots are going to tell you about reality.
Thank you, Google. You want me to read exactly what it says?
Sure. Tell us what did you Google firstly?
I Googled what globe proof did I miss in school.
Oh, nice. You did it word for word. Good guy.
And,
all right. What does it say?
It says, if you're wondering what globe proofs you might not have learned in school, it's possible you didn't delve deeply into the historical arguments for a spherical Earth, particularly those made by the ancient Greeks. Here are some key proofs, especially those from ancient times.
Smack talking you.
Proofs from ancient Greece. Aristotle's lunar eclipse observation. Aristotle noted that during a lunar eclipse, the Earth's shadow cast on the moon is always circular. This is only possible if the Earth is a sphere.
Okay,
Aristotle's observation. Yeah.
How did Aristotle know that what he was observing was a shadow from the Earth, of the Earth?
That's a good question. What else I don't know this.
Well, how would he know what's causing that darkening of the moon?
That's a good question. I don't know.
Right, did he write down it must be the Earth's shadow? I mean, so that's begging the question. You know what begging the question is?
Yeah.
Yeah, so that's what that is, because he doesn't know that it's the shadow of Earth being cast on the moon. So AI is treating you like a dummy. You can accept that?
I am not. I'm not a big fan of the Google AI overview, if I'm being
quite
honest. Good for
you. I'm not either. I'm a bigger fan of critical, rational thought and human reasoning. Does it give you any other evidences other than...
It does. Oh, I've got a whole list here. Other proofs.
All right.
Ships appearing over the horizon. When a ship sails away from shore, the bottom of the ship disappears from view before the top does, demonstrating the Earth's curvature.
Now, is that a physical phenomena or an optical one?
I would wager both. Maybe.
Both. But the argument that the AI is making is that it's physical.
Well, yeah, saying ships appearing over the horizon. When ship sails away from shore, the bottom of the ship
going over
so
physical curve, right?
Yeah.
Like it's going over a physical curve. So how does it know that it's physical and not just an optical limit to what we can see?
Doesn't say. It just says disappears from view before the top does, demonstrating the Earth's curvature.
So that's kind of begging the question as well, then, wouldn't you say?
I would say so, yeah. We got another one here. Hang on, let me see.
All right, let's keep going. Keep it going.
4, 5. We got 5 here. The appearance of other celestial bodies. Planets and stars, which are also massive objects, are observed to be spherical.
Are they?
That I don't know. I mean, if you believe the models that we see from like NASA and the ESA.
But what about what we observe?
I couldn't tell you. I have not had the privilege of cracking open a telescope or going to
rotating.
Well, you'd see a circular disk of light or a blob of light, but could you say it's a sphere for sure?
Yeah, especially if it rotates like Mars does. And I see the same.
How do you know it's rotating?
Because I see the same sports periodically. What do you mean? I can see the ground, like Mount Olympus, for example.
Mount Olympus?
Yeah, Mount Olympus.
You getting onto Greek mythology now?
Olympus Mons, I think it is technically the.
Okay, Olympus Mons. Regardless, are you not aware of this? I mean, I wouldn't expect
going to find Zeus.
Yeah, I mean, it's something you can see with the telescope, but okay, yeah, sure.
Well, judging by your erratic tone, I'm guessing that you've been here many times before, and you're triggered. Is that correct?
Do you have a brother who like has a dove as their profile picture? Sounds just like you.
No.
Yeah, he's a very triggered one. Let me go back to the Greek guy with the AI.
Being triggered, do you want to address the point?
Yeah, well, we were in the middle of a conversation.
Okay, so this is interesting now. I looked it up, Olympus Mons. It says Olympus Mons, the largest volcano and mountain in the solar system, casts a long shadow on the Martian surface due to its immense size and the low angle of the sun relative to its slopes. An observer on Mars would not be able to see the full extent of the volcano's profile due to the planet's curvature and the volcano's own shallow slopes, making it difficult to